For another day of MetaFEST. Today we dig deep into the meta and we figure out what's kind of going on in these communities so that we understand a little bit better what's happening in the world and with each other. So today I've got Tommy opening with me as well as Manu. Hi guys, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. So Tommy,
welcome to MetaGame Day 3 of the speaks, at least. This morning, we have the first segment of Meta News. And we're going to tune in with Manu here, who has some information about Argentina and the current state in Buenos Aires and what's actually going on. So, Manu, do you want to jump on and share with us some current events?
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Thank you for the space, mainly to you all guys and whoever's listening. Right now, Patagonia, like my not exactly my hometown, but very close to my hometown, my home community, has been attacked. We don't really know by who, because we don't want to jump to any allegations quickly, but we have been attacked by, the only way to call it, it's a terrorist attack. 7 fire hazards have been put on simultaneously in our territory. People died. We lost a lot. The community is absolutely devastated, and we're being shut down. Information is being misdirected, and I put on a video that better describes it than myself for you to watch.
we can't actually hear the video right now. Do you want to kill your mic and maybe we can hear the video too?
Meta.
Come on, yeah. Sorry to interrupt. We're not seeing the video or hearing it right now.
In a couple minutes, I want to tell you all about what's happening in La Patagonia right now. After the fires in Arvidsson and the massive mobilizations against mega mining in Chubut, several intentional fires are destroying the Andean region right now. Yeah, right now. Mass media started a pretty fastest campaign by putting out news trying to make the Mapuches, an indigenous tribe of the south, seem to be responsible for the fires again. While Arvidsson, Chubut's governor, is trying to pass a major mining project with the support of Alberto Fernandez, the president of Argentina. All of this is to try to pay off an international debt the Argentine people got through undemocratic means with the International Monetary Fund. Yeah, in 2018, our national government agreed a billionaire debt with the International Monetary Fund, but none of the 45 million citizens of Argentina were consulted. Yes, and now you have to pay off. The President Fernandez and the Minister of Environment, Juan Galandia, traveled to the south to try to cover up the results of the budget adjustment from last year to this one. The budget destined to the National Fire Management System was reduced by 30%. Once they arrived to the province, they were repudiated by the population of Chubut through pacifist protest. Yet the construction union, the WOCA, in repressing the protesters. Police also brought an external car and started vandalizing the area, pretending to be part of the local protesters. Does this sound familiar? I don't think so. The national and provincial governments are responsible and must be held accountable to allocate all the necessary resources to put out the fires right now. Transnational corporations, such as the Canadian ones, Barrick Gold, Yamana Gold, Pan American Silver Corp, SSR Mining Inc., Cerrado Gold, American companies like Newmont Gold Corp, Global Anglo Ashanti Ltd., European companies like Anglo-Cis Glencore, British Hochschild Mining, Local Argentine companies like CuraDAO, YMDA, Espíritu de los Andes, Patagonia Gold, Colombian companies like Mineros, and future companies that are trying to agree their thing here and there, like the Australian companies, Latin resources, should also be held accountable for the destruction of the woods. We demand that the International Monetary Fund debt gets investigated globally. We demand that all these companies get to be held accountable for the ecocide as well. The destruction of this globally vital land of the world, like the Patagonia forest, is for the interest and benefit of their decaying business. As South Americans and Argentines, we have no way to take these companies away from territories, especially when our representatives are also part of this eco-terrorist war we're having against nature and our vital resources. We need to act. The institutions that should protect us around the world are failing us, and the clock is ticking.
Wow, thanks for sharing that, Manu.
Thank you for listening and watching and staying informed on what's going on. As Penguin told me, if you search for anything of this in local news, you're gonna see like the other side of the story, like pro-mining, pro-government media. So just letting people know what's going on here.
Yeah, if you feel comfortable, drop some links in MetaFEST public.
Yeah, I'll gather some and I will send them for sure.
And how has it affected you, like personally?
On a personal level, I've been trying to gather resources we can, like physically, not monetarily, because there are some big profiles looking for money right now. We were organizing mostly how to deliver things from Buenos Aires, the capital, to the affected areas. So we've been promoting where to take things and organizing like all the logistics to take these objects to where they're needed. And yeah, that's been pretty stressful, but as always, communities gather around and are always willing to help others. So in that sense, after we made a clear message about the things that were needed, we stopped receiving so much clothes that weren't so necessary, and we started getting more food, water, and like batteries, and things that are really needed for people who are working in the area. Also tools and like useful stuff. But on a personal level, I think it's been angering me for a long time. I can't believe I can't believe it because it's happening, but it's impressive to me how we are being abandoned by the system. We are being shut down. Voices are being taken down, and the only thing I can feel right now is anger. Right.
So are there any direct donation routes that any of us can take right now to help get that food and tools and stuff? Or?
Right now, you need to have a Mercado Pago account, that it's an Argentinian service, so I don't think so. But I will make my best to get some donation routes that are viable for people to donate, probably official, non-crypto, because we have to set up a route to get crypto donations. But I will for sure make that happen in the next days. Some very dear friends of mine have lost everything, and families of others.
Okay. Well, yeah. Maybe we can get you set up on Giveth.
Sorry?
Maybe we can get you set up on Giveth as a campaign to get some money your way. The off-ramp
completely
probably figure out, but they accept fiat, XDAI, DAI.
Yeah, that would be
20s.
Absolutely great. I think we should be aware of what's going on in South America because things like this have been going on for a while. This is not the first time this happened, but it had never been such a big attack. It was before it was 2 or 3 fires, maybe not in simultaneous ways. But right now they seem to have gone all out. This happened all after protesters in Chubut made their voices out. Like, this is a protest that has been going out for 12 years.
Wow.
We've been asking for this since I was 13 years old. And we're still in the same situation where people are being neglected of having their voices really matter, and that's very huge. Like, it's been so hard that even the state provided mining companies publicity spots in high schools. Up to that point, like, they would gather us up in the hall of the school, and we would have a guy talking to us about how good the mines are. And yeah, that's been like since I was around in high school, and that's been, I can assure you, a long time ago. And so it's a long fight. And yeah, like, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me.
Sounds great. And you'll be on the MetaFEST public. People can find your Discord handle there.
Yeah, so Manu is also an amazing 3D artist and is responsible for the amazing badges that we will give out for people later this week. So, you know, as terrible as it is that all this stuff is kind of happening at the global scale, one of the things that I'm sure that we'll hear a lot today is that we need to think globally but act locally, and having the ability to impact our local communities and the people around us, like what's happening in Buenos Aires, or what's going to be what really help elevate our world and our situation is us being able to mobilize for the efforts and the causes that are important to us, and harnessing the power of the money Legos and our communities.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to the moment where, like, that's the thing, like, we could make a donation. Not only Argentina, Brazil, it's under very similar circumstances. I'm sure, like, lots of voices are being shut down there. Bolivia has gone through a very short but devastating dictatorship in the last months. Yeah, it's wild down here, and it's wild how we're being shut down to, like, the big media and for the US, Canada, Europe to hear about what's really going on. Yeah, that doesn't cease to amaze me, and finding a way to contribute to all these causes, because just as the Patagonia is on fire right now, the north of Argentina was 3 months ago. Brazil has been on fire for a very long time, and no one talks about it. Yeah, and also
California. So
Sorry.
we know I'm in Southern California. So as far as fires, pretty much our California has been in drought for the past 12 years. We have, mega fires every year. So the impact of global warming is 100% felt pretty much by everyone. And yeah.
Also, like, I'm sorry, but I feel like it's a good space to tell this, but when Bolivia was hit by this dictatorship, one of the main things that was discussed was the lithium extraction. So Bolivia has one of the biggest lithium mines in the world, and the government is like, right now they went back to power, but the government that was overthrown wasn't willing to let international companies get in for the lithium. So that was quite a big thing of why that happened, I feel. And even Elon Musk was having fun about the dictatorship going on, because he knew that they would give him the lithium that he needs, that everyone needs. Like, lithium is one of the most precious metals right now. and our region is full of it. So we need to be aware of that and just let people know that South America is about to enter in a big war against mining companies because they want to come here, devastate everything, and leave us with nothing but scraps.
Well, thank you so much, Manu, for giving us some insight into that. And I'm happy to give you a voice into part of the world that does not have as accurate a representation. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the time, guys. And I hope you have a good day.
Take care, man. Thanks for the presentation.
Yeah, thanks for christening our meta news.
Next up, Tommy, if you want to introduce Luuk, I will let you do that and step off camera.
Yeah, sounds good. Hey, Luuk, how's it going? Where'd you go?
Doing really fine. Thank you.
There you are. I'm excited for your talk today. Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Are you going to be sharing a screen?
Yes, I have a bunch of different things I'm going to be sharing. So
Awesome. We just ask while you share your screen if you can have your picture-in-picture on the bottom so we have a face with the voice. And we're going to listen to you talk about DAOs towards regenerative development and a CuraDAO, right?
yeah, correct. Is it
If you,
good like this?
if you click the camera icon again, it should pop you up.
Let's see.
Yep.
Can you still see my slides?
I see what I think is going to be the beginning of your slides. Yep.
Perfect.
Perfect.
If you want, you can stay around. Love to make this a bit more interactive as I can't see the other people right now.
Okay.
In general, it's just a story of, I guess, crypto as being a tool for creating impact and kind of playing along with the meta. Going all the way back, I was born in Curacao in the Caribbean. It's a very small island with just 160,000 people. We used to be a Dutch colony and we're now kind of part of the Dutch kingdom. I grew up there, afterwards moved to the Netherlands, studied business administration and philosophy. And then along the way, got involved into cryptocurrency somewhere around 2016. Didn't quite understand what it was yet, but it was kind of the intersection between the two things that I found really interesting, which is one, philosophy, thinking about the big ideas, about values, on the other hand, business, making something out of it, making it work. And when we initially got involved into cryptocurrencies, we already had a lot of questions. And when I say we, I'm mostly referring to people from the Caribbean living in Europe. It's kind of a culture shock when you arrive here. Everything is so organized and everything seems to work so well. And you ask yourself, why don't we have that? So with this kind of thinking, we founded the Caribbean Blockchain Network, an organization that researches and kind of lays out a roadmap for decentralized applications in the Caribbean. And we soon bumped into the DAO Stack team and started getting interested in DAO technology. A big part of our group also joined the Genesis Alpha DAO, which was kind of one of the first functional DAOs around back then. And this all started with a research on what decentralized governance could mean for Curacao. And then it kind of spiraled out of control or in of control to what we now create, what we're now trying to create, a regenerative economy. So you should kind of see this as my story, being quite a young guy. I'm now 23, and how I experienced kind of development of the crypto industry and how that changed my perception on how Web3 technology can have an impact. Again, if that is kind of translated back into the CuraDAO project and how it developed. So, like I mentioned, it started off quite early with a research in decentralized governance. We presented that end of 2018 on the island. We organized a big innovation event, also already because we didn't want to kind of put crypto into a specific box, but we just wanted to, voice it as being innovation in general. We invited a bunch of different people, ended up with 120 attendees, including the Prime Minister of the island. And from there, things started moving quite fast. In June 2019, we created this concept called CuraDAO, which was more of a grants-giving DAO that was governed and owned by the community. Before we launched the DAO, we did a workshop of 2 days with about 50 attendees to also get them up to speed with kind of what a DAO is, what blockchain is, why it's important. The key initiatives there were mainly the transparency, since on our island we still have a lot of manual systems that are quite hard to understand how they're flowing and where value is. And on the other hand, it's the autonomy for people to be able to have an impact. So the grants giving DAO, CuraDAO, it ran from June to December 2019. This presentation that I have open here was mainly built around that. But during that same period, we also realized that just having a grants giving organization is quite limited in what you can achieve. It's only a handful of people that actually have the skill set and drive to go out and write a proposal and adhere to all the needs of the community and then finally do something. It's then where we already started seeing more and more community currencies pop up, where we studied, for example, what's happening in Kenya with grassroots economics. Will Raddick and his group are doing phenomenal work down there. We looked into Sardinex, we looked into Bristol Pound. There were so many already nice initiatives that went beyond just giving grants and really creating community economies or community currencies. So that's what we moved towards around 2020 with CuraDAO, which is a stable coin backed to the local currency. I'll go deeper into that later. And then finally, where we are now, where we started to see the potential of DeFi and the potential of on-chain assets to create value flows and to further align incentives. And that's where we really are now, is trying to understand how we can tie the creation and distribution of currencies directly to the positive impact that we want to create in the world. So first, going through the CuraDAO stuff, for you to understand kind of where Curacao is, it's just north of Venezuela. Also, one of the reasons why our economy has been struggling for the past couple of years, because Venezuela used to be our biggest economic partner. We used to be a big oil industry with about, like I said, 160,000 inhabitants, former Dutch colony. For a small island, especially in the Caribbean, we are quite wealthy. We have a high GDP and quite good road and infrastructure in terms of internet and whatso. But then also there's a big divide in society where we have, sadly to say, still some colonial things that just spilled on up until today, where you see a big gap between the rich population and the not so rich population. And we have an outdated mindset that is very much built around distrust and just not a nice environment to be in general. And these big problems spill off, right? We have oil refinery as one of the main industries that has been declining a lot. Unemployment was 21% before COVID, and now it has risen to almost 51%. A lot of inequalities and conflicts, and whatso even led to riots a couple months back. So systemic change really is necessary here, and it's not longer a might be nice or must. It really is becoming a must-have. And this is also something that the local institutions, the government, the ministries, the central bank, they realize that the system that they're running on is at least currently not capable of maintaining the well-being of the island. And especially after COVID, we've also seen a lot of more interest from these entities to engage with us or engage with the ideas that we have, because a new start really is needed. So there's already a kind of a foundation that goes beyond just crypto economic, but more about community and hope. And that is that there already are these kind of existing nonprofit organizations and communities that are taking ownership, that are creating food distribution plans, that are creating new alternatives. There's quite a new tech-savvy generation. There's a lot of esports companies starting to pop up on the island and just new next-generation initiatives. And traditionally, we have also been quite an innovative country. We've been really big in the financial sector as well, mainly due to offshore things, but still, we have quite a well-developed financial sector. And I think the final benefit and hope that we have is because we're such a small country, the pace at which innovation can evolve is just really quick. If we can get an adoption of, let's say, 1,600 people, that's already 1% of the island. Now, if we get 20,000 people, we basically have the entire island participating in this economy. So fast forward a little bit, we we have been running this DAO with currently 43 members, but it has grown since. Different projects that we did were big food forest, big cleanup events on the island with a group of teams. We have been organizing meetups and other events, and also have done digital projects from digital community pages to creating an innovator collective on the island. But I think the most exciting part of all of this was the realization and the learnings that, one, it works, people are really interested, people want to participate in these crypto economies. I think we also realized that in the end, it really is about the people and the culture way more than it is about the tech. We spent way more time educating people, basic things like self-confidence, how to write a proposal, how to work together, instead of teaching how to vote in a DAO, for example. Communication really is the key there. It's really staying well in touch with your community, giving them places to voice their concerns, places to have conversation, places to come together, both physically and digitally. And then finally, it's standardizing for impact also really generates a bunch of value here, because if we don't know what we're measuring, if we don't know what we're trying to achieve, it's really hard to get there. So a couple of barriers that we ran into, of course, the complexity of DAOs. It's still, and I think this is really getting better with this kind of next generation DAOs that are popping up as we speak. But in general, it's still quite hard for a non-crypto user to participate in a DAO. Then there are the technical limitations. Our DAO is still built on Ethereum mainnet. I think we all are aware of the gas cost and all the bad things that come with that. It is a really important trade-off for us to make, as one, we're trying to make this a regenerative but also a resilient economy on a kind of national level. So it should not be built on a small blockchain with 3 or 5 or 7 or 21 nodes. But on the other hand, we can't expect individuals that earn maybe between $20 to $50 a day to pay that same amount or more in gas fees every time. And then there's still a lot of uncertainty around legal frameworks and crypto regulations on the island and in the region in general. The Caribbean is always reliant on American banks for banking, for international banking. And the American banks aren't quite happy with Caribbean banks doing all that crypto business. So one way we started to work towards an evolution of this was with the creation of CuraDAO. So CuraDAO is essentially a localized version of the well-known stablecoin DAI. The way it works is that the currency of Curacao, called the guilder, already has a fixed rate exchange rate between the dollar and the guilder, which is always 179. So through this fixed swap rate, it was quite easy to make a local version of DAI by creating an application that, I'll give an example. So the application works by sending 100 DAI, for example, to the contract. Then the contract locks that up in the contract and mints the same amount of CuraDAO for the user. Now, there are a couple of reasons why we started working on CuraDAO and why we just didn't use DAI or another stablecoin. I think the 4 main reasons would be, one, it's a local unit of account. These communities already have a way of determining value, pricing things, understanding what value is. Changing that to dollars will also kind of change how they interact and how they price things, and we don't want to do that. Then there's a second, more cultural thing to it, seeing your own colors, being able to relate to this currency also is an important part of a currency. It's not just a payment method, it's also a way of expressing values. Third part would be being able to have our own data set that is separate from all the other blockchain transactions happening, for example, with DAI. So having a complete data set specifically for our community. And then the final part is, because it's our community currency, we as a community can make specific incentives and specific pricings for this community. And this is already something that we're seeing in Curacao, where there are now about 10, 15 places accepting CuraDAO. And some of them are offering cheaper prices for people that pay in CuraDAO because they want to reward people for being part of this economy. So this was all kind of 2019, 2020. And then the DeFi boom, let's call it, came around. And that changed also our way of looking at finance in general and looking. I think previously finance was oftentimes associated with making money, and it was kind of a thin in our industry. It's either you're making a bunch of money or you're having an impact, and there wasn't really a middle ground. So we started working on this initiative to create something that's beyond just a grants-giving organization, that's beyond just a currency that flows almost like a free market. We wanted to create a system that rewards individuals for the impact that they have on the island. We call this concept colectivo, which means collective in Curacao, in the local language in Papadimitropolous. And with colectivo, we're trying to create an entire flow from community currency creation to resource distribution to impact reporting. So the way you should see it is we have, for example, a community currency that's 25% backed by hard assets. So either stable coins, dollars, whatever. And then there are different methods of distributing these resources to the right organizations or the right people that have an impact. So that could be through the current model that we have, so a grants-giving DAO. It could be through a conviction voting dashboard that distributes to specific organizations. It could be through investments. There's just different methods that we are experimenting with to see what is most capable of finding impact, funding impact, and generating resources back for this regenerative economy. And then at the final part, it's these projects that do something good, that have an impact, for them to start measuring what impact they have, so we can also communicate that to the outside world, get more resources to the economy, and hopefully take all the learnings of what we're doing here and turn that into a generalizable framework that any community around the world would be able to use. So actually today we made a bunch of progress on this colectivo concept, where we started the first colectivo food forest. Now, a food forest is a new form of agriculture that combines, that almost takes like a token economic or economic view on farming, and it puts different crops that work well together and that can share nutrition and can provide shadow for each other and what so together in order to more effectively grow crops without needing a lot of water, without needing a lot of labor, which has been the reasons why Curacao hasn't been capable of providing for its own food, because we're quite a dry country and water was always scarce. So what we're doing with this food forest is we're trying to create a way to, one, combat the food scarcity problem that we have on the island, but also find a way to re-incentivize and bring back labor and land that's just being unused right now. I already mentioned almost up to 40 to 50% of the population is unemployed. So there's a bunch of people just sitting around not being able to do anything. And that's just a lack of financial incentives. There's no reason for them to move. And because our currency, the local currency, the guilder, is backed by dollar, we're not able to print our own money. We are dependent on outside funding for our economy to start working again. And that's hopefully where Colectivo can come in. So what we're doing is, with this project, we're creating a food forest that will work as a experiment to professionalize the concept of a food forest. So currently it's mostly hobby farms, but we want to turn this into a scalable model that more people on the island could use. And also you want to experiment with the tokenization of community assets. So how do we raise funds for these kind of initiatives? And also how do we reward and give ownership to the people involved? So what we're doing now, we're raising 10K for the food forest. And the way we're doing that is by distributing up to 40 NFTs that, as you see in the distribution on the right side, each NFT gives the holder up to 1% of the ownership of the food forest. Then that individual can decide if they want to donate those foods to someone locally, if they want to come to the farm and pick it up and keep it for themselves, or if they would want the food first manager to sell the yields and send the resources that we got for it to that address. So it's almost like yield farming, but then in real life. So you're going to buy this NFT, you're going to have a nice art piece that might or might not increase in value. And then also you get 1% of a food forest that will be generating real yields, that will be having a positive impact on the island, and could potentially also lead to further community innovation. So if anyone is interested in watching right now, the tokens are already available on OpenSea or Rarible. And this is just the start. So what you can envision is that these food forests, especially if they're able to generate real yields, they could also be used to provide these capital assets, these food forest tokens, as collateral in the reserve to mint more community currencies. And if we can get to the point where we have that positive feedback loop from a food forest being created, that generating returns that are automatically deposited into the reserve, that then create more community currencies that can fund more food forests, I think that's the point where we get to like this revolution or renaissance of community currencies, and we're really building an economy that gets better, becomes more resilient and more impactful as it grows. That's a quick summary, I guess, of how the different crypto innovations, from just first hearing about DAOs to understanding community currencies, and now seeing all these DeFi and NFT innovations, how with these concepts we're able to better tailor and create impact on small Caribbean islands, but hopefully anywhere around the world.
Great, thank you so much. It's awesome to see the Food Collective and you using the power of NFTs to help build that the funding and kind of bridge people's ability to contribute.
Yeah, for sure. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer. You can also reach me at LuukDAO on Twitter, Telegram, whatever. Always curious to see what other people are building. And I think in general, I don't know if you guys know about the project called Ethic Hub. They have been doing something towards the same direction for more than 2 years already. They're doing it mainly in Mexico, and they're providing resource for farmers and getting stable returns for the investors. And I think this is really where DeFi can move beyond just speculative investments and starting to bridge towards the real world. It's not going to be, I guess, the traditional financial use cases, because those people don't need these loans. It's kind of these edge cases of people that don't have enough resources and that are willing to pay a good premium because they understand that resources are more scarce in their environment.
Very cool. I especially like the NFT idea here, and it kind of sparked some ideas. We had Manu up first talking about some of the current events in Argentina, and this might be another awesome way to raise some funds for emergency relief of things, creating NFTs that can then, show your support for any sort of movement or project that's going on, like your Colectivo Food Project, and a badge of support and royalties of donations to move along.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's really, it's because previously a lot of people have been donating to the island, but I mean, it's obvious that cryptocurrency already has an added value there by being more transparent and being more borderless and instant and whatso. But then also adding on top of that this idea of assets. I think that once that clicked in my mind, that assets generate yield, generate returns, which you can reinvest and that can compound, like it really changed about how I look at crypto concepts and how I look at utilizing that in the real world.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a whole new world that we're dealing with here. Yep.
Definitely.
Well, thank you so
I think my final words would be that for anyone who's watching, but also anyone who is building something, to just continue and build the craziest ideas that you can think of, because it is these innovations that at first may look super silly, like why are we selling a digital tree token or anything? But I think those are the innovations that 10 years from now will make the difference from the more, I'd say, traditional paradigm innovations. Let's forget about those. It's time for a new paradigm, and we're the builders doing that.
Absolutely. I think that's great advice, especially to people stepping in and like, why am I doing this? What am I doing?
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. All right, and we'll move on to our next speakers here, which is a panel, actually. You're still sharing your screen. There you go. Hey, how are you?
Hey,
Hey, Vinay. So thank you so much for joining. There's Pete here. There's Pete. Let's see. I think there's two other people from that are supposed to be joining you that we're
Yeah,
still waiting to hear from.
We have a Moloch panel coming up. Moloch.
So we'll let you guys kind of get started, and we will try and find your two people that are supposed to be on your panel for you.
cool. What's the URL for people that want to tune into the panel?
So you can watch it live on metafest.metagame.wtf,
Okay.
or it's also on YouTube. If you look up Metamedia, you can see us streaming live on YouTube. Also, if you hop into the Metagame Discord, we are streaming it live in the MetaFEST public channel for you.
Cool. What's the Okay, there we go. Just pop that out on the Twitter.
We have a Pete there, yeah?
We do have a piece.
Pete.
You're muted.
Let's play musical mute.
Yep, he does.
There we are.
There we
You're a
go.
little bit low.
Your volume is really low.
You should be better.
Yeah, that's better.
And do we have info on Owocki and Ameen?
All of our viewers can scan our eyes and see what we're up to.
No word so far on Owocki or Ameen.
All right, Pete, you want to mention what this panel will be about as we grab the other panel members?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, so this panel is supposed to be about finding the source of fucked upness of this world. And yeah, a lot of the people in this space have been talking about the Moloch, which is sort of this, well, it's kind of a meme and hiding the ideas of like coordination failure between people and why do bad things win out, and yeah. And we got some of the greatest people here to talk about it.
Sounds good. You're still a little bit difficult for me to understand, Pete. Just FYI.
That's not good. Are we on the wrong microphone?
The microphone has a bit of an echo.
The wrong microphone.
Oh, you're much cleaner now.
Yeah, it's much better.
The wrong microphone. Okay.
You're now on the right microphone.
Hey, everyone. Hello.
All right, let's do this thing. Somebody wade in and get us started.
Boom, Pete.
Yeah, I try to do it, but I want somebody who has a better understanding of the Moloch to give a better intro.
I'll give us an intro. Obviously, Moloch is the god of the Canaanites for sacrificial children. Also, one of the main causes of distress between people, putting profit before common good, and basically capitalism at the expense of the world. So one of the key things for Web3 that we've considered is how to make the space better and to not fall victim to basically the follies of Moloch, and try to overcome kind of the shortcomings of the existing system to make things better. So this panel is set to kind of talk about how Web3 is improving our world and the situation to basically reduce our dependency on consumption and waste. I will leave the floor to the very capable panel. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. And Pete, hopefully that introduction will be enough to carry you through. If you need any further motivation or topics, feel free to buzz in, and I will step in.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, let's get into it. I think this was a good intro on the panel, and yeah, let's give the more about the Moloch itself before we get into into how the Web3 is supposed to help us fight it.
For sure. Did Ameen make it onto this thing?
I'm here now.
Okay, right on. So you're the Moloch specialist, man. You've got the you have the strongest case here, dude.
My degree in Molochology.
Your degree in Molochology. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, sure.
Master of Moloch.
I'll give a little spiel. So I discovered Moloch because I got nerd sniped. I was living in a rationalist house in Berkeley in 2016, and they exposed me to a lot of rationalist scripture. One of which was Meditations on Moloch, a blog post by Scott Alexander, runs the blog Slate Star Codex. So I read that, and it kind of changed my life because, you know, I'd grown up with this like anxiety of like, you know, why can't people have nice things? Why can't we all get along? Why can't we all work together? Right. And then you see constant, you know, like just people just like screw everything up for everybody. And you're like, man, why does this happen all the time? And then I read Meditations on Moloch, and it put a name on that anxiety, and the name is Moloch, and it's framed as this god, you know, ancient. It was the god of child sacrifice. Now it's framed as the rationalist god of coordination failure, and it's the god of why we can't all like have nice things, more or less, because every time we all try to work together, the incentive for somebody to defect increases. The more that everyone else wants to, you know, have their happy utopia, and eventually that person defects and takes everyone else over, and they're the only player in the next round, and they make the rules, and the game sort of reflects their values. You know, the degree to which Moloch has power is the degree to which we fail to work together. We want disarmament, you know, at a global level. We want to have, you know, spend our money from governments on infrastructure and healthcare and education and stuff like that, but we spend it on guns and bombs and planes, because if we didn't, then we know, you know, if we all, everybody in the world got together and made a little kumbaya disarmament crew, then like whatever assholes stuck around and kept all their guns would take everyone else over and ruin everyone's day. And so we sit at this like inadequate, unfortunate equilibria between, you know, where we want to be and where we are, and like that kind of sucks. But like the insight of Moloch is like, you know, it kind of has to suck in that way unless we can upgrade how we all coordinate in order to make it suck less for everyone. And so it's not about getting, you know, the people, you know, that they're not all assholes. They're like assholes because the system forces them to be assholes, right? And so it's like what we need to do is figure out how to design better systems. And so learning about Moloch at the same time as right around 2016 or so, when I was discovered Ethereum, was a big deal for me, because then I was like, whoa, Ethereum is actually this technology to help people coordinate at a global scale, right? You can have these agreements, you can scale up trust, because I don't have to trust you, I trust the program. As long as we both know that the program's going to work, then we can scale up our trust. And so far we've seen it. You know, I named the nonprofit Moloch DAO to help evangelize these ideas, but also to show that we could, you know, coordinate funding using DAOs. And that was like one example of how to, you know, scale our own coordination up to try and defeat Moloch using this advanced blockchain technology we can use to form these agreements, because everybody can sort of trust that the program will allow them to, you know, exit the agreement in the case of Moloch DAO, as a way of scaling up coordination. So that's what Moloch meant to me, and that's why I wanted to bring the idea forward to the Ethereum community. And I'm beyond thrilled that the community has taken it up to try and find ways of defeating Moloch by all working together and making more social coordination tools.
Yeah. So I want to add one thing about the Moloch thing, which is a detail that I always found really compelling about that model, which is winners tend to overpay for their prizes. So if you get something like an auction, typically, you get many scenarios in which the person that wins the thing at auction winds up paying so much for it, they kind of almost wish they'd never bought it. So you create games in which even the winners feel like they're losing. And that is a very common part of existence under the conditions of direct head-to-head competition. If you set the auction up like winner takes all, first past the post, the rational point at which the second bidder drops out of the race and leaves you to win it is the point at which the second bidder doesn't think it's worth paying a penny more for, and you paid more than that. So those kind of mechanisms, it's not just that we're creating situations where we have defectors. Even in situations where it's just straight out competition, we've got models of competition which often leave the winners unable to actually prosper. So it's a really deep analysis. It's a very important blog post. Had a very substantial effect on me as well. It's our starting point.
You want to chime in on any of this, Kevin, since you haven't said anything yet?
Yeah. Hey, everyone. I'm Kevin Owocki with Gitcoin. So basically, to me, the really exciting thing about where we are in the Ethereum community is that we've got these coordination failures where people will rationally choose their own private gain over the public good and over common goods as a single player game. That's the rational choice. But when you make these games into multiplayer games, what you realize is that if everyone free rides on public goods and common goods and feeds Moloch, then eventually the system collapses under the weight of people's choices. And so what's really cool to me about where we are in the Ethereum space is now we have the stateful internet. Now we have a global web scale coordination mechanism for turning the single player game into a multiplayer game. And maybe the rational choice will shift from defecting and free riding into something that's a little bit more community oriented and collectivist that balances the needs of the collective, but with the needs of the individual without things like coercive taxation. So to me, that's where it really gets exciting. I have a philosophy minor from undergrad that I never applied ever, but now I'm seeing 15 years later, the intersection of my computer science skills and startup skills with the sort of Molochian, how can we build better coordination systems, and the actual practical implementation of how do we build the sword that kills Moloch or that sets Moloch back is what's interesting to me.
Well said.
So, what Moloch have you guys been hunting recently?
Well, I will say there are many Molochs. There are many coordination failures in the world, but Gitcoin's mission is to grow and sustain open source software. Open source provides $500 billion per year in economic value, but it's actually built on the backs of programmers who are just, for the most part, working nights and weekends on open source away from their family and can't even pay their mortgage working on open source. And there's just a really big asymmetry between value created by open source and value captured by open source software developers, the people who are building our digital infrastructure. And so that's the one that we've traditionally been focused on in Gitcoin. And we only have, I'll say that there's probably many ways to use Ethereum to coordinate and to kill Moloch, but the one weapon that we use is quadratic funding, which sort of is a multiplayer game that allows us to coordinate to fund public goods in the Ethereum space. And it's just I think we're only scratching the surface of killing Moloch, but there's some promising progress for sure.
Yeah, how do we take it further into the real world, like from these digital solutions to like solving the actual problems from the like outside of crypto, from the examples in the Moloch reading?
Yeah, I think we're in this interesting inflection point in which the coordination mechanism that humanity has used for a lot of its problems in the industrial age has been nation state governments. And, there's coercive taxation, which goes into this giant administrative bureaucracy, at least in the United States, that says that it's administering the allocation of funding to our public parks and to clean air and to national transportation systems, open source software. But there's a question about how efficient it is and whether or not coercive taxation is something that is moral and good. And so I think we're in this sort of inflection point from the industrial age in which nation states organize this stuff to the information age in which we could have web scale approaches that are non-coercive to solve web scale problems. And so we're in this inflection point where I think that the old institutions are decaying, but the new institutions haven't exactly risen to replace them yet. And so I'll be curious what the other panelists think about that.
Yeah, how are you fighting the Moloch, Vinay?
So the angle that I've taken on this is looking at fraud. Right? So this is a two-sided question, right? So there are situations in which somebody simply lies to you about what something you want to buy is, and this creates one set of pathological incentives. There is another set of problems which is where somebody knows something about an object and then chooses not to tell you when you're buying it. And these things are very tightly associated with each other. So what I'm working on right now is all of this very, very kind of slick and high concept physical NFT stuff, collectibles, gold bars, this, that, and the next thing. And this is to build the volume, build the scale, build the technology. But right on the back of this, we're going to do a radical upgrade to the way that things like fair trade work, where you can actually get very, very high quality documentation on the blockchain tied to legal liability structures right the way down the supply chain to your primary resource extraction. So the objective is you'll be able to get physical objects and basically see the entire graph of how the object was generated, where the energy came from, where the metal came from, who did the work, how were they paid, how do we verify that they were paid, all the rest of these structures, so that when you buy something, you understand the total moral graph from which that thing was generated. And that is very philosophically associated for me with Gandhi's Satyagraha, which is this notion of the power of truth, right? Like, Satya meaning truth, Graha meaning power. If you completely understand the truth about a situation, moral action emerges from that almost naturally for most people. And the place where morality dies is in the acceptance of the initial lie. If you don't let yourself be lied to, moral action results very naturally.
So to understand, it's like, I might be more willing to buy a thing if I knew that it was like, pure in its origins and construction all the way to my front door. And so I might price that higher, which sends a market signal to like get more of that.
So
right?
this is the passenger in the car, right? The driver in the car is, a lot of markets have 20 to 30% of fake goods in them, like wine, 20 to 30% fake. So what pays for the creation of the rail is you want to buy wine and you do not want to be defrauded in the process. You're willing to pay a premium for wine that has very high quality data attached. And then what comes along for the ride with that high quality data is, oh, and by the way, here are all the certificates indicating how it was grown, who grew it, that it came from a country with good labor practices. Because there isn't enough demand for moral and ethical goods to finance the creation of a technological infrastructure to support that alone. It has to be carried by the anti-counterfeiting work.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's carrot and stick.
Interesting. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It kind of reminds me of like, there was like power surges, and then people like, they paid thousands of dollars to keep their fridges on. And it's like, for lack of a price signal, that they could be like, the power is really expensive, turn my fridge off. If the power gets above, and that's just like how energy markets work, they like don't give you the signal back. So you can't make your own informed decision on that. So
absolutely.
Yeah. I agree with Owocki too, that we're in this like weird phase where like, I think finally people realize that this stuff isn't going anywhere. Like that's all we've gotten to so far, is that like our crazy experiments are like, oh, they may have some merit. Like quadratic funding, like, all right, that's kind of cool. Like, what can we do with that? DAOs, all right, that's interesting. But we haven't gotten to the this is obviously how you do everything point.
Right.
Like, assuming that we're not totally insane, the journey is from here to that point, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess, you know, we have these tools of programmable money, and what will we use them for? And I think we're in this sort of punctuated equilibrium where, like, we have the tools now, and there's a bunch of unsolved problems, and it's just kind of like a Monte Carlo where all the different participants are trying to figure out what they want to use the tools for. So, yeah, it's transition, I think, between the old world and the new, and it's just kind of awkward because none of these tools are ready yet. Like, Gitcoin can, I don't know what other systems are doing, and apologies for over indexing on my own project, but Gitcoin can only do $1 million per quarter because we haven't solved Sybil resistant identity yet, which is a core part of quadratic funding. Whereas there's $500 billion in value created by open source software, we can only do $1 million per quarter, which seems big until you realize that there's 500 billion that needs to be funded of open source software.
And this goes back to the fraud problem that Vinay is talking about, right? It's sort of rampant.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, identity is hard. Do you know the term smurfing? So it's the way that people do money laundering in some countries. You're going to send $1 million to somebody, you break it up into 1,000 payments of $1,000 and get 1,000 different people with real legal identities to go pick up the money, and then you reassemble the payment on the other side.
Yeah.
And you know, in a world that has smurfing as an option, it's very hard to figure out how to de-smurf these things.
Yeah, for sure. We're actually, I mean, like, to some extent, we've built tripwires into Gitcoin grants and quadratic funding, but to another extent, the attackers keep evolving. It's like a chicken and the egg game. I guess cat and mouse is a better analogy. And we actually recently hired block science to just kind of go through the data every round and sort through it, and basically figure out all the attack vectors and build mathematically based tripwires into the QF data set, which we can then surface to some sort of governance process to figure out whether or not people are attacking the system. And, you know, the case of manufactured identities is definitely one of those things. It's cool to learn about smurfing.
Manufactured identities, but also manufactured agency. You know, a real person acting as an agent of another person that's the smurfing problem right there. The smurf actually exists. He's just not acting with his own agency. You know, the original hired shill.
Yeah. There's this concept that we've come up with block science. Well, we haven't come up with it. They're all like math PhDs, and they came up with it. And it's called the optimality gap, which is basically like, if you look at it from an agent-centric problem, what is the most a grant could get? Like if they broke all the rules. So you take that point, and then you take, that's called the optimality point. And then you take what they actually raised, and then the optimality gap is like the difference between those 2 points. And then you can use that to see how close to, like, mathematically in an n-dimensional space, how close to is each grant to colluding with another. And so the case of manufactured identity is one, but manufactured agency, I think, is also a really interesting one as well.
I think it's great that we're running all these experiments, because I think, like, plowing hard into continuing to run these experiments is how we get to, you know, the final state of this is all obvious. And it's like, it'll all be obvious once we've like already made all the mistakes and hit all the dead ends, and like figured out, because like other people aren't going to, you know, find this enlightening if we haven't figured out how to make it work for ourselves, right? So we have to. That's a thing that is like underestimated. I think we brought this up on our Bankless stuff, but like leadership itself is like kind of underrated in this case, because like you actually have to. It's not enough to like build, you know, for example, like a DAO platform. You have to like actually go and build that, like show people how to do it, and like, you know, run the quadratic funding experiments, get all the data, explain how it works, like figure out the attack vectors, and like create something robust to then be able to export, right? And so like the way we do things in Ethereum is actually the thing that we're exporting.
I think that one thing that's sort of interesting, a trend that I saw, was that in 2017, everything you launched had to be perfectly decentralized from the start. And you know, it's funny that all these teams took like 18 months in order to launch something back then. But I think that what we've seen in the bear market is that teams moved much towards perfect not being the enemy of good. and just building very simple experiments that you could then iterate upon was sort of a change in how I saw the Ethereum community working on these things. And I just want to like say here, like my hand to God, Gitcoin is centralized as fuck right now, and I'm sorry, but we're doing it so that we can focus on the product and community and not like fight with regulators about whatever. And I want to say that also Moloch DAO, Ameen, I've got to give you props, because there was a time in 2017 in which everyone was building these really super complicated DAO frameworks. And then Ameen and a few of the developers in his network came up with this idea of Moloch DAO, which is kind of like a minimum viable DAO. And it was actually used, as opposed to all these projects that raised tens of millions of dollars that never really launched because their products were too complicated. And so iterating and failing fast, I think, is one of the ways that we like explore this new space with all these new tools and find things that are actually working. Failing fast and iterating towards success is how I see it happening.
I think I also want to give credit to Peter Pan, who was like if I was the crazy person who started the movement, I don't know if you guys have seen that like 4-minute how to start a movement thing. Like he was the second guy that jumped on there and started dancing with and like Metacartel, like Peter was the first power user of the Moloch DAO framework, and what he created with Metacartel was like beautiful. And everyone who was in Metacartel has like gone off and crushed it. And I'm like super proud of everyone who brought their DAO knowledge to the rest of the community. So
the Metacartel. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say so many great things spawned out of that.
I'm really glad that Moloch members voted not to let Peter in. The first time around, that he went around and started his own. I was like, best timeline ever.
I think it's sort of interesting. So like one of the things that I've been like, basically, if you think about programming these systems, what do you program them for? Do you program them for individual gain or for public gain, right? And so there's this concept of bentoism, which is how do you go from just programming individual incentives for the profit motive into a system to like programming it for everyone's gain. But that's a huge gap. Individual one person and like the whole world is what, 7 billion people or something like that. And what to me is interesting about Metacartel is that not only are they Ethereum natives, but they're like right here in that spectrum, like 200 people who give a fuck about each other. And so, it's kind of like an incremental thing on like from what is my personal profit motive and what's good for me to the whole world and what's good for the whole world, to have this stopping off point of, oh, we've got 200 to 500 people. I don't know how many people are in Metacartel that we can program a system that's in everyone's gain. So it's a spectrum, and Metacartel is a really interesting and important experiment on that spectrum.
Carrying on your point about the awkward phase that we're in between being governments and like being our own infrastructure providers and stuff, and it's like, I don't know about you guys, but the more I think about like nation states and whatever, the more I like can't separate the concept from like an assassinations guild with a public goods department.
I do actually have a decent answer to assassination politics. This has been a puzzle in my mind since I first heard about AP back in now we're talking back in the day. My approach to AP is that the first thing you have to do is list the founders of any AP network on their own AP network and all the other AP networks that may exist. And I think that's the only way of deterring AP.
So, sorry, what's AP?
That's a long story.
Okay.
He's trying
you need to know.
Oh, assassination politics. Okay, that's what it's.
Are you trying to undo the Roko's basilisk of the future guild?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think listing people on their own networks, on their own AP networks, seems like a very, very reasonable way of handling the AP problem, right? Somebody sets up an AP server, and the first thing that goes up is a $5 million contract for the heads of the people who set up the AP server. That to me looks like a fairly substantial deterrent, I like it because it's recursive, so we know that, right?
Yeah, 100%. I guess like the weird conclusion of this stuff is like the more that we see states fail, the more I wonder like to what degree can we assume some of the responsibilities of the state, right? And like that has different factors. It's like, I can get COVID tests for people, at some point. Like they weren't available on the public markets. It took a long time, but like, by back channeling and private, deals, you can acquire some. But it's like, where is the government in helping me out and like getting tests ready so that I could test everyone so that we don't have to be depressed for months? It's like okay, and then eventually it's like, to what degree do you need the government to protect your own sovereignty, right? It's like the end game. And it's like, sovereignty of who? It's like, is this me versus my neighbors, or is this like my community versus neighboring community, or is this like all of our communities against foreign invasion? Right? Like and to some degree, like, I don't know, I'll bring this up here because I know Peth likes acid. So I did some acid and I was like, how do you scale up America? And like the interesting Moloch frame for America is like, America has states, and states are supposed to have rights and some amount of sovereignty within themselves, but then they contribute to this like federal system, which sort of necessarily has to engage in the economies of scale of violence. But what if we could use this state carve out and annex the entire world and turn like Argentina into a state, and turn Brazil into a state, and be like, America's going remote first.
Yeah. I mean, I can say here, right? If the American government, when they invaded Iraq, had either made Iraq into a state or simply given Iraq a copy of the U.S. Constitution and left, I think you would have had some very substantially different outcomes from that. It was extremely peculiar to me that after invading Iraq, Iraq was not given a constitution based on the U.S. Constitution. That would have been like, here, we invaded to bring you some American values, and here's some American values. Like, you could have respected that as a stance. Like, it's kind of a self-replicating empire, but at least they give you the stuff that they've got at home. This is not what happened. The empire is kind of do what we tell you, not do what we do. So here we've got another angle on this, which is the problem of commons and commons management, right? I think Elinor Ostrom has done some staggeringly good work on figuring out how people in these kind of guild structures can self-regulate and protect their guilds. She won a Nobel Prize for that. And I think that her work is sort of the antidote to the, Ayn Rand or bust style libertarianism that you see in a lot of crypto corners. I think Ostrom is very much she's the Hayek of communities. And I think Ostrom's work is, we haven't really seen an attempt to build software directly to implement Ostrom's rules. But I think that is potentially a frontier that I would like to take a serious crack at. I mean, it's going to come up in my own work when we start doing the tokenization of these Stradivarius violins and so on this year. So I think we're going to try and build Ostrom-style governance mechanisms around things like violins.
Cool.
Yeah, it's an experiment, but I have a good feeling about it. I think the Ostrom approach has a lot to recommend it.
I think that one thing for me that sort of, I think about when we think about the question of how do you scale America is, well, I've been watching a lot of History Channel and like how territories are formed and how countries and nation states invaded other countries. And it strikes me that like the question, how do you scale America, is a very skeuomorphic question. So basically, like if you were just to scale up nation states, then what you get, I think, is the United Nations, like a body where diplomats can come together and sort of like resolve things between nations and maybe create some sort of global governance that includes everyone in the world. That's like the skeuomorphic nation state growth of governance. But what I think is interesting about the internet is that it allows us to create from first principles a organization that people can opt into that actually has teeth anywhere in the world because of the execution of immutable smart contracts. and we sort of like go over the threshold in which skeuomorphism, like the American nation state model, is no longer the paradigm that you're in. You're in a whole new world. Like, you know, you flipped the bits and now you're in the alternate reality. And it's just like a completely different paradigm to be building this in. And I like the idea of taking Ostrom's principles and building it into that world. Sorry, go ahead, Vinay.
No, I was just agreeing. I mean, I think that this notion that, you know, we try and get away from Westphalian models of governance as we head into an environment where wealth no longer is created from land. You know, a huge part of the well, I think this is worth talking about. So, you know, the Westphalian model basically assumes that when you capture land, you capture value, and that the job of the nation state is to capture land, tax on the people that live on the land, and this generates value. But now, in the UK, agriculture is 1% of the economy. And in the UK, I want to say agriculture is maybe 5 or 7% of the economy. Relatively insignificant. I mean, you know, like video games probably generate more wealth in the UK than agriculture does. So that might even be literally true. So in that sort of environment, the entities which manage value capture and governance inside of non-land systems are typically corporations. You know, if you've got some kind of network that's producing video games, that network is only very incidentally part of the nation-state paradigm because it happens to be where the people, you know, have their houses. But all the value creation is essentially happening from a Git repository. So this approach of governance relative to the value stream turns into government. You know, this leads to questions like how long before corporations can join the United Nations? Or what does it look like for the corporations that have a body which is equivalent to the United Nations but represents their interests? And, you know, if you ask me about the future of global government, I would have to say I think we're going to wind up with a three-group system. The UN for nation states, something that probably emerges out of WEF for corporations, and then something which is a direct democracy of the citizenship, largely probably organized around David Chaum's random sample voting models, because that makes it extremely affordable to do this kind of global governance stuff. Chaum's random sample voting is outrageously good. It's really, really important. I recommend everybody go read about random sample voting, because I think it is, without any shadow of a doubt in my mind, the future of democracy.
Have you guys read Damon and Freedom by Daniel Suarez?
I've not yet read that.
I started Damon. I couldn't get through it. Something about the writing style. What excited you about it? I mean,
well, it's like this game designer dies, and then as he dies, he like unleashes this program on the world, and it first takes over and then like organizes the planet, and it's a daemon because it runs itself. It doesn't have people running it, but it like hires people, and it essentially creates this like AR video game where you like run around doing quests for the daemon and like getting points and leveling up. And then like leveling up means that you can access more parts of the daemon's network. So by the end of it, there's this guy who's like max level, and he's got a legion of samurai sword wielding motorcycles that he's all controlling, autonomously, just like slicing people up. It's pretty cool. But then like he becomes this sort of like terrorist figure, and then the whole network has to like work together to bring him down. And they create this like direct democracy system, where people vote, and then create this like other avatar that hurts, can like decrease his power level so that he can't control as many motorcycles.
So that his ninja army is somewhat defeated. They basically have to nerf him by shipping a patch.
Basically. So they all gang up to nerf him. Things like this are super interesting. I mean, we see this like corporate takeover of politics, right? Like when Parler got shut down by all the corpos, and the Trump fanatics got shut down. Like that was a corporate power play. Like Trump getting kicked off Twitter, right? That's like that's a move in that direction, and it mirrors like some of these like merchant takeovers historically. Like I guess where is the Magna Carta for central banking? Like, at what point do the merchants rise up and are like, this is bullshit?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, US politics has become increasingly dominated by corporations. I think that sort of had the hope that they were going to be able to stabilize the ship. And instead, what we've discovered is that the more corporate money you put into politics, if the only, this sounds terrible. So if the only lever that corporations have for steering the political ship is bribing politicians, all that you get at the end of the process is a country run by incredibly corrupt politicians. If we had figured out a clean way of putting corporate money into politics, or at least representing corporate interests in politics, possibly you would have a situation in which, because you could visibly see what the corporations were up to, you would wind up with less corrupt politicians because you had direct representation and therefore transparency and monitoring around corporate involvement. I don't know. I mean, yeah, when I used to hang out with kind of leftists and anarchists more, there was always this thing of like, the corporations, they run everything. And I'm like, look, think of the government as being a 6'2" skinhead with no front teeth, holding half a dozen pit bulls on chains, right? The skinhead is the government and the pit bulls are the corporations. Which one of these things is actually your problem, right? Because the corporations are extremely influenced by and represented all of the interests of US federal government. Much as we've seen the corporations drop the ban hammer on Trump, Trump was in not really representing the interests of the American government. Trump was doing his own thing from the office of president. And, much as there was a lot of discussion about the deep state, I have a feeling that it was just a whole bunch of very, very, very upset bureaucrats. Like, you don't understand, my department is in ruins. Bob, if you do something about this, I guarantee that we will not come down to you for antitrust next year. Okay, can we cut a deal? I don't think the deep state in Trump's instance was like, the CIA hate Trump. I don't even know if the CIA had an opinion on Trump. But just the sheer inconvenience of having to try and run a government with Trump in charge of it, I have a feeling that's sort of what turned into the deal that was cut with Silicon Valley to get rid of the man. And I think it was a deal with Silicon Valley to get rid of him. I think it was a pretty explicit negotiation. Yeah, no doubt.
So I guess if we've got the three pillars you were talking about, the UN for nation states, some sort of like merchant HQ for corporations, how do the people get this voice, right? Because it's ultimately a coordination problem, right? And I guess what I would say is that grassroots network that start with individuals, like things like Bitcoin, things like Ethereum, are like a way for people to express a value. Where for Bitcoin, it's the expression of, hey, central bankers, this is kind of crazy. I demand an alternative to an alternative store of value. And I can express that in this network. And then we can actually align between individuals and corporations at that level. I guess it's possible that in the future, we align all three, right? If the governments also have, Bitcoins on their balance sheet, then, we've won, right? But that isn't a governance thing, right? It's like, the only way that succeeded is by eliminating any ability for anybody to govern it.
Yeah. I used to talk about this in the context of de-governancing, right? As soon as you share something, you wind up with governance wrapped around the thing that you're attempting to work with. So, if you and a bunch of people decide we're going to buy a bus and we're going to share the bus, you're going to have constant governance grinding on the bus. But if instead of buying the bus, we take that money and we all buy a bicycle, an electric bicycle, then at that point, we no longer have arguments about where the bus is going to be, right? And there are some trade-offs there. Maybe the bus is more useful in some instances, but a bicycle that you could actually use is probably more useful than a bus that's always in the wrong place and doing somebody else's business. So, solar power, Starlink, effective water filtration, cheap effective water filtration, mesh networks, ultralight construction technology. There are a whole bunch of factors which are coming together to make it possible for people to live relatively autonomously more or less anywhere they want to live in the world. And I think post-COVID, what we're going to see is an enormous fanning out, particularly into areas that currently have crappy internet and then suddenly get decent internet because of Starlink. And you'll just see this radical transformation of like, okay, like we've just broken the concept that the cities are the only places where things happen. And everything just fans out to the edge and fans out to the edge and fans out to the edge and fans out to the edge. I'm certainly heading in that direction pretty soon if I can manage it.
Yeah, that's an interesting point in favor of non-skeuomorphic future societies, where like it's not so much that like it's cities ganging up. It's like smaller, tribe, more community-oriented, societies that then decide to work together somehow.
Yeah,
I think last time we talked, Kevin, we talked about like peer-to-peer like defense pacts. Imagine yourself as a sovereign, and I'm like, Vinay, like you are my blood brother. If someone attacks you, like I will come to your defense.
Having grown up in Scotland in the 1980s, I got to say that I've seen a fair amount of that stuff for reals.
Right.
I mean, it kind of like, when the government no longer has a monopoly on violence, what is the mechanism for protection that you have? And it's, I don't know, it's kind of scary because like what I don't want to do is degrade into like mob rule or into, like basically sort of like, I forget the name of them, like basically like criminal organizations that have drugs and gangs and stuff like that. But, having a peer-to-peer defense pact, if it's a militia, sounds a little bit more good.
Well, so, I mean, the peer-to-peer defense pact that we could really use is litigation funding pacts, right? I mean, the risk that most of us have is not that we are going to get into, some kind of dreadful confrontation with some, rogue biker gang that will hunt down our people to the ends of the earth. It's that we wind up in some awful, long, drawn-out litigation with some total maniac that will not stop sending lawsuits. And this drains our coffers, and then we go bankrupt and our life is destroyed. So, you can imagine a bunch of people in crypto putting up bonds in a DAO. And I think this is actually a safe instance for a DAO, pretty much. Safer than most of them anyway. Everybody puts in 25 or 50 grand into this thing, and it just sits there. And if somebody gets hit with, pestilential and egregious litigation, then the DAO basically steps in and, protects their assets. And those kind of mutual insurance pacts, they're relatively light legally. You don't put the money into them with the expectation that you're going to gain. They could easily handle payments in crypto. And those kind of structures are what mutual support, mutual defense would look like in the game that we're currently playing.
Very cool idea.
And then the question is, if somebody stood that up, how much money would go into that? Who would be able to contribute? And, you're not going to let somebody into the pool of people that have a pool, that have the right to draw down that pool, unless you're relatively confident that that person is not going to need it, right?
Right. Yeah.
So you can begin to use. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just saying, you're not going to let somebody in who's doing all sorts of crazy stuff that's going to put everybody at risk because they're going to need the money. And
right,
you have your own sort of insurance rating on.
You see, and you can tell, right? Like, so what pools is that guy in? Well, he's in the super high risk $300 maximum going in, PyroVest pool that went bankrupt a couple of times in the last 2 years from litigations. But he's also in, this other pool, which is a little more reputable. You can imagine that as being like reputation management for reals, because it's not reputation management like, vote on the last interaction you had with this person. This is kind of bullshit. That's just surveillance, right? But reputation management in terms of I carry legal exposure for this person's behavior, and how much exposure I'm carrying is fixed at a dollar value that you and I can both see on the network. That kind of model comes very closely from David Friedman's work, and I think that is the right way to do reputation on chain, right? If you put up 25 grand that says, right, this is the pool that the following 17 people can pull on in the event that they've got legal trouble or some other kind of trouble, right? That's the pool that my friends have access to. Any one of these people can draw down up to 25K, but after that's done, there's no more money in that bucket. Immediately, I know something extremely tangible about your relationship with those people. They're clearly your intimate, trusted friends that you trust not to need that or to stand on their own feet to the point where they're only going to use it in emergency. And I think that those kind of models have an enormous amount of power to really make trust explicit. Not in the sense of like, I think I trust that person, but like, here is my wallet, and I have left a chunk of my wallet with these people. Now you know I trust them. Evidential trust systems like that, I think those are hugely powerful. I wish somebody would build one. Hint, hint.
Hold my beer.
It kind of struck me as like, I feel like we started off this movement and like there was this idea of the DAO, which is like this big like idea, and the implementation of it was fairly brittle. Like the state machine was kind of complicated, and you know, I wonder if the world that we're moving towards is a little bit more like an emergent one, like what happened with Wall Street bets, where basically just like a bunch of individuals independently decide that something's fucked up and that they want to change it, and so their collective action is channeled through the internet and eventually through the internet of money towards creating an emergent structure that's very fluid in how it develops. And it's the scale and the speed of the thing that is so challenging to the old world. And you won't see it coming, but once it happens, the fact that the world has changed will be obvious. And so I guess all I'm saying is that like in the future, I'm hoping that we start to see these non-skeuomorphic type of organizations that are rapidly evolving around. Like in the old world, we used to govern ourselves around geography because that's what, you know, our meat sack bodies made us do. But now we can organize around interests and value sets and create DAOs and packs around interests. And I think that that's a really interesting sort of new world thing to think about, especially when you combine it with how the scale and speed with which these things can develop once someone carves a path for them.
Yeah. Before we wrap this thing up, because I'm aware we're headed for the end of our time, I want to throw out a concrete proposal for doing something about funding of open source. So here is my concrete proposal. About 10 years ago, maybe a little longer, I came within a few inches of getting Flatter built directly into Ubuntu. Do you guys remember Flatter?
The tipping system, right? FLATTR.
Yeah, that's the one, right? So the way that it worked is that you flatter a number of things every month. Some of them are just incidental and some of them are recurring. And at the end of the month, the system says, right, how much money would you like to drop on the things that you flattered this month? You say $200, and it then automatically allocates them depending on how much attention you gave that thing. So at the time, I was talking to the Flatter guys, I was talking to Shuttleworth Foundation, got some meetings set up, and the idea was that you would build Flatter directly into Ubuntu. So at the end of the month, it would say, here are the following programs that you used by the number of times you used them and the number of hours you spent looking at them, if it was a GUI tool. Would you like to contribute something to the maintenance of these operations through your Flatter? You say, sure, you drop the change on them, it goes out and it's fanned out. Now, obviously, moving small amounts of money, big problem. Flatter was doing okay on that, but not fantastically. Privacy issues, obviously very kind of weird issues inside of that. In these kind of systems, how do you make sure that you don't wind up with huge amounts of personal information about what software people are running, kicking around the network? So Flatter did not, because it was a fiat kind of system, Flatter didn't really have the technology base necessary to dial, to bring all those pieces together into the form that was necessary. But now, if this was done with crypto, right, what would it take to put a crypto funding rail for open source software developers directly into the Linux ecosystem, right? Here's a daemon that sits there and figures out what programs you've got on your screen. It also figures out, probably integrates into the window manager, figures out what you're using if you've got terminals open. And at the end of that process, makes donations, right? Where do the donations go? How are the donations managed? That's where the governance comes in. So you say, okay, this is a new utility. We're going to give this money straight to FSF. Is that the right way to do it? Or do we need to figure out whether to give this to the authors or not? Now we have a governance question. Who is going to be the person that decides where the money goes relative to a specific program? And for the programs that don't have a charitable foundation associated with them, how do we then flow the money right through to, for example, individual programmers? So I think there's a huge amount of potential for, actually unifying the open source world and crypto world in lines that are very, very close to what Gitcoin is doing right now. The trick of it is that you need a bunch of, how do I say this exactly? You need a bunch of infrastructure directly built into the software, into the operating systems or beside the operating systems to directly gather the use information.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of this tool that Open Collective built called Back Your Stack, where you could basically just ingest a open source repository and it would tell you like every dependency you have for that, and you could one click contribute to all of them. So this is like that, but for the Linux ecosystem, and I think that tools that take the work out of supporting public goods are super important, or much less like take the work and make it feel like a collective game, I think are super important. And there's maybe an opportunity that you identified with Flutter, which it sounds like was built on the industrial payment rails to migrate over to crypto.
Yeah, it's pre-crypto, right? It's pre-crypto.
Yeah.
But the trick of this is getting the data in at the operating system level. Somebody's got to actually sit down and build that. And that, again, it's another one of these things that something in crypto land ought to have enough bank balance to go out there and build that kind of tooling. But I just don't know who's got that kind of vision, because crypto is very, very inward facing right now. One of the things I'm hoping. Oh, go on.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, Vinay.
No, please.
Oh, I was just going to say, this might be a good time to tell everyone that Gitcoin Grants is building a quadratic funding tool with Open Collective for funding traditional open source software. Nice. So we're peeling away the word Gitcoin and anything related to crypto, and we're calling it fundoss.org, and it's just going to use Stripe in order to do quadratic funding in the mainstream. So, with respect to crypto being inward focused, then that brings quadratic funding a little bit more mainstream, but it's a different model than Flutter, which sounds like a valid model as well.
Yeah, I mean, Flutter is, here and gone. I'm not even sure it's still running, because it needed better rails than the credit card system to really thrive. So I think that the stuff that you're talking about is an excellent move in the right direction.
Yeah, appreciate that. And hopefully we had a developer who was working on the project who got crypto rich and then disappeared. And so the project's been set back a little bit, but hopefully in the next month and a half, we'll launch it and we'll have some results to show.
Excellent. Cool.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that amazing talk and for your insight. It's a pleasure to have you all in one place and riffing on how to make the world better and how to overcome the problems that are injecting themselves between coordination. So hopefully that gave everyone enough to chew on for how to break down some barriers and how to move forward. I'm definitely looking forward to the consensus voting. And Gitcoin and the Giveth are both amazing ways that you can contribute to communities directly. So thank you so much. I'm going to invite our next speaker, Martin, to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their talk about moving towards a steady state economy.
Cool. Bye. Thanks for having me.
This was fun. Peace out.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to go?
Yes, we are. The floor is yours. If you'd like to share your screen, the bottom left.
You better tell me what to do there. Share your screen.
So next to the hand, there's a yes.
Is that good now?
No, I still see you only.
Is that all good? Yeah, I clicked that. Share audio, your entire screen. Yeah, it's all highlighted. Now what? I've clicked share audio, your entire screen. the share button doesn't come up. The cancel button's highlighted.
You might have to select one of the windows. So if you select your screen, you might have to press it.
Okay, application window. Chrome
Yeah, you
tab.
have to,
What about that?
if you're doing your entire screen, you have to click the screen and then share will become activated. Or if you go to the application window and select the application, the share button will become activated.
Okay, so I've chosen Chrome tab. I'm not sure what else I can do here. I'm sorry for my technical ignorance here, but
are you using Google Chrome by chance? Yeah, you said that
yes.
You are, right?
Yeah, I'm using Chrome.
So you click it, and then does the share button light up when you select which application tab?
No.
So it still just says cancel?
Hang on. I clicked on MetaFEST interspace chat, and now I click share.
Excellent.
And that's all good now?
Yes, now we see your screen.
Great. So we're ready to go.
If you click the camera button, you can turn on your camera so that we can see you while you speak as well.
Okay.
In the middle. Yep. Great. Now we can see you and see your screen.
And you can hear me as well?
Yes, I can.
All right. Terrific. Thanks for having me on. We always ask, how many people can the Earth support? But shouldn't the question really be, how many people can the Earth support sustainably?
Yeah, sorry, we actually see the Jitsi, yeah.
You see my, how do I look at my script without?
I think maybe you shared the wrong screen. I think maybe you shared the actual, the Google Chrome tab. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay.
So let's close your screen share and try it one more time. Let's try it with the entire screen, maybe.
All right. Close the screen share. How do I do that?
So it's closed now. So now you can try and start it again. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all right. Where does it say close now?
So it's closed.
It is closed now.
Yes.
Okay. So now what do I do? Sorry.
So now let's go back to share screen and click share screen button.
Okay.
And so when it opens on the entire screen, click on the picture that has your face and the interface in it.
Now.
Perfect. Yep. Now we can see you.
So I can look at my script now.
Yes. And if
I do that, is that okay now? Is that okay?
Yes, we see your script.
I don't want you to. Well, you can see my script, but that's.
We should do something other than. I'm sorry. We should do something other than the app. We should do the application window instead of your entire screen.
Okay. Application window.
And then select.
Let's try that one. How about that?
Yeah, that looks like the Jitsi chat. Do you want to select the tab, the middle tab, or whichever tab you have your presentation in?
Okay. Can you see that now?
No.
So I can read my script?
We cannot see that. We only see the one Google tab with 2 emails and the inner space itself.
Okay. All right. So I can get rid of the emails. Now we should be right.
You see the stage. You just see our boxes.
Yeah.
So now you see me.
Yeah, I see you. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I see someone else waving their arms there.
That's Tommy. So, do you have another Google Chrome that has the slides that you're trying to present?
Oh, I don't really want to present slides. I've just got to read my script.
Oh, okay.
I'm reading it.
Then if You can just have your picture then if you would rather do that. Sorry, I thought you had a presentation.
No, it's just a speech.
Oh, okay.
So can I just read it now like this?
I'm sure, or if you'd like to turn on your camera so we can see you. Otherwise, it's just going to be boxes.
All right. I thought
One
my
more
camera was on.
Turn off your screen share one more time on the left. And then
Yeah, sorry about this, guys.
the camera is right by the hang up button. The red in the middle
Oh,
of it.
yeah.
To the right of it.
Yeah, the camera camera is on.
Yep, I can
We
see.
see you. So then the floor is yours. Sorry for the confusion.
Oh, it's probably all my fault. All right, so I'm good to go.
Yeah, you are good. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll start again. We always ask, how many people can the Earth support? But shouldn't the question really be, how many people can the Earth support sustainably with a good life while leaving sufficient space for other life forms to exist? Do we have the right to exploit the entire planet to the exclusion of all other species? To a developer, profits are maximised by squeezing more people into an area. This, not consumer preference, drives urban densification and unhealthy overcrowding. While we keep giving the green light to economic growth, we cannot blame anyone but ourselves for the eco-devastation which will soon destroy us. We want economic growth, but don't want to acknowledge the consequences. How much more economic growth do we need? When does it end? And when will we shift into economy environment balance, what's known in economics as the steady state? Corporate greed is now marketed under the brand economic growth. I believe people are intelligent and can certainly fix up the mess quickly if they are pointed away from growing the economy and towards creating a better world. Two very different goals. A new definition of what it means to progress, accompanied by new ways to measure performance. Corporations and their political puppets tell us we must grow the economy. Common sense and science tell us that the planet has limits and that we have exceeded them. Which will you believe? We're told not to dream of a better world. Apparently, that's bad for the economy. The GDP growth economy is just plain selfish. It's about taking the inheritance and squandering it in the shortest possible time. Greed and eco-irresponsibility are encouraged, leaving nothing for our children but a scorched earth. The steady state economy is now clearly the only way forward. Small victories on the sustainability front are of course always welcome, but the real war is yet to come. Endless growth versus steady state economics. You will decide which way we go, and upon your decision hinges our future. Sadly, at present, I fear most are fighting the symptoms rather than the cause. There seems to be a simultaneous desire to save the environment while continuing to grow the economy. Can't we see the conflict? Hello, I'm Martin Tighe from CASI, the Centre for the Advancement of the Steady State Economy. My goal today is to make you see that economic growth is the enemy, your enemy, not your saviour. It is the wolf in sheep's clothing. It is the disease which masquerades as the cure. To survive, indeed to prosper, There is no other way. We must change the system. We must adopt a new economic model, one committed to operating within ecological limits. As it is the environment which provides the foundation for all life on Earth, so too it is the environment which provides the foundation for the steady state economic system. The Earth is our home. It's where our children play and grow up to be adults, then to raise their own families. It's where rivers flow and forests grow, where wildlife in stunning beauty and diversity flourishes. For eons, the Earth has been a self-regulating machine, continuously operating in a state of dynamic balance, purifying the air and water, turning waste into fertilizer, turning sunlight into energy, and turning death into life. And so it could have continued forever. But then along came a single species armed with an ideology: growth, endless economic growth, measured by gross domestic product, GDP, the volume of money in the economy. Negatives ignored or just added in if they can be monetized. If money is expanding, all is well, this pathetic system presumes. Its modus operandi: to extract ever more from our home and send ever more waste back into our home, just to create money, now largely captured by a diminishing percentage of the population. A world of haves and have-nots, where money circulates faster and faster and in ever greater volumes. Money, money. The more the better. The greater the profit margin, the better. Money. Nothing excites a neoliberal economist more than accelerating rates of money growth. But no limits were ever set on this process. No use-by date, it being assumed that our planet had infinite capacity to support the human expansion, human beings being the prime fuel of economic growth. No use-by date and no consequences. No price ever to pay for our greedy excesses. Who needs ecosystems when the economy is growing? Any problems? Well, market forces will take care of them, we're told. Remove your trust from nature and traditional wisdom and place it in the hands of corporations and their political frontmen. Let us make money and all will be good, as the wealth will trickle down to all, is their cry. And so we obligingly did our part. We grew and grew and grew in both numbers and per capita consumption, trusting in absolute that all would be well so long as the economy was expanding. But blinded by the sugar hits of growth, we were overlooking one very big thing: that our planet, our life support system, our home, is finite, and it was collapsing under the ever-increasing load. For those who got in early, there was still plenty of trinkets to be enjoyed. For latecomers to the party, those who missed out, well, they are usually somewhere else, deliberately kept out of sight and out of mind by those complicit in this whole economic growth tragedy. And where some did develop a conscience, they were all too easily appeased by the lie that one day, if we just keep the economy growing, all will have the trinkets, all will be well, and all will be happy. And all the while, the blind eyes to the eco-devastation being wrought remained firmly shut, or at best squinted ever so slightly open for just a quick peek, a placard wave, a tweet, then back into the growth fold in time for dinner. While, for the first time in history, a single species devastated the planet on a truly global scale, threatening not only all other life forms, but even those who would follow, our own children, our grandchildren. Climate change, extinctions, toxic waste buildups, resource depletion, water and soil stress, the list goes on and on. These are all just symptoms, warning signs that we have been greedy, taken far too much from the commons, existed in the now with scarcely a glance to the future for far too long. To this day, economic growth remains the prime objective of humanity, and we knowingly tear apart our biosphere in order to prolong it for just one more accounting period or political cycle. Every corporation seeks growth. Every politician seeks growth. Every individual is encouraged to seek growth in their personal economy. And there are now nearly 8 billion personal economies. And meanwhile, a compliant media plays its role by mindlessly providing the growthism soundtrack. Now, I don't know about you, but I've had enough. I'm angry, beyond angry. This is stupidity, greed and short-sightedness unbefitting of a species which seeks to call itself intelligent. Who else is angry? Who else wants change? Well, we at the Centre for the Advancement of the Steady State Economy, we are angry. We want change, and what's more, we have the answer. We believe no generation has the right to run an economy of greater scale and impact than the environment which contains it can sustainably accommodate. We believe that this is both a moral and practical obligation, a duty owed to other life, future generations, and to the longer-term viability of the economy itself. The steady state economy recognises ecological limits, respects them, and is specifically designed to operate within them. Only within a steady state economic system can we honour our obligations to other life, to future generations, and truly flourish over the long term, thereby maximising our tremendous potential. It's time to evolve our thinking and raise our expectations. The steady state economy is not a retrograde step. It is a progression, an evolution, the next stage of humanity's journey through time. A time where we shed ourselves of the burden of perpetually bigger and refocus on perpetually better, a form of growth which actually is without limits. How exciting, how inspiring is that? Thousands have already endorsed the Cassie position statement, calling for a steady state economy. Some notable signatures include Abjit Banerjee, Ford Foundation International Professor of Economics at MIT, 2019 Nobel Laureate, past President of the Bureau for Research in the Economic Analysis of Development, and co-author of Good Economics for Hard Times. Kate Raworth, an English economist working for the University of Oxford and the University of Cambridge, known for her work on donut economics, an economic model that balances between human needs and planetary boundaries. Bill McGibbon, climate change activist, author and founder of 350.org. Jane Goodall, David Suzuki, Dr. Vandana Shiva, and many, many more have endorsed the Cassie position statement. I sincerely hope you will join them by visiting our website and adding your voice. It is not enough that Cassie has developed the 21st century economy, because vested interests are stubborn and are digging their heels in to resist change. There are still obscene short-term profits to be made from business as usual. so they camouflage their agenda behind such nonsensical terms as green growth, two directly conflicting concepts. Making their intentions perfectly clear, they have no intention to change, and they will use wealth and influence, cunning and deception to maintain control. Economic system change, the one change that will facilitate all the other changes that must be made, can only come about through a movement of the people. So here's what Cassie is asking you to do. Go to our website and sign our position statement. It's easy to remember, steadystate.org, or just Google Centre for the Advancement of the Steady State Economy. I'm on Twitter. Jump in and join the conversation. Martin Ty at MartinRev21. That's at Martin, REV21. Cassie is also on Twitter at Steady State Econ. Educate yourself. Learn how to spread the message. Exert pressure on your politicians. Talk to friends and associates about the steady state economy. Become a genuine ambassador, a warrior for system change. The corporations, the politicians, and the media, they think that between them, they've got the game sewn up. But there's one thing they've forgotten: you. Thank you all for listening. And that's the end.
Great. Thank you so much, Martin. That was an amazing speech, and I really love the way that you delivered it. One of the things that I've heard from a lot of these groups is that we're missing people that are able to tell the story and kind of help with the understanding. So I think that you really were able to do a great job of vocalizing and doing just that, telling the story of how we can jump in and participate. And I think that the donut economics model is something that we should all kind of strive for. So thank you for helping share that information. If you could please, I would ask that you drop any information in the Discord or send me an email with any relevant links that you'd like for us to include for your talk, as well as send to the public channel.
Okay, yeah, whatever you like. Yeah, happy to answer any questions or provide you with any information you think you need.
I have a
Great,
question.
Yeah.
Can we have you read us stories like once a month?
Look, I'm always happy to any platform where I can spread the message. I'm happy to do it. I've found that with a lot of this material, it's economics and it can be a bit dry, and there's a lot of academic stuff out there. Websites and things are all quite academic, and you get very soon you end up in graphs. And what I try to do is try to make it a little more accessible in my own way, and that's I do a lot of that through Twitter.
Yeah,
That's how I found out about you guys too, by the way.
And what's your Twitter handle? Use one more time.
It is at MartinRev21.
MartinRev21.
And we get a lot of discussions, people talking about this stuff through there. That's probably where I do most of my stuff.
Well, great. Thank you so much, Martin, for coming and talking to us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good luck with the whole thing.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn the floor over to mprime. Marco, are you there? Can you hear us? Can you hear me, Marco?
Hi.
It's Marco, right? Not Matt?
Yeah, Marco.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And I just called in last minute. So just give me 1 sec to set up my slides and I'll start.
How you doing today?
Pretty swell. And surprise presentation. So I'm not prepared, which is great because I didn't have time to get nervous.
You were great yesterday with your whiteboard, so
thank you.
I think you'll be great with your slides.
And yeah, luckily, I think you were prepared for a little bit of a later time slot. And it looks like due to kind of scheduling conflicts, we accidentally bumped you. So thank you so much for coming on earlier. I love the art on the side. Hello, MetaFEST.
Hey. Right. So here's my notes. And here's my slides. Slide mode.
And what are you going to be talking about today?
Monopoly. It's a meta thing. Who knows? Everything, nothing. So
Monopoly is greater than Ouropoly.
Yes.
Sweet.
So wait. Where do I share? Share.
So on the bottom left, yeah. There's the share your screen next to the hand. Great.
Oh damn! Whole screen.
And then if you press the video, then we can see you again in the middle.
All right.
Great, I see you, and I will turn the floor over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Ready. So, hello everyone. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Marco. I go by mprime. And today I'm going to talk about Monopoly, the board game. But of course, there's more than that. This talk is about blockchain, human society, the future, everything. And if you're active in the blockchain space, this talk hopefully contain a very simple like mental model or tool that you can use, and the message that is hopefully important for you. If you're more of a like casual visitor trying to figure out what this whole blockchain fuzz is about, there's something here for you too. And that's because we are going to touch on some of the most amazing and terrifying things that we can do with blockchain. So just in case you are not familiar with the game of Monopoly, let me summarize it for you in just like 30 seconds. So the game has a board, and the board represents a city divided into zones. And we have a bunch of players that start with money, and they can basically buy pieces of land and they can build on it. And the objective of the game is to take all the money from everyone else. And you basically need to bankrupt everybody else. And you do this by buying land, building houses and hotels. And there's a strategy component to this, but there's also a luck component. So the initial cards that you get, the dice that you roll, and so on. And the citizens that inhabit your city, they're not even freaking mentioned in the rule book. That's how not important they are. So it is a little bit sad to think of how today's world really resembles a giant game of Monopoly in some ways. And there's many ways that the two mirror each other and resemble each other. So for example, we grow up being told that there's not enough resources for everyone and we need to fight for them. And this puts us basically in constant competition with one another. We need to compete over money, land, recognition, fame. And just like in Monopoly, in real life, if you play very aggressively, you're probably likely to win. You just have no remorse. You throw everybody else under the bus. That's going to get you very far in some respect. For example, in terms of making money. But you can see the top bar of my browser or what?
It's only half of your thing. I think we might be seeing both screens even.
Oh, you see my other screen.
Yeah, I'm seeing less than half.
So is there a way to fix this?
If you double click your bar, does it make it bigger?
Which bar?
The actual application top. If you double click it, does it maximize to a?
No, it's already full screen.
Oh.
So can you see?
Probably by sharing a specific application, not the entire screen.
I cannot. It doesn't give me the option to just share my browser window. Any better?
Much better.
Much better.
Huh. All right. So I was just saying, basically, Monopoly and real life can, like, in some ways, it's sad to think about how well they mirror each other. We need to compete with each other. We're told there's not enough resources for everybody. Another way that they mirror each other and they're similar is that the more money you have, the easiest the game becomes. And finally, that if you give the game enough time, there will be the wealth and resources concentrate in the hands of fewer and fewer mega corporation or people, and you're eventually left with one corporation or one person owning everything and everybody. So I invite you, next time you turn on the news or you hear a politician speak, you can basically apply the Monopoly lens and hear and see what they're saying through the lens of a Monopoly game. And more than that, beyond every conflict that you hear about, beyond every problem, if you basically trace it back, you can think of it as there's a Monopoly player behind doing their own thing and playing their own strategy. And these Monopoly players, they can be so freaking powerful that they can do things like influence government policy, change laws, like tilt economies, even shift borders. And all of this is to basically tilt the game in their favor and get ahead. And just like in the game of Monopoly, the population that suffers the consequences of their action is barely even considered, especially by the super high-level players. So today I wanted to present to you a different way to play Monopoly, and I call this Ouropoly. And this game is remarkably similar to Monopoly. In fact, it's actually the same exact game. You don't need to change any of the rules to play Ouropoly if you have a Monopoly board. And the only difference between Monopoly and Ouropoly is actually the player's objective. So instead of trying to eliminate each other, the players decide to collaborate and help each other. And together they can basically build a sustainable, prosperous economy for the citizen of the city. So it's important to notice here that there's no need for radical strategies. For example, you don't need to go full-on communist and abolish personal property or burn down the bank. You don't need to go full authoritarian and force everybody to cooperate with violence. There's no need to take the guillotine and the pitchforks out of the storage. So any player that wants to join into the cooperative strategy, they can. Everybody else can do their own thing. There's no need to force anybody. Players are still individuals. They own whatever they own. They make their own decisions. And it's basically a voluntary change of objective. And just by a few players changing their collective strategy, the entire game changes. And it goes from a game of like dominance and destruction to a game of sustainable peace and prosperity for everyone. So if you try to play Ouropoly with your friends, which I recommend, you will learn pretty quickly a couple of surprising things. And the most surprising to me is that if at least some number of players start playing Ouropoly instead of Monopoly, basically it only takes 2 or 3 rounds of the game to win. So after 2 or 3 rounds, it's done. There's no way that anybody's going to go bankrupt. Everyone is happy forever after. So cash is flowing for everyone. Players are happy. They can develop the city however they choose. And hopefully for the good of their citizens. And this is a very interesting exercise because one thing that we learned through it is that scarcity, which was kind of the core mechanic of Monopoly, was actually completely artificial. It was a lie. There's actually plenty of resources to go around, and they're there for us if we just are able to share them nicely and collaborate. So we have Monopoly, we have Ouropoly, same game, but with different strategies, and they lead to very different results. So next, let's try to plug in the blockchain and see how this changes things. Let's start with blockchain Ouropoly. So the game is set up as a regular game of Monopoly, but players declare their intention to collaborate. And in addition to the verbal agreements that they had before, they have access to a trusted blockchain. And they can do things like create smart contracts, create tokens, DAOs, whatever they choose. So under this condition, the game for this player just became a lot easier. So basically, players can encode their alliances in form of contracts, their strategy, their objective, and it's all coded on the blockchain. And basically, you find out that once you did this in collaboration with other players, you already won. So you basically won the game before even rolling the dice for the first time. And this is pretty fantastic. In a sense, this can carry over to the real world. In the game of World Monopoly we're playing, blockchain can be used to do similar amazing things. But unfortunately, good things is not everything that we can do with blockchain. So we need to look at the other side of the coin before celebrating. So let's try to play Monopoly with blockchain. As a reminder, Monopoly is the same as Ouropoly, but the players are like greedy and they want to eliminate each other. And like before, they can do all sorts of things, but now they also have access to a blockchain that they can trust. So there's all sorts of weird, malicious things that you can come up with. And just to say one, you could, for example, toward the beginning of the game, try to raise some capital doing something like an ICO and be like, I'm going to give you my token for some percentage of the profits that I will make from my land. And that might give the other players impression that this is a good investment if you sell it right. And then you could also do things like anonymously pump your token and make it look a lot more valuable than it is. And then keep collecting money from opponents. And then at the right moment, maybe when some of these opponents are already like in difficulty, you can crash your own token price. And you might lose some money, but hopefully other players lose even more. And you can, with something like this, bankrupt a different player. And in this world with blockchain and Monopoly player, you can actually do worse things than eliminating player. You can think of financial instruments that basically enslave them financially, and instead of eliminating, you end up leeching on them for the rest of eternity. You control all of their actions. They have no freedom to do any choice, but they're not even dead. They're not even outside of the game. They keep going around the board and keep giving you all of their money. And the possibilities in this scenario are transposed, especially when you are very scary, especially when you transpose them back to the real world and the game of Monopoly. Even scarier situation is when we have actually a mix of player, and some players are playing Monopoly, some player playing Ouropoly, some might switch over time, go back and forth, and we have the blockchain in the mix. And this is actually the closest approximation in this little universe to the world we live in today. So there is an ongoing giant game of Monopoly, and there is a group of people which actually already switched to playing Ouropoly. And under these circumstances, it can get really dangerous because Monopoly player can actually leverage the work done by well-meaning Ouropoly player to build momentum and value and trust around their blockchain product. But then they can just inject a bunch of cash and secretly influence this project, take them over, manipulate them in all sorts of nefarious ways. And then basically whenever they see an opportunity, a DAO that they can exploit, a player that can be corrupted or bought out, they can just go in and like reap destruction. So what I mean to say with all of these examples is hopefully something rather obvious. The blockchain, just like any other technology, is neither good or bad. It definitely can be used to do amazing things. It's giving us instruments, for example, to create universal basic income programs, fund land conservation, water cleanup, public health, public education programs. And now, unlike before, we can do all of these things with just a few clicks in a peer-to-peer fashion without waiting for the governments or the platforms to step in and solve these problems. And this is all very, very great. But with great power, of course, comes great responsibility, and probably there will be also a lot of unintended side effects. So the same technology that can do great things will also be used to do terrible things. And just imagine, take your favorite villain of choice, least favorite villain of choice, whether it's a dictator or Wall Street or Nestle or what have you. It will come a time when they will try to leverage blockchain to benefit their own game of monopoly. And it is really hard right now to predict how this will happen. But it's pretty easy to predict that it will indeed happen, because this is what happened with pretty much every technology ever. So whether it's agriculture, paper, the steam engine, the internet, Bitcoin, you'll come up with ways that it made our life easier and better. And you will also find plenty of ways that it was used to submit, dominate, kill, destroy, and pollute. Just one example in this list is actually, ironically, the game of Monopoly itself. It was actually created to educate kids about the dangers of indiscriminate capitalism and monopolies. And in the end, it ended up probably doing less for educating kids and more in educating them that this is a dog-eat-dog world and you need to elbow each other in order to survive. So this is just an ironic example of unintended consequences for a technology as simple as a board game. And there's a million other examples, but I hope you get my point that the blockchain, like every other technology, can be used for good and will be used for bad things. It's pretty much only a matter of time before some creative monopoly players find a way to do this. And actually, this already started. I'm a bit fearful that it will get a lot worse in the years to come. So what am I saying here? Are we all doomed? Will Moloch always win? Are we stuck in a game of planetary monopoly with no hope? I don't think so. I am very, very hopeful, and I hope this is a message of hope that I pass to you today. I freaking love the blockchain, but I don't expect it to magically solve all the problems in the world. My hope comes from realizing that in order to change the world, we don't even need to change the rules of the game. And what the future brings is mostly a function of our collective strategy. Together we are strong, and the blockchain can definitely help us and bring us together in ways that were not possible before. So if enough of us start playing Ouropoly rather than playing Monopoly, we can turn this planetary game around. So my final message is the following. If you're involved in blockchain project, whether you're building, funding, or contributing, you might have sometimes some hard choices. And I say this because I face these choices. And this is kind of my mental model for trying to figure out what to do, what not to do. And so I just invite you to stop every once in a while and ask yourself, is this thing that I'm about to do a Monopoly move or an Ouropoly move? And of course, it's complicated. Not everything is black and white. Most things are gray. And most decisions are really, really hard. But even just stopping and asking yourself this question might seem like a very trivial and small adjustment. But if enough of us apply this mentality, we are unstoppable. And together we can change the world. This presentation is open source, and I very much invite you to change it and remix it however you like. I found over the last month or so that I was thinking about it, that it's a great presentation to introduce people to blockchain, because if there are people that think, non-technical people that think, oh, blockchain is that thing that you use to buy drugs online, all of a sudden they hear UBI and other things, and they're like, oh, oh, you can do these things with the blockchain. Tell me more. Anyway, presentation is open source, and that's it from me.
Great. Thank you so much, Marco. And thank you for telling us about monopoly versus Ouropoly. I think that's a perfect play kind of on the donut economics thought process of trying to kind of share and live within our means rather than dominate and control. So thank you very much for sharing that message. Peter, are you here?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much. If you were prepared, I'm ready to turn the floor over to you. Sorry for the delay.
No worries. So I have no PowerPoint. I just thought I would riff on some thoughts on the theme, and then hopefully I can land near the bottom of the hour. Is that cool?
Yeah, sounds great. Thank you so much.
Cool. So the title of this session was Stealing the Culture with the Metagame. And I'll explain what stealing the culture means and how I hold the metagame in a moment. I thought it'd be good to introduce myself and what I'm currently doing to set up both of those kind of phrases. So I was a corporate trainer. This is before COVID came online, a corporate trainer living in Toronto, Canada. I was training at Dale Carnegie training, how to win friends and influence people. It's all about kind of interpersonal skills, social dynamics, stuff like that. And I was also kind of a Stoic, a practicing Stoic, and I ran the Stoic group here in Toronto, which became like the largest Stoic group in the world. So those two sort of things I was doing here in Toronto. And basically, 1 year ago when COVID came online, I started this online place called the Stoa. And this 1 year anniversary is actually happening this Sunday on March 21st. And it's not about Stoicism. Like 99% of this stuff is not Stoic. The frame is a digital campfire. So basically an online event space. A lot of the events happen on Zoom. And we have a wisdom gym. So there's a lot of reoccurring events like breathwork sessions, various intersubjective modalities. I don't know if people are familiar with circling or collective presencing, and I'll touch on that in a moment. And I think Tyson Wagner is coming to do some freestyling here, and we have like freestyle in our wisdom gym that's repurposed towards sense making and expressing our truth and stuff like that. And so that's one aspect of the Stoa is this wisdom gym, and the other aspect is like a communal podcast. Peth was there talking about the metagame. We had Noam Chomsky, ContraPoints, even Alexander Dugin, the late James Carse, who wrote Finite Infinite Games, which I'll mention in a moment. And I think even Toby from Squad Wealth, he's following me. He was there at the Stoa as well. So that's kind of a gist of what the Stoa is. And I will touch on it a little bit in a moment. But that phrase, steal the culture. So my colleague, and as a professor at University of Toronto, John Vervaeke, he's sort of became famous in the last year or so doing that online YouTube series called Awakening from the Meaning Crisis. And his whole thing is like, we're in a meaning crisis right now and we got to awaken from it. And when he came to the Stoa, when it started, I think it was back in April, his first session, he dropped this line like, I want to steal the culture from people who've been abusing us for so long. And that became like that steal the culture has became a spiritual like battle cry of the Stoa. So what does it kind of mean? And I think people in this community are familiar with the game A, game B. And when Peth came to the Stoa, he had an excellent kind of presentation on sort of the game A dynamics. Like, we are in a culture that's optimizing for profit, survival of the most savage. I think that was his words. It selects for sociopaths, basically. And then that kind of that Chinese Machiavellian who did that thick face, black heart. In order to succeed, you got to lie, have a thick face, and you got to have a black heart. You just got to like fucking, be ruthless and savage. And then the economy is focused on extraction, tragedy of the commons, all that Moloch shit that the previous speaker was talking about. So that's sort of like the culture that we're in, the dominant culture. How do we steal the culture? And a lot of people talk about game B culture. What is that exactly? No one really knows, but we know it's not game A. It's not just sustainable though, but it's also regenerative. And So how do we go from game A to game B? That's sort of like the John Vervaeke steal the culture. And the Stoa has been sort of one of many online spaces that has been a nexus point for a lot of these players who are interested in making this transition and stealing this culture to find each other, to find the others. And so a lot of cool cross-pollination that's unexpected has been occurring at the Stoa and other kind of digital campfires. So that's sort of steal the culture. And what is the metagame? So on the metagame, on your guys' metagame website, I think you quote the Wikipedia page, and I'll read it. It's metagame is any approach to a game that transcends or operates outside the prescribed rules of the game, using external factors to affect the game or goes beyond the supposed limits or environment set by the game. And how I hold the term, and this is maybe more broad or conceptual than maybe it's used in some other circles, but to reference James Carse, who wrote the famous book, Finite Infinite Games, I think we're always embedded in an ecology of games, an ecology of finite and infinite games. Even right now, there's games at play. And then to play the metagame is to zoom out of the games at play and see the ones that are currently at play, the ones that you're being invited to play, and the ones that could be played and perhaps have the ability to unfold. So game unfolding, inviting a new game to be played. So the metagame is like the zooming out, seeing the ecology of games, and having choice, optionality of what games to play. So that's sort of the two concepts, steal the culture and then metagame. So tying these two things together, like stealing the culture with the metagame. And I think you can do this with different stealing the culture with the metagame. You can do this with various areas of focus. Like you can, focus on blockchain, decentralization, stuff like that. My area of focus is, like, for lack of better terms, social skills. My background, Dale Carnegie, as I mentioned, as a trainer, I was in the kind of the pickup artist scene, and then dabbled with a lot of these intersubjective spaces, which are like, I don't know if people are familiar with circling or collective presencing. There are these kind of group, they call them intersubjective meditative practices. So there's basically, you meditate with a group together and get that sense of oneness without losing your sovereignty. And the way I like to look at it, each relationship that you enter, like kind of like in the wild or in a meeting or whatever, there's a culture that forms there. And sometimes that culture is like the game A sort of culture. Sometimes it gestures towards the game B sort of culture. And I like this idea of being able to transmute kind of that cultural dynamics from a game A to game B. Or to use another kind of distinction which maps over to those categorizations is Martin Buber's I-it relationships. Like you use the other person as an instrument to use versus I-thou relationships. So you kind of view the person sort of as a mystery, and it's the relationship for its own sake. And being in an I-thou sort of relationship, or a lot of people call communitas, just naturally screens out the sociopaths. So you don't want the sociopaths to kind of get in your kind of, your culture. The capacity to be in an I-thou relationship and communitas is going to be extremely helpful. So how do you design? So how do you be a social alchemist and transmute spaces? And how can you be a communitas crafter to design those spaces? And just in case in point, like Yancey Strick on Sunday, and the first thing he said, like, yeah, I just feel the vibe and the energy at the Stoa. It's more inviting. It's like I can kind of let my hair down. We can actually get into like generative dialogue, and contrasting to another space that he was invited into, sort of like the save the world space, but there's just kind of like that status oriented competitive vibe about it. So you can consciously design cultures, design spaces in such a way that engenders a new culture. So one thing that I'm interested in the next phase of the Stoa is I'd like to be more explicit about having a wisdom gym that allows these skills, these various capacities to emerge in people so people can practice it, because it just can't come overnight. You can't just like create a new technology and then expect people to have these capacities to hold space for others and not try to kind of dominate a social space. So I thought I would chat about three things, kind of cool things from three different fields: pickup artistry, anthropology, and improv. And I'll just see if I can tie them together, and then I will, if there's any questions or anything, you can ask. But I'm going to mention three concepts from these three fields that I think are important to understand in order to be conscious about designing social spaces and engendering a certain culture that is in service towards a better world of game B culture. So the pickup artists, they have something called the social nexus. So a social nexus is if you go into, let's use the bar or club scene post or pre-COVID days. If you go into one of those scenes and there's a social group, there's someone in that group who's a social nexus. They are the ones that are basically most socially dominant. The group orientates around them. And usually it's like a host, or in online spaces, it's a moderator, or maybe it's someone who is the most fame or most status, which I'll get to in a moment. Or maybe it's just a conversational narcissist, someone who's just kind of like, asserts themselves in a scene. So the social nexus is important to spot because they're the ones that control the cultural dynamics that unfolds in that group. And the pickup artists have kind of cool techniques in order to spot them and disarm them. They call it the alpha male of the group, like disarm them. So to port that concept away from the pickup artists, because there's a lot of kind of like problematic kind of things about the pickup artist community, but that's a really helpful term to port and a skill to spot the social nexus and be able to interact with it in such a way that you steal the social nexus role away from it and transmute it without them even noticing. And those are the skill sets in order to do that, and that can be trained. The other thing I would mention, another concept, is from anthropology. So there's this Canadian anthropologist. He went to South Africa and lived amongst the hunter and gatherers. And then when he was leaving, he bought them an ox, a big meaty ox. And they all started like making fun of him, like, oh, that skinny ox, oh my God, it's not going to feed anyone. And then he got like all defeated, like, oh shit, like I thought I bought this like really big ox that was going to feed this tribe, and he was all happy. And he's just like defeated. And then someone kind of came up to him and whispered, like, we do that, like we it's called shaming the meat, and we kind of like shame this meat, because if someone comes in with this big ox, he might get a big head, he might become a big man, he might become, they didn't use these terms obviously, but he might become narcissistic. So they had a mechanism, which this anthropologist called a leveling mechanism, in order to keep the egos in check. And this is really cool, this concept of a leveling mechanism. And each kind of cultural space has its own leveling mechanism, and some could be broken. So then, like, just kind of like the ego, the narcissist take over. Some leveling mechanisms might keep like people in check, but it could be pathological. It could neuter people's potential at the same time. So you want a leveling mechanism in place that kind of keeps the arduous egos in check, but at the same time allows each individual member to potentialize. So it's cool to spot the leveling mechanism in play, and when you're designing spaces, to design a leveling mechanism that affords what I mentioned. And then the last thing I'll mention, which is cool, is status. So I have acting background and improv background. And if anyone who takes improv, you learn the language of status. So I'll give you one of the exercises that we did in the status games. So imagine there's 10 people in the room, and each person is asked to play, like, let's say status is a scale from 10 to 0. So if you have 10, you're super high status. If you're 0, you have low status. So they asked everyone in the room to walk around and play at 10. And so people who played at 10 is like, they fucking puffed up their chest, walking around like Conor McGregor, just like, walking around the room, just really felt powerful, like you're the fucking boss in that environment. Then they asked you to play a 0. And then you're kind of like hunched back, not looking about any in the eyes, just walking very slow. Then you actually play a 5, then a 7, and then, a 4. And so you're feeling what it's like to play higher level or lower levels of status in your body. Then the next part of that exercise was that they gave, like, let's just say for argument's sake, there was 10 people in the room. They gave everyone a number. This person was a 3, this person was a 10. And then they couldn't show the other person their number,
But then you ask them to interact with each other for about like 20 minutes. So everyone's not telling them what number they have, but they're acting as that number in a normal organic conversation. So someone's acting like, like the 10s, other people can't look at each other. And so it's a funny dynamic. And then you tell them to stop after 20 minutes. And then you say, line up, 10s here, 0s here, and line up in the order you think your number was at. And obviously the 10s and the 1s will or 0s will know where they go, but everyone's consistently lines up in the same order, 10, 9, 8, 7. And this exercise, and I'm doing this multiple times and playing it, really shows you that status is a language that's already being spoken, and it teaches you how to speak this language of status. And the guy who came up with improv, who basically invented improv, Keith Johnstone, he wrote this book, Impro, in the 1970s. He actually came to the Stoa. You can check that out. And when I was talking to him, he said that one thing that's really fucking cool when people learn about status is that bullshit status games stop being played. So you have the players, the improv people who know kind of the language of status. They don't do that one-upmanship game anymore. They just kind of like just talk like normal human beings, because it's like they're all disarming each other and they can spot each other out easily if they're playing that game. So I mentioned all this in service: social nexus, leveling mechanism, status. These are components amongst many other components that can be learned and taught in such a way that affords people to become more sophisticated, to interact in certain spaces, to transmute unhealthy dynamics, and to create their own spaces that engender a culture that is more healthy and regenerative. And I think this is important because when you're designing, you're discussing things like blockchain or decentralization or any other things that is needed in this world, if it's coming from an unhealthy pathological culture, it's going to influence it in ways that might not be known and might not be expected. So yeah, that's kind of like the thoughts I had to share. So I'll pause there and happy to answer any questions. And I think we're almost at the bottom of the hour too. So
yeah, thank you so much for that. Let's see, is there some feedback? Oh, there we go. Yeah, thank you so much, Peter, for coming in and telling us a little bit more about kind of culture and how we can create it and use it to define our spaces. So one of the things that you said that was kind of stuck out to me was the stealing of the culture. And obviously, that's a hot kind of contentious subject for like cultural appropriation. Obviously, I think that's kind of like a selfish way to look at culture because it's meant to be shared. And I think us kind of mixing that culture is a good thing. Do you have any kind of way that we could turn that like stealing of the culture into more of like a sharing of the culture experience?
Yeah, like that spiritual battle cry, it's meant to be provocative, meant to become, but like I'm not propositionally attached to the kind of the meaning of the term stealing. And I think basically everything I described is like being the culture. You want to be a certain way, so then you manifest a natural culture that is more about what you just said, sharing. And then if you can kind of create those spaces and protect them, maintain them, and then perhaps they can scale in a healthy, natural way. And then that is, quote unquote, how we steal the culture.
And is there any kind of consideration for the original culture and how their intent was for that system?
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
So I just mean like when the use of that culture becomes something that the new culture kind of forms around, is there any kind of consideration that happens for the original intent, or does the new group kind of run with the intent as they see fit?
Yeah, I don't know if I understand the question still, but I think that the general arc of what I was saying is sort of there's, if you want to look at it this way: there's healthy cultures, unhealthy cultures, and the unhealthy cultures are sort of a cult. They're in service of ego. Usually, the person who is best at playing that game. And a more healthy culture in this context is one that keeps ego in check. And it's sort of like designing the spaces for that. And, there's certain localized manifestations of culture. And I think that's not what I was really talking about, more about sort of that kind of dynamic of transmuting the I, it to the I, thou spaces. And then it could, in this localized context, obviously the culture is going to manifest in its own way.
Well, great. Thank you so much for clearing that up, and thank you for your talk. So I'm going to transition the floor to our next speaker. So Squad Wealth is here. I believe we have a squad here, not just a single speaker. Is that right?
Yes. Squad.
The squad appears.
Well, excellent. Thank you so much. Yeah, you guys have the floor. So if you could please introduce yourselves, tell us more about kind of Squad Wealth. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'll begin. Let me know if you can. Oops. I'm now presenting this tab, and I'm going to make sure my video is also acceptable or accessible. All right.
Yeah, looks great.
Here it is. Cool. So, yeah. Thank you for having us here in the rhizomatic space of DAOs that are part of the metagame, playing the metagame with us, and we with you. A little bit about us, like we are. Other Internet is what we're about to tell you about. We are what we call a squad. That is a group of individuals who have formed a trust bond and come together and are now acting more like an economic unit than a group of people, than like a group of friends. Perhaps that'll sound familiar to some of you. We are all a bunch of independent researchers and writers and designers who are interested in frontier technology and understanding these new models of like social technology and technologically mediated culture. And we've been working together and writing together on a few different topics for a while. And ideas such as like headless brands and like how protocols go to market. But last year, when the pandemic hit, we suddenly saw like a really interesting phenomenon happen. We hang out like many groups in a group chat, and we saw that when the pandemic happened, our physical environment suddenly became like much more like our group chats, in that it became kind of like an enclosed space that was protected from the outside, and a lot of group coordination was happening inside. And that got us starting to think more about other areas where group coordination is happening, where the outside environment is kind of considered risky. We also have been paying attention to the overall trends of precarity and like millennials like not having a significant share of wealth compared to previous generations, the gig economy and kind of platform mediated atomization and increasing individualization. And we're seeing group cultures such as can be found in group DMs, but also really strengthened by like the pandemic and the group coordination that it required. Group cultures forming in response to these dynamics. And that led us to a nascent theory of the squad.
Maybe you want to just go back a slide to let people rest on that for a second. So
yeah.
Protein go burr and squads go burr during the pandemic. So we were really interested in this new kind of trust bond or like environment of like reliance on a kind of close set of individuals. And this obviously marries well with the kind of broader crypto economy. And the three of us work in and around the blockchain space. We've consulted with a number of different projects, worked with them, short-term, long-term. And we also have significant kind of experience with people who have no knowledge of crypto, and there's definitely a divide between the conversations in those two communities. And when we wrote this piece, it was in part to kind of bridge that gap. Do you want to go forward one?
Yeah.
So yeah, Toby already mentioned this, but the group DM, that space is crucially important to how the squad kind of like understands itself, how it identifies itself. The founding the group DM is year zero. Like that's where the squad, finds its identity and its voice together. Slide. That's the squad space. It's where the magic happens. It's like the shared brain. It's the history. It's the life of the squad. And yeah, we wanted to kind of like center that space and acknowledge it as like a record of those, the squad's interactions and like how it lives and breathes.
And maybe just to add to what Sam just said, the group DM is really what creates this space-time that is unique to each squad. So in this sense, squads are really expression of a digital locality and temporality that reinforces and create and enables these like trust relations to emerge. That's why the founding of a group DM is a year zero, and that's how squad space is formed as well.
Take this slide.
Yeah. So observing all these dynamics and as Toby and Sam said, also participating actively in like this group chats and small group kind of like digital experiences, let's say. We have identified here what are for us 5 key characteristics that identify a squad. So first of all, this the fact that group chats and adapted also team workspaces such as Slacks, etc., create a shared context and an institutional memory. So this group boundary that is created through the group DM itself. Then another necessarily condition for the squad is this sense of persistent communication that enable co-presence and continuous availability to one another. Another important characteristic is that of self-recognition and shared identity. It's not about you and me, it's about us as a group, which for us is like the key argument for the squads as a unit of interaction today. And then importantly also the fact that the ideal squad count is actually very small. In the original piece we gave this arbitrary number of 12, but that's to signify that there's only so many people that you can build strong, persistent relations in a way that you would do in a intimate setting of a group chat, for instance. And as we see, is these 5 characteristics we think that enable squads to lower the coordination costs and offer today a competitive alternative to more traditional corporate models of production. So from the theory of the firm to the theory of the squad, basically. And
so, yeah, who wants to do this one?
I'll go for it. For squads, it's not all just about economics. It's about vibes. Money is a means to an end, and the real currency of the squad is the vibe in the group chat. And we really want to emphasize that this is about creating culture, not about creating money. You know, we're kind of reflecting this off of the environment in the crypto space, where people can kind of redefine value, and the value that we're really focused on here is social value, cultural value, trust, and you know, squads produce aesthetics. They produced, you know, trust relationships. You know, it's a sense of like belonging and togetherness, and it's a vibe. Vibes attract other vibes. It's about being with the homies. So yeah, I mean, squads produce aesthetics. They produce, you know, things that go out into the world and like interact with other squads. It's a movement, you know.
Yeah, here we put together this collage of you know, the types of things that squads actually kind of create. There you know, squads may be involved in, you know, market manipulation, but they may also be involved in like the production of kind of like memes that circulate. They might produce like virtual influencers. Whatever is best created as like a group entity is what the squad like excels at putting out in the world, and it's their shared vibes that really determine like the quality and vehicle of their outputs. The vibes like actually become these kind of cultural assets that circulate in the mimetic economy. For squads, you know, the autonomous is always collective, and I think this is a key differentiation from the neoliberal economy that we're transitioning out of into the squad or collective based, you know, or guild based economy that is more native to Web3 that we're transitioning into. Autonomy, the squad, as opposed to the neoliberal individual, is always aware that an individual squad member is empowered by its group, and as squads continue to generate vibes, aesthetics, memes internally, discourse, and strengthen their group identity, it's the squad itself that is the like the core output of the squad's productive capacities. And a final note on the kind of post-individualistic nature of the squad is that you know, the creator economy or the passion economy, while it too deals with issues of like cultural production, finance, and you know, empowerment in a non-corporate model, it's a highly individualistic version of that. Whereas the squad is a mutualistic, cooperative version of that. And if you take this theory of the squad to be true, then you start to realize that the group, rather than the individual, should be the basic user class of the tools that we should be trying to build as a society and as a kind of community in Web3. somebody else explain this one.
Yeah. Well, this is like a pretty self-explanatory equation that explains this kind of new economy that we begin. Economy, while keeping in mind that, as we said, that the goal of the squad is to produce and reproduce itself. It's not about financial rewards above everything else. So there is this element that is really important. And so we see that while the neoliberal kind of mindset is really about valuing individualism and working for oneself, the squad is at the exact opposite, which is working for others or with others and valuing the community that is built. And then within the other side, other corners of the quadrants, when you value community but you work for yourself, that's generally like a lurker's territory. And then when you work for other and you value individualism, well, that's like witchcraft. Like, but yeah, that's really where squads position themselves in this like a new economic forms that may emerge. Is very much about collaboration, both as a value and as a like a day-to-day way of operating, basically.
So we've talked about squads. Now let's talk about squad wealth. Squad wealth is not about economic wealth. It's about well-being of the squad and the capacity to produce vibes together. It's about risking together and using financial tools, but in service of, you know, the vibe of the kind of culture that you're creating with your squad. Squad wealth is about interest-free P2P borrowing. It's anonymous lending pools, collective insurance, socialized ETFs, DAO-based freelancer unions, rotating savings schemes, rev share guilds, meme venture syndicates, crypto Ponzi's, exit scams, in-browser miners, upstate yield farms, boy bands, cults, and sovereign vacation funds. It's all of it. I mean, use your imagination. The squad is taking you there. Squads are not chat apps. They're not chat apps. They're not community platforms. They're not mindless swarms. They're not companies that we're trying to scale. I mean, we want to make this clear. The squad is not some kind of Web 2.0 business. It's a culture.
And on the question of scale, we can see that squads don't scale as a corporation or a company would scale. Like what scales is the vibes and the spread in a horizontal way. It's qualitatively different than the vertical scaling, for instance, that we see in Web 2.
Yeah, and so this lateral scaling is or lateral cultural transmission that squads and like the vibes they emanate create is more about like creating new patterns of being together and learning and making meaning, new group cultural institutions in this kind of increasingly complex, increasingly financialized worlds. Squads, having your squad can be like a place of refuge. You know, as you see here, the virgin self-employed hustler, always responsible for their own insurance, like trying to become a startup founder, living alone, but the squad developing their own mutually financially supportive infrastructure, hosting their own meshnet, and like starting a cult upstate. The squad is the Chad of neoliberal of you know, our neoliberal end era. You know, squads are about collectively redefining value. They're enriching. It's not, but they're also not separable from like digital networks that have enabled group DMs that have like facilitated this type of culture to form. And so if we thought that the end of the Cold War was the end of history and constitutional democracies would just take over the whole world, well, that's fucking wrong, Francis Fukuyama. The squads are here. They're fucking wholesome. They're invincible. They're generating new forms of culture, and they're like a nomadic war machine, deterritorializing the striated lines of neoliberal corporations. When the whole squad is online, it's fucking lit. It's when the Discord is popping off. It's going. It's radiant squad energy.
Thriving. Fucking thriving.
Literally thriving.
So go.
Let 1,000
join.
squads bloom. We want new institutions. We want the future of togetherness. We want squad fucking wealth.
Let's go. I hope each and every one of you start a squad of your own.
Yeah, we want squads to meet other squads, and we want to meet other squads ourselves. I mean, we're in it together, and this is a movement. We want to shout out to our other squads. We want to shout out to Goat Squad, to Parkhouse
Squad,
Onion Street Squad, Vanderford Squad, Other Internet Squad, Foreign Object Squad, Variant Fund Squad, Trust Squad, Soft Surplus Squad, all the squads.
And shout out
Rise
to the
up.
MetaFam squad as well. Yeah. And the Stoa squad. Yeah, thanks for it was cool to follow Peter as well. So yeah, I think that's where we will, leave it for now, and maybe try to have time for some questions if they exist. Let's go. I see questions happening in the Discord. So we
check
still
out
have a few minutes.
MetaFEST Public. MetaFEST Public, we're talking about how this could have been a drinking game. If we were all drinking on squads, we'd be wasted right now.
Damn right. Damn right.
I mean, if somebody wants to ask questions, you got to read them out because I'm not in Discord right now.
Yeah, so one of the questions.
ashamed.
One of the questions that I have actually for you is here on Metagame, we kind of organize things in guilds, raids, different working groups. Do you have squads within your squads, micro squads? What do you call something, a small group within your squad?
You're actually talking to one right now, in fact.
Yeah. I mean, the key base is like
promo squad
people.
within the main squad.
This is a sub squad, I guess, within within our larger squad.
Yeah.
I also want people to kind of own the terminology that feels right to them too. Like squad is not going to be the perfect fit for everybody. Like it's your crew. It's it's the boys.
I think that's exactly what I'm saying. Everyone in the DAO community right now seems to be, calling it different things. Some of them overlap, some of them get confusing, but basically we're all working towards the same goal, right?
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah. One thing that we did differentiate is like having a defined group boundary and actually keeping things small is like really powerful, and that's like a very kind of special space to cultivate. And I think that the DAO conversation often it has like kind of lofty goals about like scaling and permissionless kind of access, and there's absolutely a place for that as well. And these things kind of they're part of a larger spectrum of the organizational taxonomy in the space, but we wanted to kind of give special attention to like trust groups and what they can do together.
And one of the things that I've seen as a developer is kind of squad or mob programming. So it kind of takes the paired programming to another level where everyone even for like an hour where we'd get together and hit like one of those nasty tasks, so that rather than have to like play telephone after the fact, like this is what we did, or someone have to review the code, we were all in on the same thing, watching the same live code. And it really is like an extension of how powerful a squad can be. And even like outside of like a mob programming situation, things get done more effectively when you have a coordinated team and an effort, and you've got kind of a leader that's able to pass off things that they know. When I give it to you, you're going to get it done. You're an expert in this field. I don't have to trust or micromanage what you're going to do. We're all kind of in this together. And definitely that has been one of the ways that MetaFEST is going together. So Sparrow and Tommy here, I couldn't have done it without them. So my squad is definitely behind me, Jelly too. So thank you, everyone.
That's super cool. You should totally publish an article on mob programming. I think that's a really cool practice. And when other squads have asked us about like our practices, we definitely describe for writing something similar. This sub squad that you have here, we meet for 3 hours at a time on Wednesday every week, and we've done this like every Wednesday for the last 18 months. And yeah, it's pretty effective now. We're definitely getting even better.
This is a Wednesday evening. You're part of the squad right now.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We've been squatted
Thank you so much for letting us be part of your squad and sharing the benefits that you guys are gaining from it, because I think everyone can kind of get a lot of benefit from figuring out who you want to work with and forming that core squad to knock some stuff out, whatever it is that you want to do.
Yeah, one final note is, we kind of wrote this like in the depths of the pandemic, and there's a lot of people that were not doing so well, and like this was kind of written as something to kind of get behind and like build some enthusiasm around, and just kind of like acknowledge the importance of like that trusted circle. And we, it's hyperbolic. It's like there's a lot of energy behind it, but we just want people to like, take a moment to kind of acknowledge your squad, and it's a powerful entity that you should get behind and squad up.
Yeah, great point. And
I
think
drops. Oh, go ahead, Penguin. I was just
one
going to
of
ask for
the
some
most
links.
frustrating things for me in a community is when you're trying to participate and you're putting in a lot of effort and just you're not part of that voice. So I think being part of that small group also really helps make sure that your voice carries an important weight, even if it's a quiet voice.
Exactly.
So I'm going to start transitioning the floor to Sparrow. So thank you very much, squad, for being here and explaining this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
So much.
Sparrow, you are going to be talking about WOCA today. Is that right?
That's right. That's right. I'm actually really amazed at the whole squad thing. That's still all going through my mind because it's a really powerful idea. And as a way of transition, I think really what I'm going to talk about and talking about WOCA is similar to that on maybe a little different scale. But it is about finding your tribe. So it kind of fits.
Thank you so much for being part of my tribe, and I will turn the floor over to you.
Yep. Okay, so I'm Sparrow. I'm a software engineer by day and an artist all of the time, making crypto art as a second job, doing community stuff as a third full-time job, and a player in MetaGame. So I'm actually going to talk about an organization that started with me messaging two fellow crypto artists last year, sort of end of September, basically saying, there are a lot of female crypto artists in this space, and you don't hear a lot from them. They don't seem to, be as vocal or promote themselves as much as we see many of the other artists in the space promoting themselves. However, they're always happy to help promote others. So why don't we get together as a group and then we can promote each other? And with that, let me share my screen because we've just launched a website, which is there. We ended up founding an organization of women in crypto art. The two people that I added started adding other artists that they were aware of, and those artists started adding more artists that they were aware of, and the Twitter DM group suddenly hit its limit of 50 people. And so we started a Discord server, and the Discord server soon had 100 or more people in it. And it really felt like it was just an idea whose time had come. And WOCA was born. WOCA stands for Women of Crypto Art. And we had an exhibition sort of almost right away, organized by one of the first members in the group, which was hugely successful. We then took it as part of the mission of the new group to not just promote each other's work on Twitter, but to organize exhibitions and really get the work of women artists seen in the space. We also thought it would be good because when I joined, or I thought it would be good, when I joined crypto art, the space was very welcoming and open and friendly, and people were willing to help. And as the space has grown larger and larger, some of that nice family feeling has gone away. It isn't as easy to know all of the other artists. And the second bit of WOCA's mission was born, and that was to be welcoming and be a welcoming space for women artists entering, trying to figure out blockchain, trying to figure out art, and how to do all of this stuff. So there's an educational part of the whole organization also. So here's our, we put together a website. I built the website, womenofcrypto.art. You can go, you can see all of the wonderful members who have created profiles, and each one of them can showcase their art and write blogs and do, all of the promotional stuff. It's a great place to link to for collectors to find new art. So we're doing all of this activity. We're organizing exhibitions, building websites, filling out profiles. And then I joined MetaGame. And by coming across MetaGame, I found a really amazing mechanism to try to reward the contributions that people have made to the organization. So we're a not-for-profit. Just everyone is doing what they're doing completely voluntarily, and on their own time. They're not being reimbursed or anything. And so in MetaGame, I came across the two tools that I'll talk about next, that I think implementing in WOCA will make the difference for us as an organization. And those two things are a DAO structure and SourceCred. So I went off and read all of the source cred docs and the forums and everything else. And I set up a source cred instance so that it would track contributions being made on our Discord. And we have different channels on the server that will give different weights to the different reactions. We've not defined custom emojis yet, but that'll be a next step. And all of those things then contribute to a way of tracking the value that people have contributed to WOCA as a whole so that they can be rewarded. And this is our current deployed source cred instance with the cred that has been earned by all of our members. There's some members, Daniela proposed an async art collaboration and just started doing that, and everybody, you know, a bunch of other artists got interested. So there's going to be a collaboration artwork of 22 artists that will hopefully be auctioned at the end of this month on async art. And that's just because we brought all of the people who were scattered throughout Twitter and exchange ideas. Is really, really true. If you give people the space and enable them to do things, especially creative people, they do. It's all done, you know, without any remuneration. So they're not doing it for any rewards. I'm just now trying to find a way to reward that contribution. And I think that source cred is one of the key tools in helping to make that happen. I think the other tool that we'll use is Colony. And let me just change my network to XDAI so that I can do this. I got into the Colony beta, or the first release, so the testing of Colony DAOs on XDAI. And I've created a WOCA DAO, and we've set up teams there that align with our missions. So we have an events team, which sort of covers the be seen and be heard. Exhibitions is the be seen. We will create another subgroup for podcasts and live streams, which is the be heard part. And then the be welcome fits in with the community team. So aligning teams in Colony DAO will mean that we can ensure that the three key values of WOCA are funded in a way that aligns with our values, so that we're sure that we're doing the things that we say we want to be doing as a organization. And I don't know if people have seen a demonstration of Colony before, but it really is an interesting way of allocating budgets. So because you can define teams, you can, from the central treasury, set a budget per team that then they can decide how to spend. And how that gets spent is through the normal DAO mechanisms of proposals, with a bit of a twist. In Colony, the basic ethos is if you have to vote on something, a process outside of your DAO instance, i.e. in your organization outside of the software, has probably failed, because most decisions in most DAOs are made in the Discord or in Twitter DMs or some kind of chat between people. So Colony has taken a novel approach in that if someone submits a proposal, unless someone objects to that proposal, it will be by default pass. So the key there is to make sure that you have a functioning governance process or a functioning deliberation process outside of the DAO software in order to ensure that everything functions properly. And to me, that's kind of key to a functional organization. It just made sense. It saves gas fees. I know gas fees on XDAI are negligible, but it just means that not everybody has to vote for everything. In fact, the vote isn't even triggered unless someone with reputation objects, and the objection passes a certain threshold. All of the voting is, for us, will be weighted on reputation. So you can actually set it up to be token weighted or reputation weighted or a hybrid of both. But for us, the reputation is more important than the token, the amount of tokens someone has. The other reason that I found and chose Colony to do the WOCA DAO is because of the really interesting mechanisms that you can do with the DAO token. So I've defined a DAO token, a WOCA token, and although it's not there yet, in the minting of tokens, you can do, there will be. So right now you just mint the number of tokens that you want for that one-off transaction. And just like in MetaGame, my intent is to mint tokens every X amount of time and distribute them then in proportion to the XP that's been earned by members as tracked in SourceCred. But Colony will have also another interesting price discovery mechanism for printing tokens if you wanted to float the token on a market. For example, it makes the market for you. So you set a price for the token and offer X amount for sale. And depending on whether they sell out or not, the next time they're minted, the price either goes up or down. If they didn't all sell out, the price decreases for the next minting. If the price did sell out, the price increases for the next minting. So it has a built-in sort of price discovery mechanism directly into the DAO software, which I found really an interesting feature. I'm not sure that we are going to use that, certainly not at first in WOCA, but it was an interesting idea to explore potentially in future for fundraising, because we are a donation-driven organization. So in order to fund like the buying of a CryptoVoxels parcel that was donated to us paying for someone to build on, create the structure on the crypto voxels, build us a gallery, that funding will be available to be distributed to people who do the work that makes WOCA's mission possible. And all of that in the DAO treasury will then help ensure that we have value in the WOCA token. One of the other nice things about being a community organization and being donation driven is that also led us to become a part of Panvala League. So we just recently joined the Panvala League just when they were setting up guilds. So we've actually got in on the ground floor of a crypto art guild within Panvala League. Yay. So we can do all kinds of interesting things with crypto art and do events and work across organizations. So not just WOCA, it will be, with other community-based crypto art organizations like NFT Hub and Odyssey, and yeah. Let me go to the last bit. We had a Gitcoin grant because we're based on donations. I started a Gitcoin grant last grant round, so grant round 8, and we raised just over $1,000 in that first round. Whereas in this round, because we've been in existence a bit longer, and I think because we're also in Panvala League, we've been really overwhelmed by the response of people. We've had 86 people contribute so far, and it only opened a week ago. We've had 86 people contribute to our Gitcoin grant in the last week, which to me is just, astounding. And I'm just so happy that what we're doing as an organization seems to resonate with so many people. So there's our Gitcoin grant. Go and donate one DAI. That's all. Because of the matching funds and the way Gitcoin grants work, one DAI donation makes, a big difference. We'll get a $5 match for $1 contribution. So big shout to Gitcoin as well. And so I guess lastly, let me stop sharing and go back to just me. Lastly, what will we do with the donations? We're going to put on more exhibitions. We will look to expand the exhibitions from just the CryptoVoxels parcel into the other virtual worlds like Decentraland and Somnium Space. We were given a share of a Decentraland gallery in the gallery district just recently, and so there will be a series of gallery shows and exhibitions in that space. But ultimately, as an organization, we want to own our own space so that we can then start thinking about having a permanent exhibition of art as a way of making, a capsule of this time in this space and the people who were here and the art that was made, just as a way of trying to capture this really special moment that it feels like in the NFT space and in crypto art. So I think that's all I had. If people have questions, I've left 5 minutes or so for questions.
Hey, Sparrow.
Hi.
So obviously one of the things that I've noticed about the Web3 space is the level of inclusion that we go to. Do you find that it's hard to get people into like WOCA and to kind of help that education from the female side?
Not really. It's amazing again what happens when you get the right people in the right space. So we have lots of artists joining all the time who are new to crypto. So they're just, female artists who notice WOCA on Twitter or whatever and come and say, how do I make my first NFT, right? And because the server is now full of 100+ other experienced NFT artists, there's always somebody, it seems, to help them out and guide them. Angie Taylor also made a really amazing introduction to crypto art as a free education module that anyone can go and take to learn some of the basics. And I'll put a link to that also in the chat, in the MetaFEST chat, when I'm done here. But yeah, it's really hard to connect and have real conversations with people on Twitter, which is where everyone is. So it really seemed like something people wanted was to have a way to actually connect with each other and have real discussions, and show each other support. So, when something happens, there are people there, someone's wallet was hacked. Just like in the metagame server, everybody, pitched in and tried to help, and did what they could and offered support in whatever way they could.
I think what you're describing is really key to kind of anyone's success is that direct connection. And something like Facebook or Twitter, where we just get a text, we get a picture, it just doesn't have the same kind of connection with someone that, us hopping on a call together does, or chatting every day. So,
it is. It's the repeat interactions over time, I think, that make the difference. And if you're not directly interacting over and over again over a period of time, you just don't develop those relationships. But I mean, this collaboration is an awesome example, right? There's 22 artists that work together to produce this artwork over months and months, right? So that group has developed together and gotten to know each other in ways that they wouldn't have if that had never happened.
And so I know the answer to this, but if someone's intimidated by they might not be the strongest developer or something like that, what's kind of some advice that you would tell them for like how to get involved?
With crypto art? You don't need to be a developer
with
at all.
Web3 in general, crypto art, with kind of our ecosystem and community.
There's
some of the places.
So everybody has something that they can contribute, right? And in fact, with WOCA, the things, and probably with MetaGame also, but I'll speak for WOCA, the things that are most needed are the soft skills. It's the people skills. It's the organizational skills. It's the writing skills. Even if you don't make art, if you write poetry or write articles or do videos and a vlog, right? All of those things help us achieve our mission. And so everyone can contribute something.
Yeah, and I think to that point, what we contribute also gives us other hooks for people in our community to kind of connect to us. So sharing those soft skills and kind of filling out our profile, so to speak, help make us into more aware and better people.
Yeah, bring on the skill trees.
Yeah. Great. Thank you so much, Sparrow. I think we have some of our next speakers ready. Is that right?
Cool.
If not, Sparrow and I, we can riff for a bit longer. Are you here?
Yeah.
Hello, I can see you. Your picture's turned sideways.
Oh, right. Okay, maybe I should turn my. I'm not very good with technology, as you can see.
No worries.
Anyway,
Thank you so much,
I'm
Sparrow.
supposed to speak at 8:30, I think. But I'll see if I can just turn my picture the other way around first.
I kind of like it sideways.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it makes for a difference. Leave it.
So I bought this tripod at the local Chinese store, but I don't know. Just for the occasion, right? So let's see here what we can.
Great. So I also added Felix. So I believe Felix is going to be joining us.
Yeah, he was the one who invited me. So let's see now.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, Felix. We can hear your distinct.
No, we don't talk to him that way. He's cheating. I turned that off. You can't hear him anymore.
Oh.
He's got to join the stage if he wants to talk.
Follow the correct procedure.
Yeah.
It's like herding cats, all of this.
A little bit, but at least
better. But now its focus is more on the lower part of my abdomen rather than my face, which might not be ideal either. Let's see. Yeah, now we're getting there. Right now we're getting there. Right now you can.
Very good.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
So my name is Adam, and I was invited by Felix to speak about commons, but maybe better to wait for Felix to make an appearance. That way he can contextualize me.
I saw the title of your talk, so I'm really looking forward to hearing what you guys have to say.
All right. What's the title of my talk? I don't really remember exactly when.
Hang on, I will read it back.
Capitalism and the Commons.
And the Commons, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how you think those fit together.
Yeah. Yeah, I wrote an article and a book about it also, so you read that.
What's the name of the book?
Okay, so the book is called Change Makers. The subtitle is The Industrious Future of the Digital Economy. And it's basically the argument that I'm going to talk about today as well. And then I wrote a more scholarly article that's called just Capitalism and the Commons. And if you Google that, particularly on Google Scholar, it should come out as one of the first.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm an academic. I'm a professor of sociology, but in Naples, in Italy.
Right. So I'm part of an artist community and there are quite a number of Italians in that group. And I actually co-wrote a paper with one of the artists there that is also a data scientist. So
what's the person's name?
Massimo Franchetti.
No, I don't think I know him. Although there is a fairly well-developed art scene here in Naples, particularly in Naples, I think. And there's a lot of people doing digital art also. We also have Salvatore Iaconesi, who you might know, the guy who put up his he had brain cancer, and he put up his medical records online. Became a very sort of influential. I mean, this was 10 years ago, but it became a very influential sort of, event statement about the potential of open source and all that sort of stuff.
Absolutely. I'm as an artist, actually, I'm most fascinated with the data visualization.
Yeah, they've been doing that a lot also. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So I believe Felix is with us now. Felix, can you hear us?
Oh, I see him.
You can see him.
No sound yet.
Oh, I can see two Fs. That's him, probably.
That is definitely him.
No.
I just don't see the microphone connected yet. And you're having good Italian coffee. I'm jealous.
Yeah, actually, it's yeah. The coffee is nice here. Yeah. True.
Yes, it is.
Oh, the coffee is nice. The COVID management is a bit worse, but
Oh my! You just went into lockdown again?
yeah, we're gonna be in lockdown in or out for the rest of this year, I think, and maybe next as well.
Hmm.
Because they're not really able to do, vaccinating people is too complicated for Italians. So
I don't know. I mean, managing it. I mean, they're just about to open everything here. I'm in the UK, and I don't know that they've vaccinated enough people to make that feasible. Really, not yet.
yeah. But as long as you vaccinate the oldies, then you don't really have a medical problem anymore.
Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, I know that. I mean, I'm old, but not that old.
But you're not older than I am, I think.
I'm in my 50s, so
am I. So that's like, it's not old anymore.
No, probably not.
No, I mean, by oldies, I mean people who are older than 80, right? Which are the 90, something like 95% of all the deaths are people who are either older than 80 or have some other, right?
Yeah.
So as long as you vaccinate those, then
yes, then the death rate will go
yeah.
down. I'm probably more concerned about other effects apart from death, because there are other things that have been coming out that people need to deal with. So I'm still erring on the side of caution.
You are, yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, this thing is so complicated. I mean, in the sense that, first of all, I think we're in a media climate where everything immediately gets blown up into some sort of very, very scary news.
Yes.
I mean, at least here, right? I mean, now we have these complications with the vaccine. So people are actually refusing the vaccine here because there have been these co-occurrences with thrombosis and things like that, which don't seem to be more prevalent than what would be the case in the population in general. But also the other stuff, right? I mean, all these comorbidities, all these type of complications, long-term complications. I mean, I wonder if you actually looked at the seasonal flu with the same level of detail that you've looked at the COVID epidemic, you'd probably find that people get long-term complications from that as well.
Yeah, that would be actually something to
I mean, if it happened, I mean, if every time that somebody got some sort of serious disease a month after he had the seasonal flu, and it became like a national news, right? And we would have a similar type of climate of fear and right.
So the media does like to really push the fear, uncertainty, and doubt,
they do,
right?
I mean, particularly here, it's like it's impossible to watch the television news because it's just scaremongering all the time. So,
yeah, I don't watch the news. I mean, I do think that coronavirus was different to the flu. We understand the flu and how it's transmitted, right? So I'm
not saying that it's the same thing. I'm just saying that if you looked at the flu with the same level of attention, I'm sure you would find a number of scary things about it as well. Right?
Potentially, maybe even the common cold, because that's just another kind of virus.
So now Felix is calling me. Let's see here. I'm going to answer this. Felix. Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't work for him.
No?
Yeah, he
okay.
just messaged me as well.
That's fine. What should I do? Should I just introduce myself or
Yeah, he's having problems backstage.
Okay.
Oh, Vangelis is also backstage.
Okay, I'll do that. All right. Thank you, Felix. So did you all hear that?
No.
No, I was
No.
talking to Phil. He called me on the phone. I'm also on my phone. So he said that I should just start talking.
Right. Well, I
Which
will
I
give
sort
the
of
floor
already
to
done, I
you.
think. But I don't know. Are you the only person here? I don't even know your name.
Oh, I'm Sparrow. Hi.
Hi, Sarah. Are you the only person around, or
My name is
Penguin.
Penguin. I'm here, and her name is Sparrow, like the bird. We're here. We've got an army here.
So we weren't exchanging wisdoms about the coronavirus in private, but there were actually people listening to this.
And we're also streaming live to YouTube and also to Discord. So I think we've got probably about 40 people watching our conversation.
All right. Well, then we should probably talk about things that we know something about. Right. So.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Sparrow.
So
Thank you.
anyway, sorry for this little introductory chat about something entirely different. But so my name is Adam Arvidsson, and I'm an academic. I'm a professor of sociology in Naples at the University Federico II. And I've been working for a long time with digital economy, peer-to-peer, free software, open source, digital innovation, crypto economy lately, these sorts of things. And I've also been quite interested in the whole question of the economic forms that are emerging from this, right? And recently I wrote a book called Changemakers, which tries to sort of depict the analysis of the present state and the possible future trajectory of the digital economy. And within that book, and also in another paper I wrote, I discuss the question of the commons, which Felix asked me to talk about today, particularly. So I'll just do that, right? The question of the commons is, of course, something that's become very important to progressive politics and to speculations about new economic forms in the last decades, and of course something that's been central to the whole, the whole range of thinking about alternative economic forms powered by digital technologies ever since the origins of something called commons-based peer production, the work of Michel Bauwens and the Peer-to-Peer Foundation, but also before that. I mean, the notion of the commons, even though it maybe wasn't really explicitly mentioned, it was still fairly common to the whole sort of trait of what you can call the Californian ideology of speculation that digital technologies will enable more participatory, just, or transparent economic forms that accompanied their evolution throughout the 90s or maybe even the 80s. Right? And this notion of the commons has usually been presented as something that is antithetical to capitalism, right? So while on the one hand you have a capitalist economy which is based on private property, on extraction, on exploitation, all these things, then you have like a commons-based economies or societies which are supposed to be.
Sorry to interrupt, Felix. You have Discord audio open.
And I see
it's
it.
leaking.
What's with the trial over and everything? In Discord.
Okay, so on the other hand, you have like commons-based systems that are supposed to be egalitarian, based on sharing, cooperation, and where some even suggest that there are commons are the negations of all kinds of hierarchies or injustices in a certain sense. So this new attention to the commons on the part of progressive politics has, of course, charged the notion of the commons with a number of prospects for or desires or imaginations of alternative futures, which has transformed it into a fairly ideologically charged concept, so to say. I'm going to talk essentially about two things. One thing that I'm going to talk about is that historically this opposition between the commons and capitalism is not that simple. it's been more complicated. And those complications are also relevant for understanding the potential role of the commons within the digital economy today. Right? But maybe first we can start with very brief definitions. One is that of capitalism and of the commons, right? So what are the commons to start with? Well, as you know, the original term commons, at least in the English language, goes back to the institution of the common land, or the commons, in terms of the common land that were part of the English feudal civilization, starting sometime with the Norman invasions and developing throughout the High Middle Ages in England. That's a crucial institution to English rural life. Essentially, the commons were the common land where the commoners, which is a term that emerges out of struggles for the commons sometime in the 13th, 14th century, where the commoners, meaning ordinary people in the village with no particular property in land, could use this common land to for their daily needs, right? You could graze a sheep or two, you could have some chickens, you could maybe plant a vegetable garden, you could gather wood for your stove and things like that, right? But the regulation, the use of the commons were generally regulated. So they're regulated in tradition and custom. So there are certain things you couldn't do. You couldn't chop down all the trees, so you couldn't put 100 sheep to graze to make wool or things like that. You have to sort of keep within the traditional normative framework. So in this sense, the commons are resources that are free for all, but they're free for all within the context of a traditional customary framework where there are certain traditional prescriptions for what is permitted and what is not permitted. Right? And this was basically the point that Elinor Ostrom did, the American economist who got the Nobel Prize for her work on the commons a couple of years ago. And she underlined this nature of the commons, that on the one hand, they're not free for all, right? They're not open access, but they are free resources that are free within regulatory limits. And this definition on the part of Ostrom was then, of course, in direct debate with an economist called Garrett Hardin, who wrote a very famous piece in the late 1960s, called The Tragedy of the Commons, where he sort of argued that if you make things common and you don't put a price on it and you don't have any legal limits, then someone will inevitably overexploit these resources and they will take a free ride, as he said, and hence the common resources will be consumed and destroyed by this. Now, Garrett Hardin didn't make his argument on any sort of empirical research or evidence. He just deduced it from sort of classical economic principles. And Elinor Ostrom's work then was to use empirical research to show that in reality, that's actually not the case. The commons, the actually existing commons, are not free for alls, but they're defined by customary rules and traditions that protect them, safeguard them, and in a certain sense exercise stewardship over these type of resources. So in that sense, of course, commons are intimately linked to communities, right? Commons are free resources stewarded by communities. And this is a linkage that's become particularly important in recent years, partly because of the proliferation of commons-based communities in digital production, like commons-based peer production and so on, right? Which have sort of emphasized this link in a sense. But also on the part of contemporary Marxist or post-Marxist theorists like Massimo De Angelis, etc., who started to think about commoning or even commonism as alternatives to capitalism, right? So the idea that you could actually institutionalize an economic system based on communities using commons for the production of their ordinary everyday needs, right? And there's been a lot of more or less sophisticated attempts to model what such a communist economy could possibly look like, particularly. And a lot of these attempts, of course, are organized around some sort of notion of escaping from or delinking or exiting global capitalism, right? Which is a vision that's been quite strong in informing theoretical thinking on the part of particularly the Italian post-Marxist left since the 1980s and so on. So that's like the comments. But what is capitalism then? Well, capitalism, of course, is something very, very complicated, right? It's a bit, it's very difficult really to explain what it is. A lot of people say that capitalism is the same thing as free markets, which is historically not true, actually. I mean, markets have been around for a very, very long time. There's even evidence of Stone Age and Paleolithic trading networks, etc. So certainly since the beginning of urban civilization, there have been markets. But capitalism is much more recent. So something that arises in Europe in the High Middle Ages, sometime around the 14th century, and becomes sort of the dominant social form sometime in the late 18th. So it's definitely something else, something different from markets. Marx, who's the person who's mostly associated with these things, never actually talks about capitalism. He talks about the bourgeois mode of production, by which he means a fairly particular, I mean, he means the same thing basically. But the person who really talks about capitalism is a French historian called Fernand Braudel, who wrote this mastodontic work called on the civilization of capitalism. And his argument is essentially that rather than being equal to markets, capitalism is a system by means of which dominion is exercised through the control of markets. Right? And that sense, of course, is different from feudalism, which preceded it, because feudalism is a system where, yes, there are markets, but they're fairly marginal, and you do control them, but it's not the main thing. The main thing is dominion is exercised through military power. And so, in a sense, capitalist society is a society where markets become central. So, yes, capitalism does tend to foster the emergence of markets and to commodify, as you say, to transform things into stuff that can be bought and sold on markets. But capitalist power is exercised for the control of markets. So it's not free markets, right? It's markets that are monopolized or under oligopolitical control or are subjected to the powers of a number of small number of capitalists, right? So if you think about, for example, the ways in which the Italian Medici family was negotiating the control of the wool market and the wool trade market in the 14th and 15th centuries, the ways in which the big banking families of the High Middle Ages and the early modern period controlled the development of a European financial market, banking system, and letters of exchange, and all these sorts of things, on up to how the Indian, someone's talking. So, okay, that was that's another voice that come up, or?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you very much.
All this droning on I just did about comments was just like nobody heard that, or what?
Oh, we all heard it. You're thank you. Yeah, we're definitely listening.
Should I just go on then, or yeah, okay.
Yes, please. Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, if you think about like the way in which the Dutch and the English India companies took over and structured trade with India and with Indonesia in the 17th and the 18th centuries. It's also perfect examples of capitalist forms where you have trade and markets, yes, but they're under the very heavy-handed military control of these essentially weaponized companies, right? The India companies were joint ventures between the state and private capitalists, where the navy and the army were put to work to secure trading interests and the dominion of markets on the part of the stakeholders, as you would say today, right? So, in this sense, of course, there is a big definition that you could very well say that historically capitalism is the continuation of political domination by means of the feudal elites, but through different means, through means of sort of economical control rather than direct and military confrontation, although that part, of course, still exists as well. So the difference then, of course, between commons and capitalism is, you could say, I mean, in a certain sense, Brodel also used these he talked about 3 different levels, which I find quite useful. He says that, on the one hand, you have the level of great exchange, which would be like the great level of big capital, right? So the big trading houses in the Middle Ages, the East India companies in the 17th and 18th centuries, large industrial conglomerates in the 19th century, the Ford, General Motors and General Electrics, and the big corporations of the 20th century, and maybe today the Amazons, the Googles, the Facebook, and the large hedge funds of contemporary capitalism, right? Which is the level of great power. Sorry about that, and great political decisions, where a small number of people are able to structure the way in which important markets, today the most important market, of course, is the market for capital, financial markets, operate, right? You would estimate that there are about 15 big actors that essentially control what happens on global financial markets today. They don't necessarily cooperate. That's what sort of differentiates this theory from conspiracy theories about the Bilderbergs and other. I mean, you can understand that people think that the world is run by the Bilderbergs, because there are about 100 people who are actually running the world. The only difference is that they don't necessarily cooperate and they don't necessarily have a shared vision, right? There is a lot of inter-capitalist conflict as well, right? Which doesn't really make it into a conspiracy. And then you have a middle level, which is the level of markets and everyday exchange, right? The level of your local vegetable market or your local coffee shop or whatever, which is a level of market exchange, but which is not really capitalist in any meaningful sense of the term, because these people don't have a lot of capital to start with, right? And they don't really have a lot of power to control markets either. And then you have the level of everyday life, right? The level of all the type of activities, not only economic, but also others that go on in everyday life without really touching either markets or capital. Like when you, I don't know, make dinner for your girlfriend, or clean up the house, or exchange something with your friends, or that's an activity that's not really touched either by markets or by great capital. And you could say maybe that the commons are located on that level, right? The commons are, in a certain sense, this long durée, as Fernand Braudel said, a long sort of slow changing structures of everyday life being transformed into some sort of a productive resource, right? Suddenly you can discover that your personal knowledge, your social contacts, your ability to communicate and to coordinate with other people can become a productive resource in some way, can help you to organize a project or to write code or what do I know. And then that becomes a kind of commons in a way. So having said that, I wanted to talk briefly about the first question, that is sort of what is the relation then between capitalism and the commons. And I think the best way to do that is to talk about a bit of a historical expose, which I'll try to do as quickly as possible, also because time, I think, is getting scarce. I don't know, Felix, how are we set for time?
I would say go 10 minutes more if you want.
Okay, all right. We said before that the commons were a fundamental institution of feudalism, and that's true. I mean, basically, feudalism was a system where you had three kinds of land, right? You had the land of the lord, which was most of the land in the village, and then you had the individual villagers might have individual plots of lands, which case would be pretty small, and then you have the common lands, which were sort of, I mean, land that everybody can use and which were central to the village. And these commons, they became a very important source of conflict as feudalism developed, right? I mean, because the natural tendency, of course, within feudalism was that feudal lords would try to extract as much as possible from the villages and that they controlled. And this tendency became even stronger with the early commercialization of agriculture, where feudal lords would start breeding sheep for the wool market, for example, or growing wheat for a growing urban population. They would be interested in privatizing these common lands as much as possible. So there was a definite drive, I mean, starting already in the 13th century, but definitely accelerating as we became closer to the modern period, in which there were strong pressures to convert these common lands into private lands, the property of the feudal class, and spaces that can be used for grazing sheep, for example. And this was fairly successful under the Tudors in England, for example. There was a substantial movement of enclosures of the commons, which tended then to make the rural lifestyle impossible for the people who lived in the villages and force them to migrate to the cities, etc. Similar things that are happening today in the African countryside, for example, where the pressures of climate change and land grabbing are forcing a lot of people to migrate to the cities. But this also meant that the commons became fundamentally important for social movements defending against this type of feudal power, right? And the earliest, perhaps the most famous example of this is the Magna Carta and the Forest Charter of 1218, if I'm not mistaken, which was the compromise where the king had to recognize the claims of the movement that already at that time called themselves the commoners for safeguarding common lands and common forests against a privatization on the part of the feudal class. And if we go further up, this theme of the commons remains fundamental for social movements throughout the medieval period, moving all the way up to the English Revolution, where the levelers and the diggers would invoke the Magna Carta and would speak about the commons and would call themselves commoners in sort of resisting the demands from not so much the aristocracy now, but more a new and powerful merchant class that was on the rise. So in that sense, of course, the commons were certainly strong and important to these type of social structures during the medieval times, and they worked as sort of a resource for anti-feudal mobilization. But at the same time, the commons also became a resource for the development of a new petty bourgeois class, right? So in the cities, for example, the people that have been kicked out of the rural commons would migrate to the cities. They would set up shop as carpenters or blacksmiths or bakers or whatever. And they would join together in guilds and corporations. And these guilds and corporations would cultivate a common identity, common skills, and pool their power resources to exercise market control, and act also as a support system for these particular artisans, right? So they erected particular type of commons around this new type of market-oriented, Marx would call it petty production that these people engaged in. And in the countryside, particularly in England, you would see a new class of yeoman farmers, which would be not members of the aristocracy, but self-owning farmers, fairly wealthy, and oriented towards commercial agriculture, so growing stuff that they sold on the market. And of the very, I mean, it was the important sort of political strata of the English countryside from particularly after the Black Death, which sort of threw a very strong blow to the old aristocracy. So these Marx would call them petty producers, like people who were creating things for the market on the basis of their own skills, but relying on commons. We're relying on the commons in order to create the position. These people were also instrumental in creating the type of market society that would later lead on to capitalism, right? So in a sense, you could say, yes, there was a stronger position between feudalism and the commons, and there is a stronger position between the commons and capitalism today, in the sense that there's a lot of attempts on the part of large corporations to enclose and privatize common resources, particularly knowledge commons and bio-ecological commons, biological commons, etc. But at the same time, in the transition to capitalism in Europe, there was the commons were also very, very important in supporting this new class of market-oriented petty producers who would become who are the ones who would pave the way for a new market society. And this leads us to the second point, which might allow me to make a timely conclusion, which is that you could see, I think, fairly similar tendencies today, in the sense that, on the one hand, of course, we have the commons as a resource that are being invoked, particularly among more politically conscious members of sort of alternative digital projects, right? So you have people like, certain parts of the peer-to-peer foundation or certain parts of the new agricultural economy, etc., etc. They see like the future as a commons-based society, a society of commoning that is distinct from capitalism and that sort of tries to de-link from global capitalism, and where you no longer trade things, but you simply share and all these things. And these are maybe visions that are a little bit exhausted today, but I mean, 10 years ago, they were quite popular within contexts like the sharing economy and things like that, before that became completely commercialized. But for most people who are working in digital innovation projects today, I think the situation is a bit different. It's rather a matter of, on the one hand, you use common resources, right? You use open source software, you use common code repositories, you use the common competence to communicate on social media, and you use like you live together, maybe you have co-working spaces and you have co-living spaces, and you share also have an everyday life in common, which somehow becomes a productive resource, etc. But at the same time, you're also trying to operate on markets, right? You can see what you're producing as something that should be exchanged on markets, or that should attract capital for the sales of tokens or ICOs or whatever other mechanisms. You think, I mean, in a certain sense, the ideal that seems to be coming out of this sort of vast universe of alternative digital economic forms, which sort of ranges all the way from, Wikipedia via the crypto economy, the social enterprises, and alternative agriculture, and makers, and what have you, right? All these, I call it the industrious economy in my book, right? And it's a vast sort of universe of very, difficult to define the borders, etc. But what seems to be coming out of that is an ideal very similar to those of, early modern petty producers, an ideal of, essentially egalitarian and transparent markets, where, you buy my crypto token and I make your website. That's right. A bit similar to what Adam Smith said about his breakfast, right? You get it from the baker and the butcher, who act according to their own self-interest, but they do it in a way where neither of them really have any control over the market. Neither of them is really a capitalist in any sort of meaningful sense of the term, right? At least not according to the definition we had before. And within parentheses, of course, Adam Smith wrote in 1776, just when industrial capitalism was developing around him, but what he described was essentially a pre-capitalist economy. It was a pre-capitalist market economy, essentially, that he described in his Wealth Foundations, and not what would become the industrial capitalist economy of England just 50 or 70 years later. And you do this while still sort of relying on common resources, and while still sort of fostering common resources, and while still maybe also subordinating market exchange for the type of values and ethics that are inherent in the commons that you depend on, right? So rather than subjecting everything to the profit motive, which would be the sort of the capitalist logic of action, you do engage in market exchange, and you do strive for economic sustainability to be able to make a living on this, but your ultimate goals might be the forwarding the values and the visions that are inherent in the commons that you're also part of and you also support, right? So I think that there is a vision now emerging, very similar to the vision of in a certain sense, 18th century early 18th century economic thought, like Adam Smith and really early liberalism, of a notion of a sort of a transparent commons-based market society populated by small-scale digital petty producers who work hard and long but don't earn very much, and who don't have a lot of capital at their disposal, which is, in a certain sense, my idea of what an industrious economy looks like. And whether this vision is realistic, whether it can be sustained in the future, or whether it can create the type of economic and political forms that would enable it to defend itself against very, very strong capitalist interests, and whether it's able to prevail as a sort of an alternative economic organization, that's entirely up to the future to see, right? There are a lot of arguments that can be made both for and against, and we don't really know right now. I have some ideas which maybe you can ask me about in the discussion if you like. So that's it, I think, Felix, for now, and maybe we'll open up for some interaction instead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adam. And I'm sorry that I could not introduce you. I was facing numerous technical problems here.
Oh, I introduced myself some.
Thank you very much. I would suggest that we have at least one more presentation before we open up the discussion, in order to not have 4 separate discussions. So let me please briefly introduce the next speaker, Dr. Vangelis Papadimitropolous, who holds a PhD in political theory from the University of Crete, has published numerous articles on the politics of the commons, between reform and revolt, on open cooperativism, on the contradictions that the commons, and especially the new commons, come with, and on the work of Yochai Benkler, especially his notion of commons-based peer production. And Vangelis, if I'm not mistaken, you're currently working on a book that at least also covers crypto commons as they emerge.
Yes, correct.
Thank you very much for being here, and I give the floor to you.
Thank you for having me. I need to share my screen, obviously.
So you can share your screen in the bottom left corner.
Give me a minute, please, to get accustomed somehow here. Okay, I need this screen. Share.
Great. We see the MetaFEST day 3. Yeah.
Do you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, we see your presentation.
Okay, great. So I will be outlining
somehow the political theory, the contemporary political theory of the commons, and next I will be going through the cyber-physical commons, the cryptosphere somehow. So let's begin with a definition of the commons, the most known definition of the commons, the most accepted one. The commons consist of distributed or common property resources, infrastructures. It can be almost everything. Self-managed by user communities in accordance with collectively established rules or norms. Basically, the commons are made up of three elementary components: a resource, a community, and a commoning activity. There are two main types of commons: local, rural, urban, and global, knowledge and information commons, and the digital commons, of course. Some examples are community agriculture, local and rural, housing associations, local and urban, Wikipedia, which is global, and Fab Labs, which are local. They are both local and global because they use hardware, and of course they use open source software. Some features of the commons, of commons-based peer production: openness, sharing, decentralization, democracy, distribution of value, self-realization aligned with community goals, care, affection, feminist values, or humanist values, I would say, in general. The centrality of non-monetary motivations of use value over exchange value, and other plenty stuff, often combined with monetary motivations. The permeation of firm and state boundaries, holoptism, equipotentiality, and stigmergy, along with the modularity and the granularity, sustainability, of course, and resilience, circular economy, waste management, eco-efficiency, clean energy, and the like. These are some basic features of the commons. Now, there are three core arguments in the literature, in the contemporary literature, okay? I stress this. We have the liberal argument, the reformist, and the anti-capitalist. Liberals, let me say first that this is a schematic classification, okay? Obviously, arguments intersect and overlap. I don't want to put labels to anybody. This is a convenient way to structure somehow the discussion. Liberals are arguing for the coexistence of the commons with the state and market operation. Reformists are advocating a commons transition.
I see my name there. Wow.
Yeah, of course. Of course, I did. How could I not do that? They advocate for a commons transition towards post-capitalism through hybrid entrepreneurial models, platform cooperativism, open cooperativism. The friendly capital intervenes, the partner state, so it's a more hybrid, mixed meta-capitalist, post-capitalist adventure. Anti-capitalists are more radical, more skeptical, more critical. They favor basically the autonomous development of the commons against and beyond neoliberalism. They split basically into autonomous Marxists and anarchists and into statist neo-Marxists. The first emphasize the autonomy of the commons vis-a-vis the state and the capitalist firm. The latter, they emphasize, stress the role of the socialist state and the political left. They are somewhat neo-Marxist, orthodox Marxists, something like that, around there. So there are some problems in my view, in my reading. Liberals limit the commons into a third sphere, coexistent with the state and capitalism. They do not challenge, question the some basic contradictions we have both in the state and the market, which is the power asymmetry, the division between directors, executants, managers, workers, capital, labor, elites, and the people. These are basic contradictions raised by Marx, of course, and by anarchists, and by a broad spectrum of political theory. Post-capitalists cannot but encounter sooner or later the very same contradictions, probably from a different angle. Some of them, commerciality versus non-commerciality, competition versus cooperation, private property, common property, exchange value, use value, and the like. There are, I think, plenty of issues to examine there in the next years to come. I hope not. The above, for me, are mere fractions of the basic contradiction between capitalism and communism, and reflecting the way we live in our societies. Some of them we need to work in the industry, and in our free spare time we are engaged in the commons. There is a core moral tension here between the need to make money to pay the bills, and we have families, we have children, and we need to support and provide for our sustainability. And this is what I call everyday libertarianism. We need somehow to think about money, and in money terms, in an economistic framework. Somehow we cannot easily escape this, avoid this. And there is the idea, of course, of a common sense, of a commonality, of a community, of the commons, of sociality, of something else, something coexistent with capitalism, let's say. So the problem, I think, is that both the reformist and the anti-capitalist argument lack a holistic coordination mechanism necessary to scale the commons, to become the dominant socioeconomic model vis-a-vis the state market nexus. The problem is to secure the economic sustainability of the commons, to reach a critical mass. And I think in order to do that, we need to provide a steady income to people. Not only this, of course, and there are several other issues that need to be addressed. So we move on to the blockchain sphere, which it's a contested commons because it's an open source software, open to everybody. So it is open to crypto libertarians, to liberals, to neo-institutionalists, to crypto commoners. I will focus here on the one main division between crypto libertarians and crypto commoners. So crypto libertarians are, let's say, anarcho-capitalists. They have an individualistic, profit-driven perspective, where profit is central, whereas crypto commoners, let's say that they are anti-post-capitalists, something like that, and they have a communist purpose-driven perspective where profit is peripheral rather than central. So nowadays we see the gradual emergence of crypto communism through blockchain-based cyber physical commons. What are cyber physical commons? They are systems, communities, ventures that try to bridge local and global digital commons using crypto economics token engineering. They differentiate from past efforts of commoning because they innovate somehow. They try to innovate upon market relations, about money, about production, distribution of value, digital identity and governance processes. They try to somehow to bridge to nascent post-capitalist markets, rather than oppose market relations altogether. So they use a number of grassroots self-organization tools, such as crowdfunding, interoperable open protocols, open supply chains for a circular economy, open value accounting, value asset reciprocity, among ethical market entities and commons-based open cooperatives, copy-fair licensing, reputation tracking, impact assessment. They try to integrate social and ecological externalities, including thermodynamic accounting that gives direct access to flows of resources and energy use. They employ collective sense-making, social signal processing, algorithmic time-variant conviction voting, which is similar to a form of direct democracy, peer-to-peer mutual credit issuance, self-sovereign identity management, and they test and validate holistic design principles through simulation modeling. Some examples are Sensorica and the Common Stack. Some problems, the contradictions of the commons, of course, for me personally. This is my view. Some examples, how to align individual profit-driven incentives with community purpose-driven incentives, how to address the problem of scale, hierarchy versus democracy, and plenty other stuff that I try to examine in my forthcoming book. Some solutions, I think that we need a holistic multidisciplinary coordination mechanism, a sort of a holistic approach to bring together all dispersed, fragmented, a lot of fragmented, dispersed projects, movements. We need somehow a post-hegemony of the commons, the way Laclau and Mouffe have stated that in their book, but in a post-capitalist perspective, not so much in a socialist perspective. We need to encompass proper incentive schemes, well-designed policies, financial mechanisms, law reforms, affordable housing for people, education, sustainability, science. We need to have a holistic, multidisciplinary approach. This is my thesis. The goal is, of course, to secure the economic, environmental, and social sustainability of commons-based open cooperatives, combined with another sort of morality, another sort of anthropological type, a new anthropological type. So that's it on my part.
Okay, thank you very much, Vangelis. Jeff, are you here? No. Okay, no problem. Then I'm just gonna do our presentation on my own. Let's see. Can you see the presentation? Yes.
Yes.
That's good. That's good. Okay. Yes, so I'm going to present on challenges and approaches to scaling the global commons. And this is based on a paper that is to be published rather soon. I think it should be out this month or next one, that was published by Frontiers in Blockchain, or is going to be published by Frontiers in Blockchain. And my co-authors are Jeff Emmett, who should be presenting with me right now, Emmeline Friedman from, so Jeff Emmett works with the Commons Stack, Emmeline Friedman works with the Commons Engine, Rok Kranic works with the P2P Foundation, Sarah Mansky is assistant professor, if I'm not mistaken, at Santa Barbara. Then Michael Zargem, I guess many of you know him. He is the founder of Block Science and co-founder of the Commons Stack and developer of CatCat. And then last but not least, Michelle Bowens, who was also already mentioned by Vangelis as one of the, in the reformist camp of scholars working on the commons. And basically, in this paper, we compare three different takes on commoning on distributed ledgers, which are the Commons Stack, then the Commons Engine and Holochain, and finally the Economic Space Agency. And the title of the paper, Challenges and Approaches to Scaling the Global Commons, comes from a challenge or a list of 6 challenges that Elina Ostrom outlined, which are challenges to scaling commons as solutions to global problems. And I do believe that, so Ostrom was already mentioned, I'm not going to tell you anything about her, anything further. I do think that some of you will be familiar with these challenges. So the first challenge is scaling up. The larger a community grows, the more difficult usually is coordinating that group, the more you run into problems of free riding, of disagreements, and so on. So the first challenge is we can't scale social...
yeah, I'm here.
Hello? No, that was a voice from the off. You can't scale social structures endlessly without running into problems. The second and I would say related challenge is cultural diversity. Cultural diversity greatly increases the difficulty of coming to terms between groups over shared resources, and linked to the first challenge of scaling up, the larger a group becomes, the more cultural diversity it has to accommodate. Third challenge is the challenge of interlinked common pool resources. Because at global scales, it becomes prohibitively difficult to oversee the interlinkages of different common pool resources, how they play into each other, where to start, and what to put aside or basically throw under the bus. And the challenge then becomes how to fairly govern these resources successfully under one framework. The fourth challenge Ostrom names is the accelerating change of developments on Earth that are linked to us humans. That is population growth, economic development, also technological change, and these just push us faster and faster past environmental thresholds, and also render old solutions that once might have worked irrelevant. And I guess you all feel that pressure is rising, right? The fifth challenge is that basically, again, the free rider problem, or the anarchy between states. In order to solve things like climate change, we would need voluntary assent between all relevant states, and the incentives to opt out are great, unless you have world government that can introduce punishments and rewards. And the last challenge is we simply have no planet B. We can't fuck this up, bluntly said. And so in our paper, we argued that rather than looking to a top-down solution that would be, in the end, world government, the next big thing will be a lot of small things. So we propose the concept of federated scaling that basically sums up the first three challenges, which revolve around the forms commons communities and their interrelations may take. While we perceive the latter three challenges as leveraging the need to find adequate forms on time. But the first challenge is scaling up. Cultural diversity and interlinked CPRs are really telling us how a structure would have to look like to be able to meet these global problems in time. And we argue that instead of using the technical notion of scaling up, endlessly scaling up one solution to ever larger size, or also invariantly scaling out, that is recreating and parallelizing one best practice model, we need federated scaling, which recognizes, or a distributed form of scaling that recognizes the need for heterogeneity and diversity of responses to global problems, on local level on the one hand, and more dense horizontal coordination among these local solutions on the other hand. And this notion of federated scaling shifts the notion of scale from a technical to a social terrain, where throughput and efficiency make place for density, depth, and diversity of interrelations as the central criteria. And cultural diversity then is accommodated by a heterogeneous multitude of communities that are linked to one another through networks of fractal belonging, mutual stakeholding, and shared value systems that are embedded in protocol structuring interaction between communities. Now, a second aspect that we cover in our paper is the dialectics of markets and value autonomy, which I would say Adam has already greatly introduced. But let me be more precise on what we see in terms of crypto commons. As Vangelis also already mentioned, open value accounting is being used more and more often by communities as a source of, or as giving them internal value sovereignty. Basically, a community can decide on their own what contributions they value, how much, without having to follow external market dictates. At the same time, external coordination is pursued through market mechanisms. However, the aim here is to inscribe common aims, and not individual aims of profit into this exchange. And there are more and more experiments with this, and this is what we're going to look at in the cases, what we're looking at in the cases. A third aspect I would like to mention are derivatives that are being increasingly used as value membranes. Basically, that separate internal value sovereignty from external market command. And these derivatives also act as proxies for commodification that allow us to both satisfy individual aims of profit and common aims. And finally, yeah, I think I'm going to skip that part on markets are not capitalism, not necessarily, because Adam already covered that at length. Now, the three cases I do want to briefly compare are the Common Stack, Holochain's Commons Engine, and the Economic Space Agency. And now, I don't really want to go through this whole table because it's a bit full of text and boring, but rather I thought I'm going to introduce briefly each of them and then go through the most relevant categories here. So the Common Stack, and I think most of you might know the Common Stack. The Common Stack's premise is to realign incentives around the provision of public goods in order to overcome the tension between individual and common interest, which they see at the core of existing limitations to commoning, as Vangelis mentioned, right? So the proposed solution by the Common Stack is a toolkit of computational constitutional patterns or mechanisms which facilitate funding, governance over common resource allocation, retrospective and real-time data analysis, as well as prospective modeling and simulation of commons-oriented DAOs. And in particular, the Common Stack introduces bonding curves as a new tool for collective preference estimation and shared resource allocation, which act as semi-permeable value transfer interfaces, derivatives, or as what I like to call memetic derivatives, which allow individuals to take position on the effective capacity of an idea that might be to clean up a beach. And the augmentation the Common Stack introduces to a bonding curve. So you had bonding curves before the Common Stack with Simon de la Rivière, for example, who introduced that for meme markets in 2017. What the Common Stack does is introduce an augmentation, which is taxation. So it allows individuals to speculate on the effective capacity of the idea of let's clean that beach. I think many more people will find that idea great and will chip in money. So I buy first and I have a profit potential. However, through taxation, we fill a common pool that is then actually used to actually clean up the beach. So it is not just a speculative zero-sum game, but actually it does it does result in a clean beach. And so that is roughly the Commons Stack's take or starting point. Now, the Commons engine takes a rather different approach, which is informed by traditions of complementary currencies and mutual credit systems. And so in its simplest form, it uses asset-backed currencies, which appear as a direct representation of the resource, good, or service they track and modulate. So basically one token for one asset. And by doing so, the Commons engine aims to disentangle the two most contradictory functions of money, that is, acting as a store of value and a medium of exchange. And this contradiction is resolved by inscribing not only a particular use value, but also the temporality of that use value into an array of asset-backed currencies. What does that mean? That means that by doing so, this has the effect of sorting currencies into exchange media for everyday goods like food, treated water, clothes, or whatever, and value stores, for example, wood, homes, and identities, so longer-lasting assets that are stores of value. And doing so, the Commons engine argues that this greatly increases the transparency within economies, for example, allowing communities to track, modulate, and extend access to universal human basics like food, water, energy, and housing. And in addition to asset-backed currencies, or to this array of asset-backed currencies, the Commons engine introduces mutual credit accounting as a source of liquidity that facilitates exchange independently from big capital and banks. Now, finally, the Economic Space Agency, or EXA in brief, more directly puts capitalism itself up for debate, as it sets out to reimagine markets, price, and profit in cooperative terms. EXA's vision of digital economic networks as intentionally designed spaces that have social values beyond profit directly inscribed into the protocols of interaction themselves is a structural and highly generic interpretation of Commons ambitions. Now, while in their capitalist shape, protocols such as markets, pricing, or profit making may be oriented exclusively towards private property and self-interest, EXA basically claims or speculates that these protocols could also meaningfully be redesigned as spaces of exchange to serve shared social values, common values such as human rights, working conditions, income distribution, environment, social impact, etc. And they do this on the one hand through the extensive use of derivatives that allow the translation of multi-dimensional value indices, value systems into one-dimensional indices, and therefore allow betting or position taking on these performances, but also through a distributed exchange protocol and a mutual credit system and many more. I must say here that this is all on the conceptual level. The Economic Space Agency has not put out code yet. Now I would just briefly go through the more interesting aspects in order to not overwhelm you with information on these three different projects. But what I find most interesting here is on that first part of the table is the approach to markets. So as said, the Commons Stack basically replaces decentralized markets, which are based on offers, with one central automated market maker, while the Commons engine approaches markets through multiple targeted currencies on a per asset basis, which reflect the dynamic, productive, and carrying capacity of an economy or the planet, ideally. And EXA perceives market or approaches market through the protocolization of things like indirect matchmaking, mutual credit, and other protocols they devise. While the Commons Stack and the EXA actively encourage speculation, the Commons engine is more traditional, sticks with complementary currencies and the rejection of speculation. Okay, that the other parts are not so interesting here. Interesting is federated social scaling. I think what the Commons Stack offers in terms of federated scaling is a web of governance functions based on nested bonding curves. So one bonding curve that accepts tokens of another bonding curve as a reserve. Very technical. Holochain instead brings us networks of reputation that are based on self-sovereign identity structures, which allow basically actors to take the reputation they have gained in one community and go to another community and build on that reputation. Right? And EXA has yet a different proposal of building structures of federated scale, which is based on mutual stakeholding and on shared socioeconomic grammars that define an economic space. They all have rather different ways of inscribing external aims or shared common aims into exchange value. The Commons Stack does this ad hoc, basically through taxation and then funding these external aims. Holochain simply does it through does it ex ante, but inscribes these through asset and reputation based backed currencies, while not really going further into detail how that achieves these external aims. And then EXA finally uses derivatives, as said, in order to fulfill external aims. I think I'm gonna conclude here because I've been talking for a while now. So I would like to recap that on the one hand, we do believe that Ostrom's challenges will not be solved by one monolithic solution, but rather by a multiplicity of bottom-up initiatives that can use some of the affordances of distributed ledger technologies for stig-merging cooperation and for formalizing interdependencies and mutual strategies and aims. On the second, we see this approach to redefine markets, to actually inscribe common aims into exchange itself in order to use the great scalability of markets and the great strength of markets as coordination mechanisms, while getting rid of the strictly individual profit-driven motive there. I think that all the discussed projects and their proposals can be seen as incremental steps towards post-capitalism. And adding to Adam's point on markets not necessarily being capitalism and capitalism not necessarily being fully free markets, I think what distributed ledger technology really does is undermine the legal privilege of protected capitalists, of capitalists that are protected by the state. For example, banks with banking licenses, but also other monopolists or oligopolists of big capital, because there is no legal privilege on distributed ledger technology. And finally, I want to highlight that all of this is contingent on us actually delivering that work, on us actually continuing to build the world we want to see out there. And now I want to close by thanking MetaGame for being on the forefront of doing that, of building the world we want to see out there. I also want to invite all of you guys to join the more theoretical debate on crypto commons during this year's Crypto Commons Gathering, which is a physical 7-day event in July or in September, depending on how how the pandemic continues in the countryside in Austria. You find some information on that on www.crypto-commons.org/ccg-21. And yeah, with that, I'd like to close and hope that Giulio is already in the room.
I'm here.
Great. Then please welcome my colleague Giulio, who is working with me on the Crypto Commons gathering. He will talk briefly about crypto cooperatives or cooperatives, platform cooperatives and crypto. Please, Giulio, stage is yours.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Can you hear me? Okay, I don't have a presentation, but it will be very short and pragmatic. So I am part of the Platform Coop Consortium team. Actually, I can share the page, the web page. Let me see. Okay. Now you see the page of the Platform Coop. Are you seeing it? Okay. Basically, platform cooperativism is a movement that tries to digitalize the cooperative movement that, as you may know, it is a very big part of the economy already today and has a long historic tradition. And in digitalizing it, I mean, of course, to make it mediated by digital platforms, big and small. But of course, what I find most interesting is the possibility to enabling global scale distributed organizing. So it's not to do the e-commerce of the local grocery store, but to have a digital distributed platform that share profits and values and knowledge and cultures between the world through digital platforms. This year has been very intense and important for the movement because the second edition of the course, Platform Coops Now, has been held, and there were more than 1,500 participants from all over the world. So not only West Europe and USA, but also Africa, India, China. Very interesting. And the goal of the course was to develop platform coops and to bring them in the world. And now we have, as in the Crypto Commons, more specifically space, we have a lot of experimentation in the crypto platform coop space, like Disco Coop, that wants to be the alternative to the DAO, so distributed cooperative organization. And some real startup is being developed in Berlin, for example, where the first European startup coop incubator has launched this year. What about blockchain? Well, I have to say that the cooperative movement is quite old as members. It's not like a young, like the digital social group of the first digital age or the DeFi guys of this current moment. So before getting in the blockchain, we have to get on the Web 2.0 because we are still far lagging behind. I think this is a very serious problem. But yeah, I think that this interplay between market, commons, decentralized protocols, and locally based distributed cooperative is a vital mission to get in, because yeah, I was thinking about this presentation that have been all very good, and of course very theoretical, but in a good way, with good perspectives. But I think at my daily life, beyond work, and like 95% of the people I know can't get nothing about the blockchain. Even Bitcoin is quite difficult to get. So for the majority of people, beyond simply having more financial tools, it's very difficult to imagine them joining DAOs, joining distributed cooperatives, or understanding all the outstanding complexity of this ecosystem that is developing. And in this sense, so blockchain and crypto and platform co-ops, I see them as developing some way parallelly, because once the blockchain-based new financial infrastructure is ready, then cooperatives that act on the market can join it and decentralize or alterate some part of their operativity. And then there is the participation side, in which you can have DAOs, DISCOs, a new way of organizing at scale. But yeah, for the local context and for normal people, I see as a very good point to approach people in saying you don't have to learn very difficult things. You don't have to code or anything like that. I'm just simplifying it, but you can get into your normal work, and we are organizing your normal work through big platforms, so that you can do what you like to do and share value with the community and share value with and for the commons. And then to these local cooperatives and to these platform-driven networks of local cooperatives, you have all the blockchain application that we talked about. I think we are in a very, very experimental phase at the moment. And yeah, drawing on the previous presentation of scaling the federated commons, I really like the approach of Felix and Jeff Emmett, and I think they are quite the most brilliant academics speaking about them, with the historic contextualization of Adam Arvidsson. I don't have very much to add. Yeah, I think that platform co-ops are not so interesting from a technological point of view if you are interested in decentralized technology already, because in the DeFi space there's much more complexity and economic innovation and so on. But platform co-ops driven by new decentralized infrastructure can be an excellent tool to empower people in the local context and to scale collaboration and cooperation to the globe in a way that technicians and algorithms can do alone. So there will be a third edition of Platform Co-ops now, the course I mentioned before, in the end of August. And we will try to bring the team of crypto and DLTs there. And you can stay updated by following the Platform Cooperative Consortium. And yeah, now, as Felix said, I'm organizing the event with him. There is a Crypto Commons gathering in July, and we will build a series of online events like this through the up to the gathering to create awareness and connections between the community. Yeah, I think that's all. So thank you, MetaGame, for this event. I see that there are a lot of speakers that I couldn't listen to, but I will. And thank you, Felix.
Thank you, Giulio. Thank you very much. And I would say we open the floor for questions. Can we do that?
Yeah, we've got 5 minutes for questions. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that amazing, path through the commons. I think it was really great to get all of your different perspectives and get all of you in one place. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let me check the chat and see if we have any questions. Let's see. Yeah, I think it was a lot of information for people to absorb. But so also Panvala is doing their matching rounds, and so I wanted to kind of highlight that, and also Gitcoin is doing their matching rounds, and Gibby is also currently active. So I recommend everyone to kind of hop in and participate in these different communities, so that you can give back and as well as help fund our common goods. So
May I
thank you.
add that we also have a Gitcoin grant running. If you find us Crypto Commons gathering, we were happy for any DAI, if you can spare one. And if not, we're happy for applications for our conference in the summer, right? Yeah, thank you very much, MetaGame.
Blair, are you here? Do we have Blair?
Can you drop a link to your Gitcoin grant in the MetaFEST public? I dropped the common stacks there right now, but we don't have the one that you just mentioned.
I know Blair said they were standing by, so sorry for that interruption. And if there's anything else that you guys would like to mention really quick that we might not have heard, and or just kind of a quick point to touch on as we get the next speaker, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I think a final plug for the Gitcoin grant, and also I see someone else dropped in the chat, cv.commonstack.org. You can go and vote on the Crypto Commons gathering on the Common Stack Panvala League to get extra matching. So you can give a DAI or 2 DAI on Gitcoin, or if you donate in Pan, there's actually extra matching through the Panvala, the Common Stack Panvala League. So definitely check that out. Link is in the chat, and yeah, really excited to see you all at the Crypto Commons gathering this summer.
Great, thank you so much, everyone. Take care. It's Tommy. We got a few more talks today. How you doing?
Yeah, doing great. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Another amazing day full of talking about communities that we're all passionate about. So
Yep,
this is what I love to do most of all.
I just saw Blair's face pop up. I know he's here and ready.
Is that you, Blair?
He's hiding in the corner.
You are still muted, my friend.
He was here. Now he's gone again.
Do I have audio yet?
Yes,
Yep,
I see you. I hear you. Great.
Okay, so I got audio, photo. If I can get a screen share, I will be good.
Golden. Bottom left. And then press your camera again. Camera
Right.
icon. Boom, boom.
Cool.
Picture.
You're great. We can see you and your slides. Take it away when you're ready.
Awesome. Let me pull my notes up. Right on. Well, hello, everybody. My name's Blair Vanderlucht. I work at Grassroots Economics as a DevOps and infrastructure person. Really excited to be here. Been a big fan of MetaGame for a while. Really excited to share the current state of grassroots economics with everybody, and give you kind of a glimpse of the plans we have moving forward. We're gonna try and cover a few things today. Just give you an overview on the community inclusion currencies that we are deploying, the efforts around universal basic income tied to these tokens, some exciting project with agriculture, and a farm experiment that we deployed on site, and some really exciting things around social investment, NFTs, and some future goals around that. All right, so I'm gonna start with a little background on grassroots for folks that are new to the project. The project's been around for about 10 years now. It was first deployed as an alternative currency project in 2010 with the launch of the EcoPesa in informal settlements near Kongowea, Mombasa. This project was joined by 5 more currencies up till 2014 and 15. And then in 2016, these currencies were bridged under the banner of Surafu Credit. And now Surafu is kind of the network token that is used, that I'll be talking about for the rest of the presentation. And it's now kind of the network token that bridges a lot of these communities together. In 2018, they kind of started making the moves towards blockchain technology. And the current iteration of the project that's deployed in the field was deployed in, I think, January 2020 on XDAI. And for a long time, it was one of the largest projects on XDAI. So some impact metrics to date. When this project was launched, there was around 4,000 users of the Surafu credit system. Today, there's over 42,000 users with a total trading volume of 280 million Surafu, or 2.6 million USD. It's been over 400,000 trades, and it's thriving in urban areas, and it's been rolled out to rural areas as well around Kenya. The average age of people in the Surafu network is between 26 and 36 years old, so it's relatively young. And over on this dashboard on the right, you can see how Surafu is used for trading. You can see that a lot of the products that are purchased with Surafu is food and water and farm inputs and labor. And I think it's interesting to note, you can see the gender breakdowns too, that a lot of the trade is dominated by women trading farming and labor inputs. So talking more broadly about what Grassroots is trying to do, the fundamental problem that we're trying to solve is the liquidity crunch in impoverished areas. You can think this is a situation where there's possibly like land and resources, and there's lots of labor and people around, but in a lot of places, there's just simply not enough money to make those transactions happen. So that's kind of the premise behind community currency projects. And I know I'm following up like a group of like experts in this area. So I hope I don't misrepresent the goals of these types of projects. But the idea is that if you can introduce liquidity into these economies, then you kind of introduce the lubricant for trade to happen. And you can kind of break the deadlock that exists between these idle assets and labor. And so, you know, now we think about, okay, we need to introduce this, we need to introduce more currency. That's great. So how can we do that? Well, we could go and airdrop, you know, fiat, airdrop some money into these communities. But you know, that's something that 8 organizations have tried over time. And what kind of happens in those situations is, you know, you're faced with some amount of bureaucratic red tape. You know, there could be gamesmanship, and at the end of the day, what's going to happen is that money is going to leave the community. You know, if that community doesn't have the internal resources and productive capacity to create goods and services, then they're just going to buy all those goods and services from external groups, and that money is going to leave the community you place it in really quickly as it like imports all of the goods it needs. And so that money may help for some amount of time, but it's not going to lead to like the lasting change that that you need in order to like combat issues of poverty. So option B, we can introduce a mutual credit system, and a mutual credit system will allow people to mint their own currencies and to be able to trade goods and services based on that new currency they're minting. And this is obviously not a new idea. This has been around for a long time, and there's a lot of different lot of different projects that have been deployed in this area. So a lot of these mutual credit systems, they can increase community resilience because of the trusted bonds that are created and the people that are cooperating in that environment. It can help sustain economic growth within the community by keeping currency flows inside the community and flowing between the individuals inside that community. These mutual credit systems kind of have a problem though, in that they just take a lot of care and stewardship by the community. And even though we've tried to deploy many of these projects in the past, many of them just have not survived over time, usually due to a lack of circulation and general acceptance. You know, it's hard to get people to use your new money. So that kind of issue of scale, and I think, you know, the last presenters addressed that conversation really well. It's like, okay, you may be able to get a group of people using this new currency, and mutual this mutual credit system may be really good for this group of people, but like, how do we scale it up to, like, you know, address the 2 billion people living in poverty today? It's hard thing to bridge. So what grassroots economics kind of aims to do is bridge these mutual credit systems together with a network token, and essentially start creating networks of community currencies in something they call community inclusion currencies. And I think this might be similar to the federated networks and federated currencies that were talked about previously. So we're starting small, and we're letting those communities network together. So it's in this community inclusion currency scheme, we have the community currencies that each community will be able to issue based on the goods and services they provide. And then we link those together via network token, which in this case is Sarafu. And then individual communities can trade with each other via a bonding curve. The network of communities, this network creates more resiliency for each of the individuals inside of these communities because there's more goods available. So if your community can only make, you know, plantains and chapatis, and like you know, that's 2 goods, but then like the next village over has more petrol resources, which you really need. You know, it's like how do you bridge your currency over to that next community? Well, if you have, you know, some way to exchange your currency for theirs, and then you can make that trade happen, then now you have access to, like, you know, 3 total goods. And so that kind of compounding effect makes each individual currency more valuable. And because of that value and access to more goods, it makes it more, you know, more utility of that currency will make it more resilient over time, is the idea. I'm just going to pop in here real quick, make sure my video is still good. Okay. So the creation process and the CSEs, Sarafu is a community-driven basic income token. The infrastructure of Sarafu is secured by humanitarian orgs and allows anyone to receive Sarafu. There is a 2% holding fee on Sarafu, so it's like a demurrage type of currency. And then we take this 2% fee out once a month. We calculate it, you know, daily, and then your balance is withdrawn at the end of the month, and then that money gets redistributed out to the active users. So one of the ideas behind, you know, these mutual credit systems is you don't really want people like accumulating money and turning it into small banks and then like loaning it to each other, because then you've kind of like replicated the existing system that we have, you really want money to continually circulate. So the demurrage is kind of like a disincentive to like hoard and really use this currency to flow through the system. And then as kind of a nice benefit of that, you can just airdrop the protocol fees for holding like back on the community. And you can even, if you have social, equity, things that you want to achieve, like making sure that extra credits go towards, people that are the most vulnerable in the community. You can adjust kind of like where that money goes, and so that you can have some ability to have universal basic income, but then also like, really target aid towards the people that need the most assistance. So this is a better view of kind of like how someone might onboard to Serafu. They're basically the kind of way it works on the ground is that the Red Cross drives around in these trucks, and they have this like speaker and like a bunch of people in the field, and they're like, hey, there's this Serafu token. Come ask us for information on it or how to join it. And when people want to opt into Serafu, they sign up on USSD via USSD on feature phones a lot of times. And so a lot of these places don't have, there's not everybody has a smartphone. And so, a lot of times what folks do have is like an old Nokia brick phone and a SIM card. And so you use this program called USSD, which works with the telecoms and SSS messages to onboard to this program. And when you've created an account, you get 100 Serafu credit. Serafu is, the supply of Serafu is expanded by the individuals that join the network. It doesn't really have any other type of inflationary aspect besides the number of people inside the user base. And then once you have an account, then your 2% holding fee is in effect, and then you're able to onboard to these things. I kind of want to talk about like how the CICs are actually like are issued. These community inclusion currencies are backed by commitments of goods and services by individuals in the like actually want to that want to create a commitment for their goods and be issued this like mutual aid credit. And so that backing store of CICs is administered by oftentimes Chama, which is a group of women in the village. And they kind of are like the people that you need to work with in order to make that commitment for that credit. And in that kind of process is kind of like a process of trust, right? And I think that's really interesting because especially in the blockchain world, we talk about this like trustless system. But I think that, a lot of us understand that having a blockchain there kind of gets us to a place where we don't maybe have to worry about the trust of making sure the money transaction has occurred. And it kind of like frees us to really deal with like, human to human trust problems of like, you've promised me this, you've promised me this level of service over the course of a month and you haven't delivered, like, why is that? Like you kind of gotta like, in order to participate in a mutual credit system, you kind of got to know your neighbor. You kind of have to have a solid reputation. So even though we have blockchain, there's a great deal of trust that kind of happens in these communities. And just, I guess, to follow on the conversation of trust, because I like this story that Will Ruddock of Grassroots, the founder, tells, is the, like, when you're out in the field and you're trying to onboard someone to Serapho, you'll kind of like come up to one vendor and you're like, hey, you know, we have this currency, Serapho, it's great, it's going to help everybody in the village out. And they're like, well, why would I want to use this? You know, like, this isn't something I can take out and like pay for like college education or gas for my car and stuff. And it's like, well, yeah, but you could use it to trade with this person over here, you know, like, let's see if they'll join, you know? And so then you like walk over to the other person and you bring the first person with you and you're like, hey, will you accept Serapho in exchange, you know, for this other person, you know, being in the same system, and you can buy their goods too. And if they say yes, then the other person's like, all right, well, that's one other person. Cool, I'm in, you know? And so I think, you know, we'll call that process braiding. And I think that's really, really interesting. You know, you're kind of like braiding these like levels of trust together. And then once you get enough people in the community that are on board with it, then it kind of like can organically grow. But that first like bootstrapping problem is like a very like non-scalable type of like really face-to-face level of trust building. And then once you get people kind of accepting this community currency, then you're kind of like off to the races, because then everybody can kind of see its value because they see a workaround around them. So yeah, and this slide kind of hints a little bit at the way these community currencies are traded amongst each other. So the inspiration behind the interoperability of these currencies is the Bancor V1 contracts. And so the existence of a network token, in this case Serapho, allows any community currency that's backed by Serapho to be exchanged with one another. So if you know, example of, you know, the two villages that have two different types of goods, like they can trade against each other because they can trade for Serapho, you know, A can trade for Serapho, and then you can trade Serapho for B, and then vice versa. So there's how that trade happens. But you know, from a basic level, that existence of the network token is kind of like what makes a community currency, in our case, a community inclusion currency, makes it that networked effect of bridged currencies. So I really like this diagram that Tomas made. It kind of represents the visualization of Serapho being traded, and it really kind of makes you like really see and understand, like, you know, it's like we do have this kind of like network things going on, right? Like that's that I think to a lot of people in like, you know, the crypto space and stuff that want to see these like cooperative systems take off, like this is really cool. You know, it's like we have resiliency because we have systems that are interwoven with each other and can support each other. And not only does like the underlying value of community inclusion currencies increase when you have this like strong effective networks, but you also, because you have this like digital medium, like you have more analytics and like fine-tune ability to tailor the delivery of aid in these communities a lot more than you would with like paper currency or something like that. So in the case of like, you know, the Red Cross, like when they go and they want to choose between doing cash relief and just giving people cash to help out whatever issue they're trying to address, or tailored to community inclusion currency, we have, you know, research that shows because of this nature of this circulation of money, you just have this multiplier effect of keeping currency inside the community and letting it cycle. In you know, some of the research that we point to is like showing like a, you know, 20 times multiplier on the effectiveness of this aid money. So something like this should really be like, you know, should really get us excited about how we can, like, you know, fight poverty, because we can create, you know, resilient economies. I think that's really exciting. And then you also unlock a lot of features. I know, like, one of Glenn Weil's radical markets ideas, this idea of like data co-ops, you know, or the ability to kind of own our data, and if people need that data and they can, you know, they can profit from it, like we should make money for that. So people in this system could like opt in to selling anonymized aggregated data and being able to receive funding, you know, receive additional UBI payments or additional payments for that, like strictly opt-in type of data collection. But you know, if everyone has an address, and we have this shared data, you know, we kind of this data co-op idea is more accessible. And also this gives us a lot better ability to hit sustainable development goals. And so the idea of trying to satisfy things like no hunger, no poverty, better education, gender equality, partnerships, and the strength of economies. Those are all within the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It's like, well, you know, this is something that we can really provably show affects all of these outcomes. In addition to you know, things like climate change and land use stuff, which we'll talk about hopefully have time to talk about in a minute. So we actually right now are like, we're re-platforming the entire grassroots economics tech stack. We're rewriting it from scratch right now, and I'm not going to spend a ton of time talking about the tech stack, but I think like the salient points that I do want to talk on is our guiding principles, which is everything's open source under the GPL3 license. We want to have distributed availability. You know, at some point we'd love to have you know, nodes, some kind of mesh network node interface, like in villages. We want, you know, public collaboration. We want all of our modules to be pluggable. So this really becomes a flexible platform that any aid organization or community that wants to implement this type of community inclusion currency could leverage, and then swap out the parts that they want to, and take the things they don't want. Everything is we are trying to get closer and closer to decentralized data storage and peer-to-peer data on the clients. Obviously, this is a challenge, especially in our case, because of the nature of using USSD and feature phones. We don't have the ability for everyone to have their own wallet, so we do maintain like a custodial wallet system, with the intention that we're phasing in sovereign wallets or cell phone wallets over time. So we kind of have to satisfy both architectures, and you know, we're kind of slowly moving that direction. But for this first V1, we have to solve the flexible, pluggable custodial wallet on USSD, which is a challenge. So that's where we're at right now. But yeah, hope to have all the fun peer-to-peer stuff soon. So I only have 5 minutes left, and I think with that time, I really want to talk about the Synanthropic Farm stuff. I don't know if there's anyone from CuraDAO here, but this is actually really cool because someone from CuraDAO went to Kenya and help Will and everybody set up this symmetropic forest, which is kind of like a regenerative agriculture project. It's kind of like an experiment in, can we start a farm that is a food forest for the community? And if we have a food forest, like where can we go from there? I think there's a lot of people that are thinking this regenerative agriculture plus like crypto thing, and it's kind of cool to like see bits and pieces of this stuff kind of coming to life. And so I don't have time to explain symmetropic agriculture, and that's also a cop out because I don't know how it works, but I think it's really cool. It's a food forest. So now, if we're extrapolating out and we have this food forest and we have these community inclusion currencies and we have people participating in the food forest, we're doing some amount of regenerative agriculture. It kind of makes sense to like talk about, well, how do we, is there a way we can inject carbon credits, payments to the people that are working on this farm? And so now that we're satisfying UN's sustainability, further SDGs, like, how could we publicize that for the individuals that are participating and then be able to reward them further. And that's where the idea of these social good NFTs come from. And so, we're really interested in this. UNICEF is really, interested in like, how do we do, NFTs that prove like, hey, I was, worked certified to work on this regenerative agriculture technique, and I've deployed it in this village. Is there a way that we can direct investment towards people with that kind of skill set and certification? And then, quickly that kind of leads to, okay, how do we do, skills and certifications in a way where we can surface those through the blockchain? And so I think that's really exciting. I think a lot of people are looking at this. This is really cool to me. I'm excited to see this take off. But I think that's all the time I have. So just as an aside, this paper is awesome. Everyone should go try and read it. But it's about absolving debt in times of crisis and the effect of mutual credit. And it's just to say that these systems work, and we have the data to show it. So I think it's a system that could be widely applied to a lot of situations. And I'll leave the screen up. This is also our Gitcoin grant. Definitely stop by and consider donating. So that's it.
Great. Thank you so much for your time and telling us more about grassroots economics. And we actually had Luuk Weber here earlier to tell us more about CuraDAO. And so I think,
cool.
Yeah, I think
I
really
dropped
great.
the links in MetaFEST public for CuraDAO, and I also dropped 2 more syntropic farming projects that are on Qubit right now.
Awesome.
I think it's really great that, as we talk about taking care of the people, we're also talking about how to like build sustainable farms and food for people, because I think that's going to be a critical step for all of us being able to kind of support the world and not deforest things and burn things, as we've heard are so prevalent these days.
Yeah.
And we all, so thank you so
little
much.
bits and pieces, but I feel like it's all starting to come, you see it all kind of coming together. So it's exciting.
Definitely. It is.
Yeah, we're all
exciting.
connected, and the plants and trees are connected with us as well. We can't burn them and expect not burn with them.
For sure.
Mateo, are you here?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can't
I can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Thank you so much,
We're
Blair.
going to turn the floor over.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Great. So we can see you now, Mateo. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for the awesome concert last week. That was amazing in the sunset. Thank you.
It was much fun. I'm I'm a recycled musician. So I joined crypto because I used to do audio tech for Ethereum Foundation's events in Berlin. And then you get, you start asking questions and what is this crypto, and you get bits of the puzzle. And then at home, you put them together and slowly you make this whole picture that is inspiring everyone, and it's driving us crazy and not sleeping at night.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've heard a lot of what I know is very true to your heart about people taking the power and putting it into their own communities. So I'd like to open the floor to you to talk about.
Yep. So I will share my screen. So basically, actually, today I'm a bit puzzled because today we gave an educational course to a group of musicians from Milan. So it was a local community of people from the same, more than a whole community or a whole economy of different kinds of operators. We are starting to focus more on communities of lookalikes of the same type of operators, in this case musicians, with a geographical identity, because this is, in our view, it's having way more impact on the offline world that we are experiencing these days so hardly, so heavily. So the offline world today is really different than the one we used to know, and we are rethinking our space, our freedom of movement, how far you can go and and meet people, and which kind of premises you can and where you cannot. So this whole thing is changing a lot. So I would like to give an update about ETH Local. If some people know what we also would like to say hello to Kai, if he's not sleeping, because he helped us during ETH Turin, and we stayed nights trying to hack some live peer software. Mostly him. I did not. Anyway, sorry.
Also, Matteo, we can't see your screen right now. I know you said that you were trying to share it. I just thought I'd let you know.
Yeah. I still have to share, yes.
And yet, Kay is here. He's been helping to make sure that we are all on track and doing the best that we can. Oh, wait. So he should be right there.
Okay. Hello, bello. So basically, this is a sort of, this is an attempt of, or better, a role game that we are starting to shape. And of course, it takes time because we have main projects going on. But it's something that I would love to submit to you, and also maybe ask your feedback and ask your opinion on. So it's, of course, it's a way more light project than the ones we have been pitched about, especially the last one that I had the pleasure to know directly via Will. Okay, so basically the story of this idea goes from ETH Berlin 2, which was August 2019. We were volunteering there, and basically it was the summer that on the news you had the Amazon forest, which was heavily on fire. And as we were volunteering, we were also moderating the panels and the pitching sessions at the end. So we could basically see that there was a bit of a shift between the aim of these hackathons that sometimes are way too agnostic, and what the real world was somehow, putting on the table. So we started talking about doing a locally impactful hackathon, and we met again at Radical Exchange Conference in Berlin in November the same year. Then it was Digital Italy Summit in Rome the same month. And then we started pitching the idea also we went at Davos. It's not so far. I mean, from here it's 2 hours drive, so it was fine. We just had to pay a lot for parking slots. And then, of course, the lockdown happened. And as we had planned the whole hackathon physically with a nice location in town, we had to turn everything digital and online. And thanks to the Interspace crew, we did it. And we launched ETH Turin. It was the first Ethereum hackathon coming alive on the virtual space and on the metaverse as well, and it was much fun. Basically, our scope was to take the Ethereum community that we had gathered around our hackathon, give them the magnifier, the glass of the 17 SDGs by the UN, and try to point on local projects that basically had applied to our hackathon, local projects from Turin that had applied to kind of as a case study to be worked on. Something that we discovered very early in time is that these 17 SDGs are very vague. So it's very, very hard to kind of apply them at small scale. But something that we have also acknowledged is that you can prioritize these SDG per city, if not per neighborhood, if not per and also per region, etc. And by creating local agendas, local priorities, you can spot where the resonances work, and you can start connecting maybe the right hubs, the right thinkers, and the right projects together. So this is what we did, basically. We took Turin and we indexed basically the top SDGs that the local administration has as goals for the next 4 years. And we matched them with the ones from this local European area, which is basically Central Europe. And we saw that it kind of resonated with the same ranks that Milan has, because of course it's very near, and with Stuttgart. So we also had a representation of projects from Stuttgart that could somehow resonate with Turin, with Milan. The idea was basically to get together what Radical Exchange was offering as tools and solutions, if not functions, economic functions, and governance function, if we want to mention quadratic voting and quadratic funding. Trying to get the Ethereum community more confident with the concept of such. So by it's strange. I mean, a lot of programmers, they may be maybe full stack developers, etc. But maybe they have problems understanding quadratic voting. So it's always useful to share the information as plainly as we receive them. And we wanted to kind of close the circle and insert these projects from local public administration sponsored ones and also from more independent ones. This was also a way to kind of create some social bond between the crypto nomads and these local projects, such as local producers who have 0 kilometer supply chain, urban gardens, things like that, through the local PA partnership. Why do I mention the local PA partnership? It's very. I think it's quite important today. Sorry. As we are seeing, there has been a sort of regionalization process going on since that got bit accelerated with the lockdowns. At least that what worked in Italy. Different regions responding in different terms to the central government, talking about the health system, talking about police measures. So we have a regionalization process going on, also at European level. It's important to also understand that blockchain and decentralization, it's something that was born at the same time of local currencies. I mean, paper money, just like the monnaie locale in France. In France, there are like 40 different local currencies that are being used for various purposes. In Italy, there's 2, and the oldest one is from 2008, Sardex, from the island of Sardinia. What they did was basically creating compensation chambers for local businesses. So why business A, should I go and get indebted with the bank if I owe you, business B, something, and we belong to the same circular economy? I can emit directly a form of debit which is backed by my own service or product or offering. This is also to understand that local computing and trying to think ethereally and acting locally can, in time, give rise to what can be called local DeFi or micro DeFi. So the possibility of stake to pools of value that have also real impact on your territory and on your offline life. So think about urban gardens. Urban gardens are a phenomenon that has impacted cities like Detroit that were sort of given for lost because of the gentrification and crime rates, and they have gifted them with sort of a second spring. So what about thinking of conglomerates of urban gardens that organize as DAOs and maybe can also create liquidity pools and farming contracts in crypto that can also generate, can become object of local staking. Something that we did also was trying to implement, and we did it, trying to implement quadratic voting with NFTs. So basically, all participants to the hackathon had an NFT token that basically was read by Web3 on our voting platform, and all participants to the final quadratic voting had to have the Ethereum ticket. This was the final outcome of the hackathon with a very nice project on peer review winning and moving to kernel the same year. Then we had, as I said, a project about open farming and decentralized economic solutions. Sorry, it's a bit late in the night, and I'm a bit tired, so I'm trying my best to keep my brain working and cool. So basically, what we tried to do with ETH Local after this hackathon was to connect even deeper with a few hubs that we had spotted in Europe that could relate together as hubs of culture and art making, so that we could impact creatives in Europe by giving them access to some primitive governance tools. This is a lot of very nice slides that basically are selling the idea of ETH local. So we are just going through some claims. Also, ETH local is a decentralized flexible organization, which is a different concept than a DAO. A DAO has an owner or more than one owner who governed DAO eventually. While on DFOs, which is basically decentralized flexible organizations, is purely decentralized, in the hands of token holders. This is a bit the list of DFOs currently working. You can see Ethereum here. Now Ethereum is also a meetup, the local Ethereum meetup, and we're working on a collective management organization for Ethereum, which has no DAO, has no governance token, is pure registry, so no speculation, nothing. You can see that Legal Hackers, Roma, Legal Hackers is a group of lawyers that go crypto and try to harmonize constitutional law with crypto law, and they divide per chapters. There's Paris, Berlin, Rome, etc., and they organize themselves into a DFO. So you can see how things are working. So we have our own DFO as is local. What we are trying to do is basically assist in operations and fundraising around project with a local scope, organize and assist Ethereum events with that same call, develop a network of MVPs to planning on, and last but not least, launch tech residencies for the Ethereum community. This is what we've been trying to work over the last months, but it's going to be hard. So basically, we are launching this project, which is residencies round, that had to happen between April and June, but given the current situation, I'm afraid that we will have to reinvent something and kind of move forwards. But still, we have 6 locations in Europe that are called citadels, and 6 developers basically will win staying. We're supposed to win free staying in these locations and basically help them setting up maybe a DAO or maybe a snapshot, which is basically this very nice DApp that reads, it worked today, nice. This is a test that we did with the musicians from Milan. So we did a test, on-chain governance test. Basically what this snapshot does is it's a read-only DApp that reads how many tokens you have and allows you to run quick voting off-chain. I think it's still stored on IPFS though, so you can create a voting, you can publish it on IPFS, and also the outcome is stored on IPFS. Yeah, so 6 developers called pilgrims who will win the staying at one of these locations in exchange of services, of crypto dirty services. And okay, so pilgrims will have to develop instances of Ethereum-based solutions specifically for the hosting citadel of the ETH local network. Both citadels and pilgrims will earn progressive reputational skins. Our funds will go as pay for the residencies along with stablecoin that will cover the basic expenses of the residency. So basically, we as a DFO, we made partnerships with these residencies to pay them the costs of a possible staying, and by giving them some extra token of the DFO, so governance tokens of our DFO, because eventually they would have to host someone for maybe 15 euros a day or 20 euros a day, and that eventually will work for them and provide them educational modules or training, or maybe even a small DAO or voting system or a token. So try things to, it's a pattern of getting someone there to educate them because they already have value, which is not being kind of institutionalized at a broader level. Yeah, this is the part about the DFO, which is not interesting. Yes, this is something that we are experimenting. So every iteration, Pilgrim Citadel will be itemized, which is a new standard called ETH item, which is basically an NFT that has also an ERC20 extension. So the 51% will own the NFT. I mean, the person who owns that 51% will own the NFT, and the other will be pure stakeholders. So this is also a nice way to think patents in case something cool comes out of these residencies. So here's our residencies. We have one in Barcelona here, which is the Acacia Hub. I'll tell you more about it later. We have Edinburgh. We have 3 in Piedmont, the region where I'm from, mostly around the Alps here. And we have Liminal Village in Marche in Italy. It's a first event. You know, we would like to have it start big, but of course there were many problems to solve and not enough horsepower behind. So Acacia Hub Barcelona is basically co-op or co-working space that has a co-op project, and they are already crypto literate, so you don't have to explain them nothing new, but they are working intensively with local businesses and urban gardens, and this is one residency that was issued. You can access all these residencies at ethlocal.co. I mean, we are still receiving applications, but of course it's a bit problematic to say if we will manage to provide, because Italy, for example, is being closed, etc. But feel like applying anyway, because we might change to something else, and this is still valid. Edinburgh, the residency in Edinburgh is at Creative Informatics, which is basically a community of tech people working directly with local communities of students and currency tickets for events, concerts, etc. Liminal Village, I think most people will know it. For those who don't know it, I still have to actually make my way and go there and spend some time, but it's a very interesting place for what I managed to understand. It's a sort of experiential and hyper farm where you are in deep contact with nature and try to co-create together by distilling and by having micro sessions with each other of reflections. Ostana, Piedmont, this is a very interesting residency. These places had been abandoned for many years, and only recently people started moving back again and investing there in renovations, etc. And it's a Occitan multicentric settlement in the northwestern Alps, and they basically are trying to enact old social traditions from the 19th century that used to support the local community, saying the division of in terms of the division of roles and of production. So things that have been lost because of industrialization in Turin, and things that can be made smarter and put on chain as for validation purpose, and can be also automatized with smart contracts. Stone of an House is an international retreat for artists. It's a very interesting place where you can basically apply for a residency there and create some piece of art or content that you will have to leave to the Stone of an House, and that will grant you like a big discount on the staying. Of course, on top of that, you can work directly in that place. For the links, you can just go to the ETH local page and you can visit them directly, by the way. Yeah. The last one is another residency in Piedmont, which is an abandoned industry just beneath the mountains that had been recuperated and restored, and it is an energetic community. So basically, this premise has an hydraulic power station just beneath here, which is constantly producing electricity, but they are not connected as to maximize the efficiency of the energy transfer. So Italy recently has liberalized the concept of energetic communities. So basically, if you have a source of power now up to 200 kilowatt per hour, megawatt, I forgot. You can basically harness that source and distribute it as you want. Usually, even if you had a waterfall in your garden, you could not, by law, you could not harness it energetically. You could not put a dynamo and use it. Now this thing has been breached, so even bigger communities with waterfalls and sun panels can start experimenting with smart contracts and peer-to-peer energy selling. So basically, for this residency, it would be interesting to have someone that is all about energy peer-to-peer selling. But anyway, this is the situation. We don't know what will happen. It's a bit of a downer. We haven't received so many applications, I have to be honest. So what we are trying to think is to create a temporary solution for these residencies to happen and to connect Ethereans to in workshops together with these residencies. So any suggestions is welcome. If not, I think that the only thing that is left us to do is put up an NFT store and maybe create postcards from the residencies and try to find a way to give these postcards a value in the residency. So that was my presentation. If there are any inputs or questions, it's been a more narrative presentation than the others. Maybe I apologize if people expected more tech.
No, not at all. You did amazing, Matteo. Thank you so much for presenting that. And don't let the other speakers influence how you present.
Sorry,
I said don't let other people tell you how to present, man.
I didn't get it. The sound is clipping.
I'm just saying it's better to be yourself. So, I mean, your presentation is amazing.
Okay.
I think one of the key things that we've seen before is that the technology for Web3 really has a ton of crossover. So, and especially like at the end, like you mentioned the NFTs, I wasn't expecting that at all. But I mean, that is just one of the core ways that it's easy to translate value and kind of give people basically a receipt of their purchase and also kind of signal their alignment. So I think we've seen like DeFi, DAOs, and NFTs all really have a lot of crossover that a lot of us don't consider regularly.
Yeah.
So I think it's great to see, NFTs and community being such a focus in several of these talks.
Yeah, but I think that the point here is trying to always keep in mind that your offline life will always prevail over your online, and so it's important to strategically focus yourself into something that you can start impacting, even just like creating MVPs, very simple MVPs. I like this snapshot thing because it creates a perfect MVP. You don't have to pay gas fees to vote for something that has no even maybe a direct implication on a front end, like pieces of code. So it's purely voting for decisions. And Snapshot offers a great solution. So the web, the ecosystem is rich with these tools. I think it's time to create local happenings, even if they are virtual right now, but at least the local perception is like what we did with Milan, creating like this module only for Milan musicians, so that maybe, when the lockdown softens a little bit, they can start thinking together in different terms. Yeah,
that's great. And as we heard earlier with Squad Talks, the ability that we have when we form those direct connections really kind of empowers us to do stuff. So especially if we coordinate at that local level, we have the power to change things in our own communities. So thank you so much, Matteo. We have our next speaker here.
Thank you, guys.
Turn it to Point Break, I believe. Point Break, are you here?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
It's Point Being. But,
Point Being, sorry.
Point Break is funny too. It reminds me of Avengers when because Tony Stark calls Thor Point Break.
Yeah, for some reason I had the vision of Keanu Reeves.
Are we live right now then in the
we're live
on YouTube? Okay. Hey everybody who's over there. I was getting mixed up because there's a sort of lag between the different channels, and so there's lots of overlap. But yeah, so thanks for having me as part of this event. It's pretty cool. A lot of it's over my head. To be frank, like just a lot of the tech stuff. I mean, I'm literate in it. I keep up with it. I know the difference between blockchain and holochain and a lot of these things, but it just moves so fast. And it's programming, hacking, etc. It's not my thing, let alone my forte, but I'm interested in how all these things dovetail. So are you guys still there? Or is it just me talking?
No, I'm still here if you need me. I was turning the floor over to you. Do you
No, it's good. It's good. Just when you disappear on my screen, I like don't know what's still visible and what's not, like for YouTube.
So right now it's you, me, and peth, I believe, are all visible.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I've written a lot about meta theory. I try to sort of meta theory, metamodernism. I try to theorize it myself, but also just track what else is going on out there. and I titled this segment "Meta Modernizing the World," because I think that's what you're trying to do, and I wanted to kind of use it as a prompt for myself to develop this as a concept, because as I was saying to Tommy before, like there's a lot of literature about postmodernization as a kind of thesis, as a process, right? And people talk about postmodernism as a period, as a set of movements and philosophies and art, whatnot, but it's much more complex than that. And there's all these other modernizations, especially in the last 3 decades. You have make notes to myself here, but you have hyper, digi, postmodernism, cosmo, alter, auto, neo, super, trans, metamodernism. So there's actually a ton of overlap, a ton of redundancy. It's very frustrating as a scholar, and then that's just the scholarship side of it, not to mention the hacking side of it, the activism side of it. So a large part of my kind of MO and my impetus is to be a part of the explicitly socialist movement politically, right? So whenever somebody mentions politics, like there was another sort of politics themed talk today, it's like, what are we really talking about? Because there's the kind of theories of politics, but then there's the actual people, engaged in lifelong struggles. And so for me, the Bernie Sanders movement dovetails with a lot of these things, but it's not explicit enough. The connections aren't drawn together on both sides of the equation, right? So, when people talk about, UBI, which has been a theme today, and things like that, the commons, these dovetail with the socialism kind of tradition, right? But the word itself is very problematized, very compromised, very misused and misunderstood, and so I'm just kind of foregrounding that, because I'm not really talking about politics today per se. We're past that political moment too, over the past 5 years, where it would have been better to have the integration of that, have these movements which came to very close tipping points actually succeed instead of fail. But nevertheless, here we are. And so I guess the gap in my personal life too is cryptocurrencies and NFTs and whatever the hot topic of the day is, it's getting away from me very quickly, and it doesn't relate to people's day-to-day struggle. But I think that can be corrected just by talking about these things in different ways. And so another thing Tommy and I touched on was how the meta narrative itself is told, what the story of it is. And so talking about it's one thing, and also just creating the artifacts of documentaries and movies and music and games to kind of create the narrative that's emerging, and the seeds of a kind of paradigm shift, even a meta modern paradigm shift. I think they go back throughout the past century, just like the seeds of postmodernism and postmodernization go back through modernity, through those many centuries of the evolution of these things. So we're on this kind of cusp in this very conflicted transition period, and I've tried to distill, narrativistically into 2 main paths. Basically, postmodernism bifurcates into metamodernism and hypermodernism, and sort of narrowing it down to those 2 choices actually just reorients and reframes a lot of open questions about the role of technology and the role of finance and stuff like that. And so I guess I'm hoping we can transition sort of from the things I'm saying into a kind of group discussion, and I can field questions and ask questions back. And because a lot of people had presentations and great visuals and stuff, and unfortunately I'm not so prepared today in terms of knowing exactly what to deliver, because as I said at the outset, like this type of event is above my pay grade, frankly, which my pay grade is 0. So it, it comes back to this issue of like funding. How is activism funded? How is art funded? How do we sustain ourselves? How do we create value sort of out of nothing?
You bring up a lot of really great points, and if you'd like, I'll inject a little bit. So you asked one of the key points, like how do we get paid? Because you're getting paid 0. I also am getting paid 0. I don't have a job that has any kind of payment. Everything that I've been doing for the past year and a half is kind of network effect payment. So there's a lot of great projects that you can be a part of that you benefit from, and there is monetary rewards for, but the expectation of payment is completely gone. And I the stuff that I do isn't because I know I'm going to get a paycheck or someone told me you are now required to work for 8 hours and we're going to pay you this cap and that's what you're worth to us. It's all because I'm doing things that I want to do, and I think that really is what ties into meta and kind of what we've heard from the communities, is that we're tired of being told what we want and how we want things and how to go about getting them. And I think that speaks a lot to kind of the trouble with getting a singular idea for the paradigm shift, is that the cries and the needs are very decentralized. Now, there's a lot of rebellion of people that just don't like how things were before. And so there is like a transition from the way that they were, and COVID has been a huge factor in that. With modernization and modernity, one of the key aspects has always been globalization. How much connected are you to the people around you, and the people, and like when we built the railroads, being able to cross the country for the first time in a cheap and effective way brought a whole new paradigm, as well as when the mail system first started. People are finally able to send a letter to someone that they are probably never going to meet in their life. And now we went from the internet, now we're a completely like digital first nation. Like Tommy, Pete, a lot of the people that are in MetaGame, I've never met personally, and the chances of me meeting them are probably going to be because I went on a vacation and one of us was like spend a ton of money and cross the world, and we all got together and said, "Hey, how's it going?" But
MetaFEST next year. What are you talking about?
Well, for me to be as effective as I am a digital first kind of citizen, and I don't even want to know how much effort this would be if we were trying to do this in person. It might be a little bit easier getting someone up on the stage than to figure out if they can screen share, but the power that we're able to coordinate means that I can sit here and make breakfast for my daughter when she gets hungry. It means that all of us can contribute and be part of this without having to give up what we were doing. So I think there's going to be a big pushback to return to how things were, and I think that's part of this meta-modernism.
Oh shit, we were supposed to eat today?
No, I forgot myself, so I fed the little one, but I am getting pretty hungry.
Yeah, that's all key. I mean, globalization stands out for me as very operative, and not for the obvious reasons, but because it goes back so far. Like you mentioned, mail and the internet. Like we've had a kind of public internet for like 30 years, but the ideas of globalization go back to antiquity. People were making those efforts to think cosmopolitan without ever not only not meeting other people, but not even having the chance to go meet somebody on a different continent, but nonetheless having that kind of consciousness. And these types of things have gone through different ideological bottlenecks, like new age movements, right? Like sounds good in theory, right? Like we're all kind of Gaia consciousness, but then there's like a whole dark side to new age movements, a whole economic underbelly, and just case in point is like I keep seeing these Gaia ads on Facebook, and they're talking about reptilians and Atlanteans, and it's like, that's just, it's whatever. It's like charming pop culture fluff when you're a kid, but it's like totally anti-intellectual when you're trying to be an adult, you know, make the world a better place. And it comes back to, I guess, Moloch, you know, and that kind of, those kind of topics, like you were talking with Vinay earlier, you know, he's a good kind of ally, somebody I know, as well as Peter Limberg, but these things aren't without their challenges too. You know, the different meta spaces or game B, which, you know, it kind of appropriates some of the meta kind of language, but it's a different beast, you know. And so Vinay and I have aligned over criticizing them. Nonetheless, like, we do have some common long-term goals, right? 50 to 100 years, we're talking about the complete kind of reorganization of the social order and saving the world from climate collapse and all these sorts of things. So yeah, it's like moment to moment. Okay, where do we go from here? You know, there's a big what's next, a big so what factor. But at the same time, these things take years to unfold.
It seems like that unfolding is getting a little faster lately.
Yeah.
I think for part of people it is, but there's also an active effort to coerce people and provide misinformation. And I think we've seen that this past year too. The power to disrupt people is also amplified by the ability to connect to multiple people. And I mean, even in the 2016 election, when we saw like the cult of tech kind of step up and step into like memification, iconoclast magic kind of role, where they, I mean, their own words are that they manifested Donald Trump to become president through meme. That's their claim, not mine. But Facebook and Google are actively listening to everything that we say, and if you say something, they're going to put you a personalized ad for it on anyone around you's phone. So, you know, our connections are dangerous.
Curiously enough, like with that sort of thing, I always find I'm getting marketed for things I've already bought, so I'm not so paranoid about them listening. Like if I say, oh, I'm thinking about this, and then an ad appears, it's like I really think they're kind of on the other side of it, where the algorithms and the listening, it's actually quite crude, right? And I think, you know, my mind goes to like Edward Snowden and his exposés of the NSA, right? We love to like glamorize intelligence agencies, but really, yeah, like, yes, they're listening to all of us, but nobody's actually hearing what we're saying, or what the meaning is, what the relevance is. Like, it's just sheer volume processing, and it's quite politically charged and quite run by incompetent ideologues. So the whole facade of that kind of Big Brother, while it's very real, it's also kind of crumbling in my view. And I'm looking at Facebook and think, you know, the documentaries like The Social Dilemma, and like, this is stuff a lot of us already knew 10 years ago. So we're not that sort of co-opted and captured by it, because we're trying to, you know, get ahead of the curve. So, but that's really the case, I find, with things marketed to me. You know, I'll buy some like LED lights off Amazon, and then it's all of a sudden it's marketing me more of that thing I've already bought, you know. So not as efficient as the doomsayers proclaimed it is. And I've also written a lot about, you know, conspiracy and, you know, just like, you know, trying to actually like make myself a target in some way, but it's never, you know, not actually but just you know, I write things that would kind of send up red flags, and yet it never happens, right? So luckily enough for a lot of us, we escape the clutches of the system like that, and we can just keep doing this kind of good work. But for me, the meta-modernization part of it is like understanding the whole breadth of that meta-modern theory of what's happening in film and culture and social movements, and, you know, how does it all fuse and coalesce and synthesize, because we're you know, as millennials, I'm assuming in this sort of cohort, you know, we're all sort of like growing up through and evolving through the kind of like postmodern identity crisis, that we've had and kind of coming on the other side of it. And so yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Could we hear a bit of an intro to like metamodernism in general? Because I feel like everybody knows what postmodernism is, but like not many people are talking about metamodernism.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'd say first that you know, not many people really know what postmodernism means, because it's irreducible in a sense. Like, it actually means so many different things when you dive into the theory, that there's a lot of straw man versions about what postmodernism is, but granted, people have enough of an understanding as a sort of intensification of modernity, of modernization, then, you know, that's good enough. But metamodern theory, basically, it was first popularized around 2010 by two Dutch scholars, Vermeulen and Van den Akker. And they popularized it as kind of a cultural and art critic theory of the millennium, kind of what's happening post 2000. And they consolidated some of the research, about the postmodern turn, but they also glossed over some research. And so this is what I try to tell people, like, there's the kind of, you know, popular conception they might have, if they have one, kind of comes from that school of thought. But then there's actually some papers from the 1990s that were glossed over, that were quite interesting. And so those papers relate to the philosophy of technology and sort of that bifurcation I allude to between hypermodernism and metamodernism. One is about liberation theology and kind of the feeling of Latinos in America as kind of like second class citizens, but like also, you know, vis-a-vis like Black and Indigenous people being oppressed, and liberation theology being such a large part of the Americas, like Central and South American culture. While they also have a history of being dominated by the church. So there's a kind of paradox between their faith in God as a means to liberation. And Martin Luther King is a kind of good example of liberation theology. and the social control that religion sort of orchestrates. And then another missed source in the 90s is what I call Black metamodernism. And that's actually a theory by a scholar about African-American artists who went to Africa and were like transformed personally by their experiences and what they learned, and then came back to America with a kind of like reinvention or like converted or transformed identity and practice. And so trying to think, like, you know, Malcolm X, like, is somebody obviously, but he's not so much an artist. You know, the theory is referencing I think Basquiat just as an example. You know, I think of Dave Chappelle as an example, because he was a
Maya Angelou.
Yeah, there's probably lots of people, if we dive really deep into that specific explanation of the theory, and each person's personal experience of their trip to Africa, it's for them to tell, right? It's not for me to tell. But I wrote about Black metamodernism, kind of picking up on these themes, and also like where Black political culture is at today in the United States. And of course, like, you know, Cornel West, I point to as an example, and he was like one of Bernie Sanders's biggest surrogates, right? And so that's my kind of contribution in terms of what the scholarship says about metamodernism before these other people started writing about it. And then, you know, around 2015, there's this imaginary scholar named Hansi Freinacht, and that's a couple of, you know, Scandinavian dudes writing under a pen name, kind of having a think tank and a network in Europe of kind of, you know, progressive and sometimes centrist and what's called integralists, integral theory, people from a kind of personal development background, all coming together also to kind of a discourse under that that community, that Hanzi community. So that's a kind of what I call the second school, like a Nordic school of metamodernism. And so these are like, I've tried to outline some of the formal theories that exist out there, but then there's just like the felt sense that we're having, right? And the different artifacts that scholars might point to, right? Like the show Community as a metamodern sitcom, you know. So it's just, it's hard because you have to get into the details of what they're saying, you know, and really reflect on the differences between like a sitcom in the 1990s, which may or may not have been meta, had meta elements, and 2000 sitcoms and 2010s, and just, you know, how these things are changing. And of course, I gotta say it's confusing because there's still modern and postmodern, you know, themes everywhere, right? Like modernization itself is still playing out and needs to be fulfilled, but it comes with this dark side which postmodernism exposes and reveals, which is like modernization really meant the erasure of indigenous cultures and the enslavement and whatnot, and the maintenance of different social power structures in order to, you know, fulfill these ambitions of civilization, right? Of which the United States, like, manifest destiny being kind of their slogan for a while. And coming back to that theme of globalization is this unstoppable force that's like a function of the, you know, population growth and technological development. And it's only like the people who are, you know, either like really advanced in some sort of technology like you guys are, or people who are stopping and reflecting on the process to some sort of depth or iteration, that there's a fundamental shift in worldview and the way we live. Or when I say shift, I mean there's a crisis too. It's kind of preceded by a crisis and a breakdown. Like, you know, who am I? What am I doing? You know, how do I extricate myself from these systems of violence? You know, like when you buy a phone and there's rare minerals mined by slaves in Africa. Like, how do we reconcile the complexity and not just kind of shrug and go on with our lives? So
that point, yeah. if I can interject, also when we started today, we spoke with Manu from Buenos Aires, who is pretty much just having a similar issue, and I think is a perfect example of how metamodernism helps us all kind of understand and get on the same page. And so, like, when I went to go look at what he was telling me, all I could find are stories about how protesters attacked the president, you know, but the actual story is much more dire and a personal story. It's, you know, people's homes were attacked by terrorists, and, you know, they're considering that it was for lithium mining purposes. You know, this is exactly what you're talking about. Indigenous strain being placed for the globalization of places that are not even there. You know, it's for our batteries and cars and laptops and things like that, where people there are struggling. You know, $300 a month can easily support them, you know.
Yeah, those are great points, and it invokes to my mind some of the things I'm trying to get at, like with Latin American politics. You know, they're the political commentators I'm following, you know, they're calling it the pink tide too at this point, because it's like there's a wave of socialism across South America, but then it gets pushed back by neoliberalism, right? So a couple years ago, there was a coup in Bolivia where the indigenous president was displaced, and it was that coup, he was replaced by like a far right politician, right? And that coup was supported by like the US, the State Department, and by like all the mainstream news outlets, sort of precisely because they didn't have the truth, and they didn't want the truth. They didn't care. and even, you know, people like Elon Musk were like tweeting in support of it, right? Just because there's this big red herring about what socialism is and how, you know, they like to scapegoat it as the problem, you know, the source of all the problems in the world. But you know, Lula da Silva, the president of Brazil, previously like lifted 40 million people out of poverty, and subsequently he was imprisoned sort of by a sort of coup in a sense, and a right-wing government was promoted into power. And you know, and so we have this, you know, the part of the metamodern discourse covers a lot of this stuff in a broad sense, like Vermeulen and Van den Akker point to the theme of alter globalization, which refers to like the 19 WTO protests and pretty much every sort of mass protest you've seen since then that is against the neoliberal status quo. And then when it comes to, you know, the way the mainstream media handles these issues, you know, because of laws changed around mass media in the 90s, I think maybe the Telecommunications Act, like a lot of these things, they're set up to fail. So then like the media can't cover these things. And so I think for the most part, the original authors of metamodernism are kind of, you know, trying to thread the needle and peer through the cracks of the status quo. And these authors in particular, you know, don't touch on something we call the meta crisis, right? And I think that's intrinsic to a developed metamodern discourse, but through kind of metamodern circles, you know, the Hansi School and Peter Limberg, who spoke today, he did a kind of symposium yesterday on the meta crisis, right? So having different speakers and Q&A, and kind of, you know, we begin to touch on that theme that has escaped us for so long. And so to try to kind of bring it back to the political for me, and like in South America, there is a underlying truth waiting to be born. Like the United States is kind of a failed state because it's had its hand in holding the development of these other countries back. So there needs to be, you know, I dream sometimes of some kind of like big disclosure moment or crossing a threshold, like where really quickly, you know, you see a lot of public figures having a kind of about face, and things start to change and public discourse changes and everything just gets easier. But that could just be my optimism, you know, kind of deluding me. You know, there could be no logic to that. But what I worry about with all the kind of sensationalization about the hypermodern world, you know, and dark enlightenment kind of things, is that we're manifesting this kind of doom scenario rather than actively trying to disarm it with an open heart. So, you know, I running into a wall again.
Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, I think we're a little bit over time in general. You've definitely given us a lot to think about. Pete or Tommy, do you have any last questions that you'd like to ask before we stop today?
I guess the final question I want to ask is, do you want to help start a meta news? I think Manu is on board, Miss Ant's on board. We started today. You're the end of it. Manu's the beginning.
Yeah, I'll do as much as I can just to, you know, keep up with things and contribute. News is a tricky one because, like, you know, there's so much that needs to be unpacked with care and attention, while also like trying to reach the maximum size audience at once. So
maybe news isn't the right word, but, you know, a little bit more of things like this, sit around and talk about how it really is and the metamodernism
for sure. I'm down for any and all experiments like this, and especially, you know, I try to take a critical approach to everything. I want like things that go forward to be like self-audited as they go, so that as they're deployed, there's no unexpected consequences, you know, or or trade-offs to make, but really everybody can be kind of supported. I don't just mean in our little circles or whatever, but like the vision of a socialist infrastructure is that like the things that are already codified as human rights, like healthcare and education, it's that means we actually have the institutional and logistical infrastructure to provide that.
Mm-hmm.
Pete, do you have any closing thoughts or questions?
Not really. It's been a super long day.
I'll bet.
Well, thank you so much.
Long 3 days, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's going to go on for
just the beginning.
3 more weeks. 2.5.
Wow. Wow. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Point Being.
Cheers.
And thank you to everyone that tuned into MetaFEST today and previous days and are going to tune in later this week. You know, this is a community run and supported event. Everyone that came here has came here of their own volition and came to talk about things that they're passionate about. So this has been an amazing talk from you and from everyone else. So thank you, and I hope you will tune in the remaining days. Tomorrow is going to be DAO Day. So we're going to hear from a lot of the top DAOs in our embassies. And Friday will be NFT Day. And Saturday is going to be our party day. So keep coming back all week, and we will have lots more.
Oh, and the site has been updated, so refresh it, listen to some music, and yeah, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Join us in Discord, Point. Yeah, thanks, Jelly.
Sounds good. Cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers. So Jelly, let me know when we're down. Although I'm going to keep rambling until you